What is up, gamers? Welcome to tonight's CF1 broadcast. I am one half of your casting duo, and I go by Speezy24. And joining me for tonight's broadcast is your favorite Jets player's favorite Jet, Jonah. How are we feeling tonight?
Feeling great. Excited to watch some quality Valorant tonight. The first match is going to be KSU versus MSU. It's going to be a hot one, Speezy.
Oh, it certainly will. MSU is looking to kind of get their flow going. They've won their last match against the Georgia State University, so they have some momentum. But on the flip side, Kennesaw State University Gold has yet to win a match in their CF1 debut. So will this be the night that they get on the board and get that first W?
I mean, they definitely can, right? I mean, if you want to go into the playoffs of this group, I mean, it is a tough group, right? Being 1-2 and 0-2. I mean, 1-1 and 0-2 in the group respectively. That being the case, they have to start putting up the wins right now, right? So I'm really seeing here if they can tie up and then playing against the rest of their group, maybe they could come out on top versus them. That being said, it is going to be a long stretch though, as this is a tight six-man group. Going to the maps though, Speezy, I'm thinking like Ascent. We've seen a lot of Ascent, right? And it's kind of that map where Jet kind of just does whatever Jet wants. You can get the operator on defense, even on offense out early. You can peek down the long range and mid. You can peek cat aggressively into tiles. You can fight B main and A main very easily. I'm really excited to see though how these collegiate teams start adapting to the meta though. How they start changing between Sova, Sky. Maybe we'll even see a KO here, Speezy. Whatever the case may be, I still expect to see a Jet on both sides. And maybe we'll throw it back. Maybe we won't have that Killjoy anymore. Maybe we'll have a Cypher. Who knows, though, as both these teams are headed into lobby.
Absolutely. And, you talk about the meta. Last season, you guys remember, I was all about the Viper love. She's showing up very heavy in the meta. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Breeze in this first best of 3, but taking a look at the maps, map 1, like Jonah stated, we're going to be headed to Ascent. Map 2, we have Split, so maybe does somebody bring out the pocket pick in that breach? It's something that we saw a couple of patches ago, but it's kind of fallen off the radar. Could be something that these teams look to bring back. And then if we need it, map number 3, we go to the coldest place in Valorant, the Icebox. Now, Jonah, taking a look at these maps, is there one team that you kind of favor over the other that may have the upper hand? What are your thoughts on that?
Having played against KSU last year with TW on their roster, I think TW has some great strats. And look, he's even locked in the Viper on Ascent, right? He's a key player to watch because you normally don't necessarily see Viper on Ascent. You more see the Astra or the Omen, right? So going this Viper means that they will have a lot of control, and perhaps this is a player that can really, as the namesake says, playing controller, control the flow of the map. And he's flagged all around, or he's flanked all around by new players for this roster. Attach, Danimal, even all these guys are new, right? And KW is the last remaining member from last year's roster, and he's going to be someone that I'm looking towards to see what he can do for his rest of his squad. And going up against MSU, I'm not going to say that they're going to be easy necessarily, but I do think it's definitely a KSU favorite map.
Absolutely. And one of the things I wanted to highlight in that agent select is Frog was instantly locked onto that Astra. So that for me shows that Frog's confident in this pick. They are ready to play. I'm hoping we see some sick gravity wells, maybe stop a spike plan or two with those, and really impact the map across the map. It's going to be a super interesting pick, and hopefully Frog can deliver us some tech. But as we see here, both teams have almost spent all of their credits. Not too many classics for MSU Green, who's going to start this on the defense. With that right click being so busted, that's definitely a shock. But the walls are down, the guns come up, and we are into round 1 of MSU Green against KSU Gold.
Yeah, Kennesaw State, KSU looking to do an A split here, but Frog on Cat actually gets the first frag of the round. The A defense does have two strong members here in the form of Killjoy and Reyna. With KSU, they're killing the rotators if they come in, and here's King Su. He hasn't been able to find anyone, and because his position's been revealed and they saw the arrow towards A, they're calling the audible. It's easy. They're wrapping back towards B, but the spike will make its way all the way through spawn.
Yeah, and the safe rotate from TW. Smart play here. They used that that toxic screen to kind of cut the map in half, and hopefully the timing on this could be terrible. Keeb, are they going to spot it? No. So just barely sneaking their way across is TW, but I am sure that the footsteps were heard by Keeb. Spike is going to go planted, back sight. We have a shock dart coming in hot. No, Keeb on the lurk. Does not get one. Gets blasted away by the ghost of Attach, and KingSu going to get tagged up to 1v3. Attach peeks, gets the info. Going to let the turret do most of the work, though, because this is something that you're going to have to take out. And look at that. Already done 37 damage. Did the turret. Nano Swarm goes out and just stalling. Attach is doing a fantastic job at buying time. And look at that. Danimal on the cleanup. KSU Gold strike blood first.
Yeah, I really like what they did there. They did the A split, right? Early in the round. They got the numbers advantage with fighting on Catwalk. And then as they re-rotate back towards B, the KJ is already set up right there. Attach, brilliant headshot there on Keep. I mean, you can't ask for more from a Sentinel, right? Getting 2 in the crucial pistol round, especially when he's low HP. It's so much on Attach right there. And TW and the rest of the squad from KSU showing up with strategies ready. Up to MSU here on the defense.
The strats are ready, and so are these Spectres. KSU gonna full buy. And just quick little default. Ricky James Bond, though, tries to peek the turret, gets blasted, and again, Attach making the most out of that Killjoy turret. Whether it's the damage or even just the presence of that turret alone, Attach is working that wonderfully so far. Keeb tucked away in Boathouse as Dagan finds one, and the two-pronged attack comes in. Keeb, you slippery pickle. How's the timing? Not good. The right click even worse as Dagan and Dev each find a frag. KingSu's going to take down one, but this is a 1v4.
Spike planted.
Door gets closed, and oh, KingSu, you are going to have to be absolutely magisterial here if you want to get this back. You're still vulnerable, young one, and just blasted down by Dev. Another clean round from KSU Gold as they now head into their bonus.
Yeah, I'm really loving these Viper mollies right there. It's sectioned off KingSu so that they knew he was in the corner. They discombobulated him. He has to push into the waiting arm to the Spectre. And that right there is some great utility by TW. And the rest of the team from KSU, I mean, that was a bonus round, right? That's an anti-eco round where you're just pretty much shutting down classics. But MSU, if they want to win this matchup, if they want to stop themselves from going 0-3 in this group, they've got to start it right now on this crucial gun round.
Absolutely, and right now this is where you have the gun disadvantage for if you're KSU, so you really don't want to put too much stock into this. Hey, if we win the round, great. We weren't meant to win it. If we don't, okay, no big problem. We'll have guns in the next round, and it looks like Dagan played with just the Sheriff, so possibly saving for that op in the 4th round, which would be huge because that's one battle, like you said, Jonah, we want to watch today. It's Ricky James Bond against Dagan, the Jet battle. Better Jet wins.
Yeah, better Jet translates to so much more in this matchup. If you get one, you get your counterpart down, you can go for even more, but the B split is coming in. They have market control. The defense is giving it up, but they stack the bomb site, and what is that spray through the smoke? Danimal does get traded out, though. They shouldn't know about the double stack back here. They swap one and gets traded out, though. And that's KSU with the sight. The retake, though, is really quick.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and that's weapons in the hand of KSU Gold. That is, oh, just barely gets the shot away on that recon bolt. KingSu making noise. Dagan's going to take him out. Free weapons, free round for KSU Gold. As Dagan goes untouched in that round, I guarantee we see the operator come out.
Yeah, I mean, they don't necessarily need the operator here because they did force MSU on this awkward buy where they have sheriffs and pistols, but they probably will have it the next round following this one. That being said, KingSu, man, he had a play right there, but giving away the footstep means that it's just so easy when you're playing Jet right there to full swing, right? You have the dash already available, so if you do get into a sticky situation, you can just dash out. This is another anti-eco round. KSU, start up hot. See if they can keep it going.
And Jonah, one question I want to ask you is, we highlighted the pick from Frog earlier from MSU Green, and we haven't seen too many stars or gravity wells. Of course, as soon as I say that, Frog kind of used that nebula.
He uses one, yeah.
Kind of,
he sees 4 more, right? Like,
plenty of time. Just delay, delay, delay. That's the name of the game, and allow your teammates to get in position. I mean, Frog can impact the map from the greatest distance of any player on the server right now, as KSU gets destroyed by Dagan, unable to hit a shot. Unfortunately, a little dismiss in. Jiggle peek, Ricky James Bond, double O, doesn't get a shot away, just barely. Danimal, though, gets popped. As I'm talking about Frog, he's able to land that shot. And again, the trade, they're all going in favor of KSU. That's 4 in a row.
Yeah, and it all comes down to how they put the Viper Wall in the early round. If you notice in the beginning of the round, TW is throwing the Viper Wall for an A hit from tiles, separating mid off, right? So they can split up Catwalk very easily. When they want to go B, he does the opposite, where he splits off A in B rather through mid too, so that he can get his team up through market. So look to see where the Viper Wall will go down early. That should signify where KSU is going to hit. So it looks like it's going to be a B hit. That defense should know, though, based off of this Viper Wall.
You should
They react, though. And they react with an offense.
Ricky James Bond pops Danimal. That's a decent frag to find because Danimal did have the Empress, but also look at the side of KSU Gold. Everybody on the team's got an ulti already. Keem says there's 4 here. Help us out. Dagan gets blasted by Ricky James Bond after taking a ton of utility damage, but they still have site control. The Viper's pit's gonna come out in this retake. 5v3 for MSU Green, but you're walking into the pit. What can you do? Attach is gonna find another one. That anchor yet again holding it down. Ricky James Bond gonna try and peek this. Can they find something? Yes, they do. That's a 3K for Ricky. Can they get 5? The Killjoy lockdown's gonna come out. Hunter's Fury to try and break the lockdown. It gets destroyed, and KW has his teammates back. What was that, Jonah?
MSU found a brilliant timing to push while one of the members was using Hunter's Fury in the backside. It was all up to TW right here, but look at the cover from the veteran, from the leader coming over from last year. That's some stellar play from him, and he and the rest of KSU are just hitting everything, right? They don't even necessarily need to invest in an operator either. Dagon has chosen to go for a Spectre because he has access to that Blade Storm this round. And honestly, Speezy, this is looking really one-sided really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me that KSU Gold was the team that didn't have a win, I would be completely confused. MSU they haven't really shown up to play just yet. Again, not establishing much control. And look at this. They're giving up the A site and just playing retake. There's been very little contact. KSU gets dropped, and now you're playing retake and man down. So unfortunate for MSU. Hopefully they can turn this around. Danimal is taking every fight that they can. Keeb, you are left 1v5. You got the Sheriff, you got some shields, but it's not worth it. Danimal finds their 3rd on the round, and I mean, Jonah, we have to ask the question, at what point do you call timeout? You know, you're a collegiate player, or a former collegiate player, you've been in situations like these before. What do you think is going on in the mental of these players? As soon as I say that, the timeout comes.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little late, in my opinion, to call a timeout at 0-6. I think a good metric for calling a timeout is usually after losing 2 or 3 rounds in a row that have a lot of impact in the terms of like gun advantages, right? And they've actually lost 3 gun rounds, 2 save rounds, and the pistol round, right? And that being said, I would have liked to see a pause at 0-3, maybe 0-4. 0-6, you know, it's kind of obvious at this point you need a timeout, right? You definitely need to reset it. The mental just isn't there right now. And when you're taking aim duels like they are on A site, but you're not challenging inside of A main, it makes it really easy for the offense to pretty much just dash out and take over the rest of the site and fight you in that A main cross to that catwalk through that door position, right? If you're taking a fight through that position, it's actually really hard for the defense to hold that. So maybe the offense or the defense can do a better job of holding on to A main. I think that could be up to Frog, right? We haven't really seen many Astra Stars like you highlighted. He needs to start putting down more than just 1 or 2 in the beginning of the round. I really like to think that he could put down 4 maybe and then start dragging them back. He's putting down 3 this crucial gun round. Maybe it's not enough because they just haven't been getting aim control.
Revealing area.
And they're finally willing to fight for it, but look at the utility usage already from KSU. I mean, KingSu finally finds the opening pick, and that, correct me if I'm wrong, Jonah, that may be the first blood that we've seen MSU get.
Yeah, I think they got one on the piss around. Frog might have gotten one, but either way, it seems like it's the first unanswered kill I've seen thus far, right? Where there hasn't been an immediate trade from the side of KSU. They're definitely taking the round a little slower. They don't seem as connected as they were in the previous rounds. That being said, MSU Green here, Ricky James Bond with the headshots, Beezy.
Rings Dagon's bell. You heard it from the Reaver operator sound effect. That was a clean shot, and KSU gold. Gonna look to rotate. Puffy finds one, and this is the MSU Green we expected to see, right? A bit more slower paced, fighting for positions a bit more. Ricky James Bond with the cloudburst to try and stop that recon bolt from going off, but KSU still able to get the spike down. You got to take that as a win, especially when you're down 2v4. Get some extra credits in those pockets because their bank account not struggling just yet. But I swear, I mean, we saw it last time. It's AW and Dev. Can they do it again? Jonah, if they do it again, I'm going to lose it.
I mean, they're definitely set up to clutch this, right? They get shot through the decay. An easy frag for Dev right there. The molly from KW gets one. And the swing makes both the players low.
Jonah, what just happened? I think
4 members run through the Vipers, the molly, right? And that makes it so that all 4 players are vulnerable. 2 players die to the molly. Dev gets 1, and KW can kill Ricky James Bond while he's reloading right there.
I think Ricky James Bond missed the shot, tailwinded back into the molly, and that's what got them killed. I mean, that's a tilter, man. 7-0, you hate to see it. Dagon, though, picked up the operator from Ricky James Bond's body, and let's see if they can make this sing. I know they want some payback for that last headshot. Alir comes out. Danimal says, hey, I got your back. Dagon finds another, and again, this round looks to be in complete control of KSU Gold. I mean, it's hard to doubt them. Even when they're not in control, they're in control so far.
Yeah, they're definitely the stronger team despite the standings, but Danimal, will he expect this A-main push? He doesn't, and Puffy gets a free one. Dev trades it out, though, and they know Puffy's here because he wasn't going to get the frag. Will they check the judge with the frog here?
Oh, he does a little bit more damage, but Dagon takes him down with the classic, and KSU takes a commanding 8-0 lead.
Oof. Mixed my words up. It was frog with the judge, but nonetheless, you guys got the point, right? A judge on catwalk with frog. There's so many animals right there. It's hard to keep track of all of them, you know. And it just seems like Danimal is the alpha mammal here because he's showing up to play right now, despite being 7-5 on his team, right? He has the most deaths. He's the one doing the majority of the entering, right? So he's getting his team in there, as you see him pushing catwalk fast, right? And although that almost went untraded, that was just an insane shot by Dagon. That's kind of a jet diff right there, I'd say.
Yeah, waited to the last possible second to trade that one out, did Dagon. So, but in the end, got it done. And again, we're back to a 4v4. Ultimate advantage goes to MSU Green. They have the Hunter's Fury and they have the Empress. Whereas KSU Gold, they just have the Hunter's Fury at the moment. So, will they use this to stop the plant if possible? I'm sure MSU Green has to be thinking, all right, stop the plant with the Hunter's Fury, buy us time to rotate, and we'll be good to go. But Frog kind of just jump scouting mid, see if they can find anything, and pulling back some of those Nebula stars.
Yeah, but like MSU Green, they've got a great ace up here. It's just so hard to break that double grasp right there. You just get the tag onto one, so 2 players are low. KW gets the spike down. There is no Hunter's Fury to come out here. And again, it's Dev, KW, and they've even got a friend this time. They can win 2v4s. They've done it twice now. Can they win the 3v4, though?
And will the Hunter's Fury come out? This is almost the same situation we saw in round 5, right? The lockdown came out. There was a Hunter's Fury to try and break the lockdown. Oh, Keeb gonna get there, win the Sova battle. And Dagon is all up to you, my friend. That recon star's gonna miss any tags, Keeb. Oh my days. Frog v Dagon. Dagon v Frog gets the spike. Frog gets the difference and gets MSU Green on the board. Possibly time left. Plenty of time.
He's got it. He's got it. And honestly, this is much welcome, right? This is a sigh of relief from here from MSU right now. If you're an MSU supporter, you must be like, whew, we got one on the board, right? So now it's all about the momentum. Carrying forward, can you get the second? Can you get the third, the fourth? It's all possible now. As soon as that mental's back into the game. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Frog right now, right? The lack of stars used in the beginning has certainly been fixed as he's starting to put them down earlier in the round. As I say that, he casts a curses me and puts no stars down, actually.
We got
there they are, dropping some stars down. There we go.
And one thing I want to highlight, Jonah, is sure, MSU was able to get the win in the last round, but all but one player died. That's going to be an expensive round for you. And even as we see here, Puffy stuck on a Spectre, going to be playing close contact. Lockdown goes out for KSU Gold. Gets a player. I can't tell who that is. Maybe trying to use it as a bait. TW, though, takes out Puffy. And Frog trying to get some more stars out.
Spike planted.
Spike gets planted, and we're in a 4v4. They do have Cosmic Divide and Empress, but KSU, they have a Danimal.
Yeah, and he's the alpha mammal right now. They made it really hard for MSU to get back into this site. They break the recon darts. The shock darts do nothing, but here comes KingSu getting two. Do they know about the player A main? They don't, and a brilliant crossfire right there. You saw TW play the back generator. You saw his teammate in attach play A main, and they have everything on lockdown right there. If you peek him, you get peeked from A main. If you peek A main, you get peeked from generator right there. And it's almost an unwinnable situation if you're retaking for MSU. It's so weird, right? Because the previous round, yes, they did win it, but they invested a lot of ults in the form of Hunter's Fury and the lockdown. That next round, you know, you want to see Ricky James Bond be the one to take over the game with KingSu. They've got these duelist openings, right? And they've got to do something with them.
They certainly do, especially you're one round away from halftime. You got to get something back on the board. Ricky James Bond going to be tagged up by the Sova drone, and Daigen is hunting, but Attach beats them to it. Still on the hunt is Daigen, updraft over the roof, finds a kill on the keep. There is another player there, but Danimal is going to take that one. Frog can't do much there. I mean, you're 1v5. Danimal's coming from market. Daigen's staring at you with the Blade Storm. You can't really ask him to do anything.
Yeah, and it's so tough because when you're losing this many rounds in a row, it's difficult to build up that solid economy after a round reset. So Ricky James Bond has actually only the operator 2 out of the 12 rounds thus far in defense. He can't even afford it this upcoming round, right? So it's tough defensive half, and honestly, you know, there's no way to sugarcoat this. It's looking like a KSU map. Maybe MSU is going into this next round going like, we'll try our best and everything, right? But perhaps we're already thinking about the next map. Perhaps we're already on split mentally, right?
Certainly a possibility, especially when you take into consideration that this map, Ascent, was picked by KSU. So you know they're tried, they're true, they feel confident, they're dialed in it, but so is Ricky James. Finds that kill Attach. Whips onto the head of Ricky James Bond, though. Gets the trade. Tags up Frog. Kobe! And they land the Nano Swarm. Puffy's going to take down one, and Attach turns and gets the trade right back.
Sleep. One enemy.
Dev finds one. Dev finds two, and Dev finds a three-piece. No biscuit. Side of gravy. Take us into half. What a highlight from Dev right there.
Sides.
I mean, he didn't even tip them. He just ate all 3 frags and just got out of it. Look at this clean, crisp, concise aim lock. Taps on 2 of the members. Nice, clean headshots. Frog was only 110 HP right there, so it was very easy for him to go down. Of course, he got that call from his teammate in Attach, who did dink him up from that tiles location. And going forward into this defensive pistol, if they win pistol, this game is pretty much all she wrote. If MSU is able to win pistol, the dream is still alive, right? But it's hard to think that way from how the members of KSU have been shooting. They've been very sharp today, and it doesn't seem like MSU came as prepared for Ascent as KSU did.
Yeah, I would be almost willing to bet KSU is probably playing Osu to get this warm-up. Dev finds one with a shock dart. KingSu going to get the trade onto Danimal and heal up, possibly an overheal depending on how much damage they took, but no. Only able to heal up to 60 as Attach blasts them through. Oh, attach, you slippery pickle, trying to push through that toxic screen.
Oh,
from their teammates.
TW's top mid though.
There. Oh, TW, stop it. Spots the head. Oh, but already on 2 HP, and they need to take. Yup,
Oh.
I was gonna say they need to take out the turret because Puffy's turret doing the dirty work finds the kill on KW. That's an unfortunate mistake. Tailwind out of market, and we're gonna see a huge fight. There's one player in market. They're gonna go down. So. MSU, they have some hope, but Daigen's got a sheriff. Can they play Law and Order right here? They landed that shot onto Puffy through the wall, so Puffy's at about maybe 35, 40 HP. This is certainly winnable. Recon Bolt goes out. It's going to spot down one. Dev with an ambitious shot there. I know they had the Recon Bolt, but don't know if you can wallbang 2 places at once. Both players on KSU with sheriffs. Are they going to check their corners? Daigen looking like it. Gets one. Daigen gets 2. Tailwind's nowhere.
Out of charges.
And they find one.
It's not planted for him.
Oh my god, it's not at all. Can you stick it? Can you stick it? Can you stick it? Pros don't fake, but Puffy finds the headshot just in time. I would kill to know how much time was left on that defuse because it was millimeters away as MSU Green take the pistol and get their second round on the board.
Yeah, it's great to see Puffy win that clutch for his team. That's one of those moments where if you're on the side of MSU, right, the entire comms are a little deflated, right? You haven't been winning, and if Puffy clutches that, you guys have some hope. And the rest of MSU watching that on their screens, they must feel rejuvenated a little bit. Like, yes, we can do this as long as we put our foots down right now. And they've got the weaponry, you know, stronger guns on their side, so they can definitely make it happen. And here's a play here from KSU. They push A main, and KingSu's lie in wait.
KingSu finds 2. Ricky James Bond found another one down middle. So it looks like full A control is going to be in the hands of MSU. Attach is forced off, and I think this is where Frog was really hoping to make that Astra pick shine because we've seen a lot more orbs. Oh, almost underneath the door. Attach not able to find one there, though. Frog going to get the spike down in the 5v2 retake. Animal's got a sheriff, a hope, and a prayer. Attached with a classic mid-stream. Can they make it happen? No. Puffy and KingSu going to shut it down. KingSu with 3 that round. And again, Jonah, I have to ask, you know, we talk about the weapons advantage that they had, that MSU had going into that round. Do you force up here and trade those Spectres in for some higher weaponry? Or do you try and go at this weapons disadvantage and hope to get the bonus round and kind of keep building this momentum while keeping the money of KSU in the tank?
Well, since we have a, you know, God's Eye observer feed right here, right, we can see that the light armor from KSU actually favors the side of MSU. The Spectre can do a great deal of damage, 2-shot headshot to these light armors, also 1-shot headshot into some body tags, and that's exactly what it is, right? Taking out Attach right there, that's because he has light armor. This Odin doesn't actually connect too much.
I'm here.
They do know Dev is here. They spot the gun trying to retrieve it, but it might be a little too far away right now. And MSU, you know, they've chosen not to force, right? They've like you said, they've decided that, you know, we're just going to keep the guns we have right now. And they're playing nice and patient, right? They're playing so that the enemy team actually walks into the close range so that the Spectres can actually have a more efficient battle. And it works out so well with that shock dart. I mean, it's definitely doing some damage. He's definitely chunking, holding down B main. Speezy, the slow pace from MSU is actually making me quite anxious.
You and me both, as I know this is going to be an extreme sight hit as the Recon Bolt has just come off recharge for Dev. So can they get this one? Not. It's going to be a massive fight here. Danimal and Dev able to hold strong, each find a frag while their teammates are on the rotation from B. Danimal finds another, and Keith, though, finally going to take down Danimal on this B site. Dev finds another, and there's one player left. It's going to be Keeb. Keeb, you're going to get sandwiched. It's tagged through the Radianite boxes and almost hits the spray transfer, but KSU TW locking it down and going to bring us to match point.
Yeah, and the reason you see KW get off defuse right there is to give it to his Sova, who's closer to the ultimate, perhaps. Giving the ultimate orb over rather, gets him 7 out of 8 on his ulti charge. He could very well, with a frag or an orb, have access to that Hunter's Fury. It could be what locks out MSU from the round, and MSU's buy is a little disjointed. They've got Frog on the Spectre. They probably have Ricky James on a Spectre or Bulldog as well. Maybe even
maybe a Marshall.
Maybe even a Scout or a Marshall going into this one as well. But it's just really tough, right, for the side of MSU. They've got a mountain to climb, and this is where it starts. But they're not ready, maybe, for Dagon's Operator here. Let's see if Keeb peeks into it, maybe being a little undisciplined. But a Danimal to be the first one activated. He takes a very disciplined peek, making sure that he gets the information, falls back.
Oh, and that's the signal. KSU's so close to falling, and they're gonna die. Puffy, though, gets the trade back onto Danimal, so 1-for-1 trade. The Astra Smoke is gonna block off Dagon right there from Market. No free shots here. This Keeb just doing both Sovas in their drones. They're gonna tag Puffy. Shock Dart might come out, do a little bit of extra damage, and just barely misses Puffy's feet. The damage they took was from that Odin spray earlier, and Dagon just unscopes at the wrong time. These Sovas are just making the enemy team work, both Dev as well as Sova of MSU. The recon darts, the drones, everything is up. It seems like at all times, Dev and Keeb making life extremely difficult for their enemy teams. But we do have the Cosmic Divide for MSU, and this is one of those times where it's like, hey, you got to use it or we're going to lose it if we lose the round. So might as well go out with a bang. I'd love to see the Cosmic Divide come out. Oh,
you should run.
Check your corners. They're all
also got that
right
lockdown. It's not
no one check attach?
Destroyed, though.
I mean, you hate to say this game was a stomp, but it did not look great there for the side of MSU again. And coming into this matchup, they were the ones that were 1-1 and KSU 0-2. But man, KSU looked convincing as we take a look at the stats right here. Dev, pop off, young fella, 20-8 on that Sova. And one of the things I do want to point out as being the Viper one trick, KW, 14 frags, 5 deaths, so pretty solid, but 8 assists. That's huge. You gotta love that.
Yeah, and look at his role on this team, right? He's not the person that's supposed to get the first blood or even take first contact, right? The rest of his team's got his back. They got 2 each, right? 2 apiece. And look what he does. He goes to the site and plants the spike for his team. I mean, Viper's Pit is such a great ultimate, right? It denies so much access, and he's able to stay alive later in the round, so he can really clutch it up. All his utility is very, very useful. Those we saw what the snake bites could do for him, right? Getting 2 frags in that crucial 2v4 clutch on A site, and that is why you pick the Viper. And on Split, I'm kind of expecting KW to go back to that Viper again. I would have also liked to see more from Frog on the Astra. Perhaps he might not be as comfortable on it, but if I had to say one thing about this match, I think it could be summed up in kind of a team diff, but also a Sova diff, right? You kind of just say, okay, yes, Dev was, top fragging, and yes, Keeb is on the bottom of the scoreboard, but it's also the amount of info each Sova was able to gather and the amount they were able to abuse the Odin. You saw Dev really lock down B site. It made it a place where MSU really couldn't go, right? And he only bought the Phantom. He didn't have the Odin or any of those heavy artillery guns on the defense. It didn't shut down enough. And also because of that, Dagon just out-operating Ricky James Bond too. When you have that inferior weaponry and that lack of cash going in, you just gotta bite the bullet some rounds, right, Speezy? Just bite the bullet and just save.
Yeah, certainly on some of those rounds, we should have seen the save call. I don't think we saw a single save in that match from either side.
Yeah, they just kind of like bought sheriffs and light armor every round, putting themselves at a really, really bad situation economically. But I'm really looking forward to Split, seeing some more Viper gameplay, seeing some more Speezy cosplays.
Anytime we see the Viper, we get excited. But folks, we're going to hop to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're heading to the map pick of MSU. We're going to Split. KSU will be on the defense first, so stick around. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with map number 2.
we're the team on stage. We're the team on stage actually sharp. This gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training upper one both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Welcome back for map number 2. We are here. It's myself, Speezy24, with Jonah, best student, GG, and Jonah. It was a tough one if you're an MSU fan, that last map, as we saw Kennesaw State just 13-3, put an absolute beating down on them. But now we move to map number 2. We're going to be on Split, and this is the map choice of Michigan State University. What are you expecting from them to rebound in this next map?
The team talk primarily right now is about taking control with their utility. They just weren't doing as much of that as the rest of KSU was. Even though they had the duels that they wanted, they weren't using things like the Astrostars to section off maps. They weren't using their jet smokes effectively, and they weren't really peeking in with their arena blinds, right? So if you have mirror compositions, then it's mostly about utility at that point. You can't just be like, the team talk can't just be, hey guys, like, let's just all aim better. Like, yes, you could do that, right? But it's not very tactical. It's not very strategic focused, right? It's just kind of a no-brainer at that point. So I'm expecting them to come out with some better utility usage, maybe peak more off of that, and there it is. Ricky James Bond choosing to go away from the Jet and going on to that Raze. We know Raze is that character that can do so much in terms of utility. I mean, the famous line is that no pieces of utility kill in Valorant, right? And Raze does some damage with the utility. You know, the showstoppers definitely can do some damage. The nades, the Roomba, even the satchels used to do like 75 damage. Gladly they're nerfed now though, but still it's going to be completely different compositions really from the two sides. TW switching from that Viper to KJ, Attached switching from that KJ to KO. So this is a map specific pick from the side of KSU. They've changed their Sova player onto that Omen. This is very interesting because one side has the Sage and the other side doesn't, right? So I'm really looking at Attached right now saying, hey, you're picking the KO, right? This is a different character, something that we haven't really seen too much in the CF1 scene. So if he's able to land those crucial knives, it gives that suppress off, and it's really, really solid to take B site. Very, very good on offense, but I believe they will be starting on the defense. So we won't get to see that for a little bit. It's still good for gathering info, though, as the knife suppression does give the number of people the exact character that the enemy has in that location. So Split's going to be a good one.
It certainly will, and that's the thing you want to highlight, right? Is this KO pick from Attached. The knife it's a key. It's almost like a recon bolt, and it tells you exactly who is on the other side if it tags someone. So really looking for Attached to rack up a lot of assists with that, and hopefully be the difference, or not hopefully, but look to be the difference maker for KSU. Ricky James Bond is going to have to make that Raze work as well on the side of MSU. Those are the two players to watch, but Jonah, walls are down, guns are up, and early knife there. Not able to find anything, and we can see that all of MSU is stacked up in mid.
Recalling my bot.
Yeah, MSU taking mid controls, playing really closely to their compositional strengths, right? They can do a lot of control there because they have that Sage, can wall off multiple sections of that part of the map, but it's looking like an A hit though, as the spike is towards there and the members of MSU are rotating through that sewer position. Frog and Puffy, it's going to be up to them to be really the tip of the spear here for this A hit. The smoke hasn't been put down yet from Frog. That should cover off the CT position. It looks like he's going to enter the astral form, drop that down. Here comes the execute. But look, the KO knife is there, and it suppresses 5 members. The rest of KSU knows that they're here.
And the fragment went out as well and did some significant damage. He's going to wall off screens, and this just became a lot harder of a retake for KSU. Mike is going to get planted, and Daigen's going to find one. K2 finds another, and this is where we want to see the Ricky James Bond really make that Raze sing, is keeping players off site with that utility. K2 spots Daigen up in heaven and gets destroyed by the Sheriff. Attached finds another, so we have ourselves a 2v2. And Frog is already low on health. One shot's going to find the kill. That's going to do it. Now we have a 1v1. Both players low on HP. Both players with Sheriffs in hand. Flashbang goes out. Ricky James Bond turns away. Can either player find the first shot? Yes, Ricky James Bond is the difference maker. And MSU already off to a better start than they were in map number 1.
Yeah, definitely a better start. I mean, going into Split, right, they had a set execution. They took mid control, they pushed those players back, and then they re-executed A together. Even though the KO knife spotted all 5 of them, this is the clutch. The 1v1 for Ricky James Bond. Really unfortunate for Attach right there. He thought the player was tucked in that cubby, but no. Getting a little out-positioned right there by the enemy Raze. And going this next one, I mean, bonus rounds, you know, whatever you want to call them, anti-eco rounds, right? It's usually a wash for the side that won the pistol round. So MSU here, I'm just looking for them to, you know, cross all their T's, dot the I's, make sure they click all the boxes right here. And if they can do that, like that, just like Puffy did, then they should be all set to win this one. They will have the Sage Shield to bring Puffy back up to higher health if they choose to do so.
Oh, and Daigen right around this corner with a shorty. Can they find this kill on the King? So it's going to take both pumps of the shorty to get this frag on the King Su if they continue to push middle, but Attach just playing ever so patiently in ropes. When are we going to see contact? Oh, almost equipped. They do have another 0 point, and what a bait and hit. The shot from Daigen does take down King after Attach did some significant damage. And Tate just barely gets the dodge. Ricky James Bond chasing it down. Gonna take down KW, but not after taking some significant damage. 36 HP, but they have some friends. 4v3. Puffy's gonna look towards ramps and just hold this anchor position. He will run into Dev, who's on the lurk from sewers. Do they know that Puffy's here? Puffy is the difference maker of this round. If Dev can find this kill, then that is the go button for KSU. Hits the paranoia. Dev gets the kill, and look at the swarm. We now have 2 players together in main. Hagen takes a couple shots, reloads that Spectre. Frog is just patiently waiting in the hell position. Billy's not able to do anything. Frog finds the kill onto Attach. That's going to be the flashbang down. Frog finds a second. Ribbit gets 2. And Ricky James Bond again with that Sheriff comes up with the final kill of the round. MSU 2-0. This is almost their total for map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2 out of 3 right there, and Ricky James Bond doing his namesake a little justice. He's 004 right now in the reverse order. Quite not at that 7 mark yet, but 3 more and he could definitely get there, and he's got a team behind him to trade him out this time. What a great satchel movement by him. He caught Tate W with his pants down a little bit. Almost got fragged right there, but still. This is looking like MSU has, you know, really mentally reset, done their homework a little better for their strategy. Look how much more patient they're taking it this time around, right, Speezy? They're just biding their time a little more. All these rounds are going past the minute mark before they execute, right? They're not really giving much away in the early game, and that's really helping them.
Yeah, and it looks like they're playing a more default-heavy kind of strategy, right? They're just kind of spread around the map. No one's really committed to anything. Oh, that's a bold toss by Ricky James Bond, but an even bolder one-tap.
2 million IQ!
I mean, just absolutely baited Daigen on that shot. Oh, man, he baited me on that shot, too. I was like, there's no way you're going to throw the spike across, but able to retrieve that, so no issues just yet. And, oh, did you see, who's the player up ahead? Did you see what Dev just did?
Yeah, he's just recycling the gun, pushing it away. Very well played by him, making sure the enemy team can't actually take that gun, and he's got Paranoia available, but it looks like an audible call from MSU Green. They're taking space in mid, right? Leaving KSU here. Doesn't get the frag though, but it is a fake. It's gonna be an A hit here from MSU. They have ropes control. They spot the player, does Dev, gets the shot, but gets traded out right away. And here comes Ricky James Bond on the site. KW is close. Here's the drop. Oh, what was that? The lucky spam for the smoke?
I think KW just wanted to take the barrier orb out and end up finding the head. So a 2v3 situation, MSU, if they're going to keep this win streak alive, they're going to have to come up huge because KW is trying to end it now. And 3 on the round for KW. Going to get yourself a defuse, and I think this should be the lockdown for KW moving into round number 4.
Yeah, and perhaps they'll use it to play retake B and stack A site, or vice versa, play retake A and stack B site. Whatever the case may be, though, I'm really hoping that MSU starts taking more control of these orbs in A and B main. They've got Puffy 6 out of 7, Ricky James Bond 7 out of 8 on those ultimates respectively. And because of that, they can just walk up, take the duel, take the range. Oh, here's the 200 IQ play.
Bang!
Brilliant.
What a shot. And granted,
I mean, that's what you just want to see.
Yeah, as big of a play as that is, I still can't get over the presence of mind from Dev to juggle the weapon away, because I think if KSU get that, or if MSU get that weapon, that's a totally different round, and that's dropped directly in middle. So that's a huge brain play from Dev, and keeps MSU keeps KSU alive in that round.
Yeah, and look at their setup. They've doubled up in mid with util, and Dev is playing that A site cross. He can get out of there with that teleport, and Danimal, he's holding a very cheeky angle. Doesn't get the shot though on Puffy. The crosshair not quite at that head level, and Puffy responds with a nice shot towards his dome. And look, Attach swinging out, nicely timed.
Certainly was, as the Killjoy lockdown is going to come out from the side of MSU. Deb, though, this lurk is massive. Gonna find one. Do they know the Astra's there around the corner? No, could have had the free frag. They were in that astral form. Frog shuts it down, and TayW 1v3. We saw them get 3 kills last round. Can they do it again? Looking at the minimap, we've got 2 players back site towards showers, or excuse me, towards the
CT position right there, and
thank you.
TayW.
There's another. What is the other word for that? I know there's another. What are we calling that?
Alley?
Game's been out for what?
I just call it CT, honestly.
That's why you're a better player than I, and that's why KingSu gets that frag. He knew where Alley was. I had no idea. One of those moments, you know?
A quick lesson on communication. You really want to keep minimum syllables, right? Like, less syllables, the better for callouts. So, just calling it Alley, shortening it down. CT is also good. For all of those of you guys who are trying to get better at Valorant, making sure that your callouts are not only concise, but also very, very easy to get out of your mouth very quickly so your teammates can understand that. I mean, communication is a huge part of any teamwork-based game, and Valorant is definitely a teamwork-based game at its core.
And that flashpoint is going to set up Danimal very well. It still hasn't taken any damage and not able to get a kill. What? Keep Puffy and Ricky James Bond find kills back to back to back to back as TayW again find themselves in a 1v4. This is a very tall task. Just the Sheriff. Can they make it sing? Yes, find one. Not able to find the second as Ricky James Bond's going to shut it down. But that was a clean first shot from TayW as MSU Green keep their commanding lead at 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, you're really seeing these two teams come out with some great strategies. MSU picked split. They definitely had an idea of what they were going to do going into this map. It shows because they've got that Sage, Astra, and that KJ Raze. It looks like they're, they've prepped this a little bit. They're taking the round slower, making better usage of Astra stars because, she's got 5. Owen really has the 2 smokes, right? So the longer the round goes, the more Frog can actually impact the map. It's kind of obvious from looking where they're set up at the start of the round. They're not really pushing right away, right? They're just making sure the space is clear, making sure no enemies from the side of KSU have pushed. And slowly but surely, they'll look for picks while they're grouping up. And this right here is some very, very disciplined Valorant. Definitely a complete 180 of what we've seen from the last map. KingSu is grouped by 2 of his other teammates here in the mid position. Here comes the star, making sure that that position is smoked off. And this should give them the space they need to take more control of mid.
Clearly they understand when to take that shot. Fragment's going to buy them a little bit of time and push the players right back into A main and right into Danimal's sightline. The Nebula is going to come out though and block off Heaven and Screen. So this just became very difficult for the side of KSU to get into the site. 2 players back in Screens now, another one in Heaven. Danimal looks to take a fight up in Heaven on the minimap, doesn't get anything, and that's 4,700 credits gone. Daigen looking to find another one as the spike gets planted, and this is a full retake here, folks. Nebula comes out, and so does the showstopper, but Frog with a massive shutdown onto Daigen.
1 enemy remaining.
What? Dev finds 2 and lurks, and the smoke is Puffy. Just barrel stuffing it for the win.
There was a way there for Dev to win that round. He got Keeb detained there by his allies. Killjoy ult flicked onto Sue, but he just wasn't able to account for Puffy right there. Look at this nice one shot. Then the spray transfer, not able to get the third, but nevertheless, very, very well played from MSU. KSU, they had it all to do that round, right? They're playing retake A, but it just hasn't been the same KSU we've seen. Everyone seems to be chiming in, but Danimal on that jet, 0-5 right now. Not really pulling his weight, right, as that duelist. Not really getting in there, getting into the mix. That being said, it has been so hard for him, though, because of how far back MSU are playing, right? We noted how far back they are, and it makes it so hard as a jet player to really find effectiveness, but Thatch, man. I mean, the Sheriffs this map have been, very, very on point from both teams.
Well, they certainly have, and I thought Danimal was going to find another there, but no go as B site is in complete control of MSU. They're going to get the spike planted. Puffy stops the spike plant to drop Dev. And and this is 4 ultimates, 4v3. MSU should secure a 6th round here unless something goes very, very wrong. Dagon's just lurking in this nebula smoke. I think you might want to call this one back and just try and retrieve some weapons, but it looks like they're going to go for this.
Yeah, they could definitely go for this. They know that KSU didn't necessarily heal. They spot one with the suppress as they had to shoot that knife out, but it's going to be a double flank from the side of KSU. This play is to go for exits. They want to make sure that the players exiting from the bomb site during the explosion are going to be routed out, and here's that double crossfire. Perhaps they might do a bait and switch too. They hear the players.
Oh, not only able to take down one in Frog, so they're not able to make that super expensive as KSU. They will, as MSU Green will retain 3 weapons and shields moving into this next round. But again, Danimal tries to bring out the Zoom Banger, the Boomstick. Still yet to find a kill in this map. And, you know, Jonah, you highlighted at the beginning during Agent Select, right? Ricky James Bond hopped off the jet and went onto this Raze. Dagon also gets onto the Raze. But Danimal, this may be a map where you see a different duelist. Maybe they bring out the Reyna or a Sky for a bit more information. So let's see if Danimal can get this opening frag with the operator and prove that this jet is worth it.
Oof. Yeah, I'm not quite sure because the sight lines on, Split are just so small towards the B site, and that's where he's been playing, right? I really want to see him towards A, maybe lock that area down, but can't really talk about that. The KJ lockdown is in for the offense here. It gets met with some utility. They doesn't clear out this back site though, so they don't know TW's here. He walks out, but timing doesn't go his way. And MSU once again have the site.
And that's that Call of Duty timing from TW, right? You're holding the spot, don't see anything, and of course, as soon as you move, you see something. Frog continues to find their form after map number 1 as they take out Dev and Dagon. Yeah. Oh, when do we call a save at this point, right? 4v1, you have to really, really be confident in your shots to go for this. I mean, this is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, and I really want to see a timeout here from the side of MSU. Probably this next round, you know, I mean, they had a gun round this round, so perhaps the timeout should have come out before, but hindsight is 2020, and of course these players don't have access to it. And unfortunately, they will fall 1-7 so far on Split. And Split has been such a defensively favored map, right? The timeout finally coming out. And because it's so defensively favored, right? If you're on the side of KSU, your expectations going into a map matter so much. If you're starting on the defensive side, after winning the previous map 13-3, you're definitely going in confidently. And when expectations are so different from your reality, as they are right now for KSU, it just really makes it difficult to maintain that semblance of confidence that they had before. Going forward, though, Speezy, Danimal does have access to that Blade Storm, so I'm expecting a jet play here, and perhaps he can get a little more assistance from his team in the form of attach with some flashbangs, maybe a smoke to cover off deep into the angle. Whatever the case is, MSU's default has been working, Speezy, and the only way to break that is through a concentrated push or playing a little further back and stacking the sites later in the round. They're not choosing either one, though, and it's hurting KSU.
Yeah, and I mean, I hate to say this, you know, I'm still stuck Silver 2, Silver 3, Gold 1 on a good day, right? So when you play this kind of situation, you're getting bodied by a team. One of those things that a lot of people will call for is, hey, let's just gamble stack a site. If it pays off, it pays off. We get the round on the board, and if not, we just play full retake on the opposite. So I want to see if these players are going to do that, but it doesn't look like it, like you said, just yet. Players are still defaulting out around the map. Danimal's going to pop that Blade Storm with full shields, and Ricky James Bond just making a little bit of noise here. Spots Frog, and Frog with another massive shutdown. 2-piece for Frog. I mean, where was this Frog in map number 1? We talked about, you know, the Astra missing, not doing enough to control with their abilities. Frog doesn't even care about abilities right now as KW gets taken down. KJ diff right there. Frog is just pure gun skill, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, you like to see that from your controller players, right? Having the confidence in your controller players, it you know, like it really bleeds off to the duelist players, because when your controller player is doing that, you know, you definitely want to. Ooh, Dev, he's a controller player who's came out to play today. You know, getting that headshot there.
Little tactical crouching, possibly trying to get those off the Windows button, but KingSu locks it down again, and MSU Green, they stay hot. This is, Jonah, what has changed? Honestly, is it the shots? Is it the strats? Do you think it's just they feel more comfortable on split? What is it about this MSU Green team that made them turn it around?
I mean, it's a combination of the things you listed, right? It's definitely the fact that they are more comfortable on split than Ascent, of course, right? But also, it's that after a map 1 loss, your team really doesn't have much more, you know, much worse to go from 13-3, right? So it's not like they have anything to lose. The worst has already happened, so you can play a little bit more free, and that's what I want to see from KSU, a flash into a triple swing out mid, because KingSu has been defaulting towards that mid position, so they've broken the middle of the offense, right? They made it so that Puffy and the side of MSU have to rotate both players from the 2 players from either side back to mid to regain control, because KingSu drops so early. And you know, this is one of the first few times you've seen the defense get an advantage.
Yeah, especially one that's gone untraded. This Dagon's gonna lob those paint shells
You will
down
not
towards Ramen Shop. Not able to get anything done. But Dagon takes down one. Attach finds another with a fragment. The showstopper comes out and is not able to get anything done. Dagon just barely gets out of dodge with that blast pack in. KSU Gold, they still retain the player advantage in this 5v3, but I know you heard it. KingSu's got the Empress. KingSu can make KSU Gold's life a living nightmare. All it's going to take is one frag and a cheeky little
left.
jiggle, but Dev continues. They have all of this util, and it slows down the push immensely. KSU, they can't, I mean, excuse me, MSU, they're going to have to drive deep this, and they're going to find one. Dev finds 2, and
Spike
yeah,
down
that's
A.
going to be all she wrote. Hopefully, what the heck was that from Ricky James Bond?
Here.
They lose the round, but those frags, Jonah, feels good.
Yeah. Definitely clean, crisp aim lock right there for James Bond. Doing a little bit more is 007 this go around, but nevertheless, I want to say KingSu dying in mid, right? Being down, you know, 4-5 when you're on offense, they tried to resurrect him, and they did successfully, right? But it was a little like a Saving Private Ryan situation where they lost more members than they actually gained back, right? They bought KingSu back, but at what sacrifice? At what cost?
It certainly was a heavy investment to get that player back, but here we go into round number 11. As again, nice cheeky little default comes out. It looks like MSU doesn't want to show too much presence down middle yet, just because they remember that flash drive that came out last time and found KingSu's head early. Ricky James Bond does have the showstopper. We're going to grab the spike too, say why not, and let's see if we can bait something out. If Ricky James Bond pulls the same, oh, the spike's down middle, one tap, again, I'm going to lose it. There's no way he tried to.
I really want him to, honestly. If he does, I'm just gonna stop commenting and go clip it.
Oh, someone better clip it. Someone also better clip that shot from Dev as they're able to take down Frog, and the 0 point comes out. Gonna find 2 players. Dagon finds the kill onto KingSu, and KSU starting to get a little bit of momentum back here. Steve with the loop wall, as I like to call it. And TW shuts it down. So MSU Green, 2 players are left, and Danimal is on the hunt. Do you remember those little Danimal yogurts?
Honestly, I was a fan. I was a bigger fan of the crackers. You know, the Danimal crackers and the yogurts. Yogurt never really did it for me. Just like, you know, Danimal just got done in by Puppy. Just never really did it for me.
I feel that, and also feel the shot from Dagon to close out the round as we're gonna move into the penultimate round of the half.
Last
KSU
round
Gold.
in the half.
I mean, they've tied the total from MSU last map. So they're saying, hey, look, we're not down bad just yet. But MSU Green, if you can take a 9-3 lead into the half, you win the pistol. It's like you said last time, it's almost all but over.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty our MSU right now, and Ricky James Bond going for the light armor here, despite Puffy being able to buy him. Perhaps some mismanagement of the economy. It shouldn't matter though in the long scheme of things, but Danimal. That's the first pick I've seen from the Jet this whole half, and you know, better late than never, right?
Yeah, but never late is better in the wise words of Weezy F8. Danimal though, will take the 1 kill. And the fragment shuts down the showstopper from Ricky James Bond.
Can't use
One
that.
player is going to get detained in that, and another Killjoy lockdown comes out. This time from the defenders. Puffy going to try and destroy. Gets it destroyed, but also gets the life taken away. Frog going to find the kill onto that Jet player of Danimal. So Frog, can they do it? Frog and Keeb, we've seen Keeb.
One enemy
Pull
remaining.
up the magic before, but Dev 3K on the round to 8-4 happened. This just went from probably not going to happen for KSU.
Switching
to,
sides.
okay, there's a possibility here. 8-4, not terrible. We can certainly lock down some sites, and if they start playing like they did in the last map, they might be okay.
I will say though that Keeb on the Sage is a bit better at taking, as we see the operator shot, quick flick there from Danimal. Definitely starting to heat back up. I mean, that's his second frag of the half, and it came at a very, very crucial round, as that was that penultimate round. And like I was saying before, Sage is actually the best character, I believe, on Split for taking back mid control on the defensive side. The Sage Wall, the barrier orb, and those Sage slows do so much to control the middle of the map. So I'm thinking MSU here, they can definitely control mid, right? Let's see though if they can staunch off the A pushes. That's where KSU are headed towards. The spike on the back of Danimal. He's actually wrapping back towards A through A sewer and gets met by
Spike
Keeb.
down mid.
Nando, the whole team just straight sprinted. They could have taken a site. That's a 4v1 on site. If you take that, but it doesn't look like they were a fan of it. Decided to rack through mail and
look at the slow orbs
for it. Yeah, and the delay. Whoa, the gravity well there from Frog was massive to help out, but Attack able to find the shot. Ricky James Bond makes KW pay.
Spike down
Gonna
mid.
find Attack.
Last player
MSU
standing.
Green, and they hold it off. 4v1 to be almost all she wrote. Kingsu gonna take Dev out. And Jonah, I'm probably just as confused as you are on that, right? KSU could have just pushed right through heaven, dropped on the site. You win the 4v1, you plant the spike, you take the credits, and you keep it moving. But what do you think the decision was to push through mail on that one?
I mean, that was definitely a strategy that they called out beforehand. They just didn't account for the fact that Keeb actually didn't buy armor. He bought full utility right there. So he walls off mid, right? And now he has 2 slow orbs to delay the push even further. And that right there is just the difference between utility players and gun players, as Keeb doing his best to make sure the enemy team is having a living nightmare in the strategy. And look at that, the gravity well at that position. It was used last round from MSU, and again this round. It's so difficult to get through this mid position, but KSU, they are on those classics. You're not really expecting too much from them, right? And Speezy, it's going to be a clean wipe. Ricky James Bond with a 4K that round. And of course, MSU winning this round does signify they get to 10, but nevertheless, it is more about that momentum swing. They winning the piss round, they've changed the course of how the last half ended, and that's really important going forward for them. This scoreline could have just been 6-8, right? So 10-4. I mean, I'm thinking right now, if I'm MSU, guys, we got this. We just need to chill out, right? Which is what they did on offense, and on defense, they can chill out even more now. You don't have to necessarily push aggressively.
Yeah, you certainly can. And look at Kingsu just kind of hiding in that hell position. I was going to say, if KSU decide to do that again, no one was spotted by Danimal, but finally turns around, gets the kill, gets the second on to Puffy. Already doubled their total kills.
Down A.
What? Puffy finds 2 with the nano swarm after they were dying, so must have activated that first on default. That was a huge kill from Puffy as they keep this one even. And Daigen, 2 players on KSU Gold have taken a little bit of damage in Daigen and Danimal, and Frog. Frog's got some stars to work with here.
Yeah, and he puts one down on that A main position, so it's definitely winnable for the side of MSU.
Oh,
One
and
enemy remaining.
thank you for flying Air James Bond. We're going to take 2 of those seats. KSU attached, though. Oh, if Attach wins that fight against Keep, he can easily swing on to Ricky James Bond, and that would have been a KSU round. But MSU, they have showed that, hey, map 1, yeah, it's a fluke. We were just downloading some information, got some data on the enemy team, and we're here to play now. Look at the turnaround. I mean, even Keep, sure, you look at the Sage, oh, he's 5 and 9, but 18 assists. Oh my
Yeah.
days. And Frog with 14. These players are doing exactly what their characters are meant to do.
Yeah, look, the amount of times that they've been gravity welled, slowed, the heals have come through, it's just every single round they're contributing in their own way, right? And when the duels are firing off as they are on the side of MSU, it becomes so easy as a support player to ride that momentum. And KSU, they just keep going fast.
I think, I mean, my game would have frozen. My computer is not
Strike
strong enough.
down
King
A.
Sue just
Last
does some
player
dirty
standing.
dancing to get out of dodge there. Puffy's got 3. Ricky's going to clean it up in MSU. I mean, KSU's, they like to play fast, but MSU says, all right, we
Match
can play
point.
furious. This is just a fiesta on the A side at all times.
This is a complete switch from what we saw the previous map. On Ascent, KSU was the team that actually played slow on offense. Now they're playing super fast, and they're losing. And MSU last map was the team that played super fast on offense, and now they're playing super slow on offense, and now they're winning. It just seems whichever team is more patient, more disciplined at this point, is actually winning these maps, and that might just be the difference, right? Because it seems like KSU, they're just doing another full send.
They might as well. I think this is one of those things where the mental might be gone. Puffy's got 2,
One
King
enemy
Sue's got
remaining.
2 of their own.
Spike
And this is
down
gonna be
A.
this could be a flawless to end the half. The nanoswarm's there. Excuse me, the nanobot was there. No, don't do the boom bot from Ricky James
Defenders
Bond.
win.
Booms the mental of KSU Gold, and MSU Green answer back with a 13-4 game on Split. I don't even know what to predict for map number 3 on Icebox, because MSU, man, completely turned it around. That was convincing.
I mean, Icebox, I really want to see KSU just go back to that Viper pick. This map, it just wasn't all there for KSU. On their offensive rounds, they pretty much just said, screw it, let's just run it down every single go around, right? And they didn't play patient. They didn't do the defaults like they were on Ascent. And this might be the downfall of KSU, but it also might be MSU starting to warm up a little bit, right? Perhaps in map 1, when you're coming in and you haven't had a proper warm-up, maybe you're just not hitting all the shots like you should be. Maybe you're just not as warmed up as you could be. And that's what it seems like for the side of MSU, right? They start now in map 2, and perhaps if their engines revved a little bit warmer now are their hands, fall's coming around. Perhaps they needed to, put their hands in sweatpants. They needed to, get the hand warmers out. They needed to, do something to warm up their hands, whatever the case may be. And now they've done that. They came to play.
Is that what you guys were doing over at Rutgers? Just, hands in the sweatpants pockets, trying to stay warm?
I actually sit on my hands. I sit on my hands.
All right. Hey, well,
You don't
you're
do
Radiant.
that?
I am not. No.
Okay,
Silver
like
two
what's the
things, my
warmest
hands
part
are
of your
cold,
body,
dude.
right? It's the warmest part of your body is underneath you, right? So it's between the seat. You just sit on your hands like that, and then you pull them out after the round starts, and you're good to go.
I got to teach you a little trick, because all Viper players were cold-blooded. But anywho's, he's looking at the scoreboard. One of the things that I do want to bring up is 5 first bloods from Puffy and 2 on Danimal. I mean, Danimal, you hate to point fingers, but that's a pick that you really have to convince someone to make, right? Jet is not known to be a fantastic split agent, and right there, Danimal showed us she can be a liability if not utilized correctly, and hopefully they can turn it around on the map number 3 on Icebox. But folks, we're gonna head to a quick commercial break. When we come back, map number 3, it's about to get chilly up in here. Stick around and don't go anywhere.
Defining words, we can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach.
Definite answer, right?
Welcome back, gamers, as we are headed into map number 3, the frozen tundra of Icebox for Kennesaw State and Michigan State University. And Jonah, we were kind of talking about it during the break. We need to see some changes in team comps, especially on a map like Icebox, right? We want to see the Sova come back out, and we definitely need to see the Viper on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Omen just isn't as strong on Icebox as Viper is, and it didn't seem like the side of KSU was as comfortable on those characters, those agents, as they were on Ascent with their respective characters that they normally play, I'd say.
Yeah, and again, you know, when it comes to a map number 3, if you're the side of Kennesaw State, you've yet to win this split, you want to go back to comfort. You want to go to things that you know how to work them. If you're on Viper, you know lineups. If you're on Killjoy, you know Molly lineups. Just play it safe, play it smart. And I think that's what both teams need to do here. And I do want to highlight that KSU will be on defense first. So could you give the upper hand to KSU in this side?
I'd say that KSU, the defense on Icebox has a lot to do with how your Jet plays on A site. And most teams do like to go for that A site aggro on offense. So I'm looking at Danimal right now and saying if he has a good game, it's gonna be a KSU win. If he doesn't have a good game, it's a KSU loss. I mean, it's just that simple when it comes down to it, because A site is such an important site on this map. And actually, Danimal, he's switching back to the Reyna, right? Perhaps he wasn't feeling on Jet. He did play the Reyna on Ascent, and it was Daigen on that Jet. So definitely, you know, a better look, perhaps. Maybe Daigen is a better operator. Danimal wasn't really showing off on that character as much as he could have on the previous one. So reverting back to their lineup, except the key difference is that Attach is actually not on that KJ. He's on the Sage. Sage is so good at locking down mid on defense, taking control of bomb sites on offense. So I think she's almost a must pick here. And Speezy, both teams mirror compositions.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, you talk about going back to defaults, playing it safe. I think these are probably this is probably the safest comp you can run on Icebox. The Viper walls are going to they're going to cause a lot of chaos, you know. There's a couple of walls that I've tried. You can replace the Sage wall on, what is that, B site with a Viper wall, and it's just as effective, especially now that you can no longer wall bang the Radiant boxes to get that default plant down, but also cutting off mid and, you know, faking going through tunnel or going through tube and going through cutouts. So there's a lot of things you can do with these Viper walls that can kind of give the enemy team some controlled chaos, and those are going to be my two players to watch. I mean, we saw Ricky James Bond go ballistic on the Rays last map, and we've seen TW come up huge for KSU a couple of times. So those are my players to watch. I know you're looking at this Jet battle, and Frog on Jet's an interesting one. I don't think we've seen that.
Hold the phone. Yeah, it's Frog on Jet here. Ricky James Bond on the Viper. I mean, Frog is feeling it, right? He was feeling it from last map, but so was Ricky James Bond. So perhaps this is a map-specific thing. If it does end up not working out, I will look and be like, hey, like, MSU, you guys, you know, did a change in roles, but that's a great double shock dart there from Dev towards that B main position. That's a neat trick. I mean, definitely a nerd, a Sova player that hits the lab, gets in those custom games, and checks out all those average Jonas videos on YouTube. So props to him for coming up with that. It makes it so that MSU's Reyna player has a much more difficult time going this round. It's very slow, very methodical from MSU, almost mirroring what they did on Split.
Yeah, and again, I think this is the pace that we would definitely expecting coming into this map, right? Map number 3, no one wants to play too aggressive at first and be that first blood, especially in the pistol round. So we're going to see a much slower, much more methodical game, as it looks like the Sage heal was just used on the side of MSU again. So we'll have a little bit of time, as these were the Viper walls in tech I was talking about. The lineups are there. The snake fight is on to default. You have to hit this shot. One right click is going to take him down, and that's the one KW wants. Picks up the ghost, looks to go to work. Spike is gets planted, and now is KW looking to play contact. Team just walks right past him. KW is going to find one. Taps the spike. They have to check this, and then Sage wall.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to stick this. Puffy has no chances. Dev finds 2 to clean it up, and I have to commend KSU Gold. They held their utility so long that just made the post-plant situation for MSU an absolute nightmare to deal with.
I mean, that was so well played. They did a full a B retake, right? They stacked 3 members towards the A-bomb site. TW calls that they're coming towards the B site. The Viper wall is there for the retake. The rest of the team floods in with util. They have a Sage wall to section off any members that actually want to go to deny the spike defuse, and a flawless round coming out from KSU. Definitely a feels good moment for them. Kennesaw State definitely came into Icebox with a little bit more confidence in the agents they're playing. Danimal looking a lot more comfortable on this Reyna, and it's going to be up to MSU Green. During these anti-eco rounds, they're just playing to stack together, try to overwhelm a member of KSU Gold, perhaps snatch away a gun of some kind, and really convert that into more frags. But they've gotten the orb, and now they're just chilling out a little bit. They're watching the flank.
Jonah, KSU
Spike
has
down
completely shut down one whole side of the map. 3 players on the flank. Puffy's going to take down one, immediately traded by KW. And the side of MSU Green, they are stuck between a Sage Wall and a TW. As TW gets a 3K on that round, and that was a very quick rotation from KSU Gold. They didn't wait for a spike plant. As soon as that first Lear came out from Danimal, and they heard, I think it was 2, maybe 3 players towards back belt, the whole A site just rotated, or excuse me, the B site just rotated extremely quickly.
Yeah, and they're allowed to do that because it is an anti-eco round, right? They know the members of MSU have classics. This is the round to look out for, though. Okay, MSU has bought up 5 Phantoms, choosing not to go for the Vandals on this map, playing it safe here, and they've got the Owl Drone. Will use it in B main, spots out 2 members, gets the tag onto 1, but he's simply being bait. Danimal stuck in his corner, though. Can get overwhelmed very easily, but just sticking to his guns. But his guns aren't enough as Puffy and King Su take out 2 members of KSU, but they've all rotated over. So it will be a full 5-on-3.
Little position. Gets the first one in King Su, but the spike plant should still go down pretty free. The Sage Wall is up, and that's going to buy MSU quite a bit of time unless you want to go around it. We hear a player hacking their way. That's going to be Attach trying to break this wall. Out of charge. They are able to get that done. And does Attach have their own wall? Because if they do, this could be the counter wall that we saw in round number 1.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be super strong if he has it. Doesn't look like he does, though, but they do have the aim. As Dev gets 1, Daigen gets a second key, responds, though he is very, very low. And here's Ricky James Bond, a brilliant play through mid.
I didn't even see Ricky on the mini-map, you slippery pickle. Must have snuck their way through the cutout and just creeps up behind KSU Gold to take him down.
Yeah, I mean, even if Attach has a wall of his own right there, it doesn't matter because Ricky James Bond with that flank does so much. I mean, wall is insignificant at that point, but crucially for KSU, getting 4 kills on a bonus round, a round where you're carrying over weapons from the previous round and your enemy has full guns, look at the economic state for both teams. It's clearly in the favor of KSU.
Yeah, it's looking like my bank account in dire straits. I mean, there was a Spectre with light shields in there. Someone had 50 credits left over. So if KSU can win this round, oh boy, MSU is going to be in a very difficult place because that loss bonus is not built up yet.
Yeah, and because this 4th round, the loss bonus isn't built up for either team, right? No win bonuses either. So this is a do or die round for each team's economy, and Danimal on that Reyna is just so much more comfortable this go around.
Take flight.
I mean, getting that frag on the enemy Reyna, we didn't see that from him on Split, right? Now on Icebox, doing a lot better, having a performance, and he spots 2. The res coming out.
Res comes out, Attach comes out as well, getting 3, holding
1 enemy remaining.
Daigen's gonna get 2 of their own. If there's anything Attach can do, I can do a little something similar. As KSU, they hold strong again. This time, not even allowing MSU to get the spike plant, so no extra credits. Do not pass go. Do not collect 400 for the spike. And like we talked about, MSU Green, they are in shambles economically right now.
Yeah, but they do have Atlantic Avenue here in the form of that Viper Pit. So if they're able to get onto a bomb site using that Viper's Pit, that ultimate ability from Ricky James Bond, it will allow them to take an almost unwinnable round and definitely make it winnable, right? It's definitely going to be possible for them as he, instead of going to site, he's actually lurking in mid here, and he's been scattered out by Daigen and Dev. But Keeb and the rest of the team going towards A here, challenging Danimal of all players.
You can tell how comfortable Danimal is because just pushing through a Viper wall, no regard, doesn't know what's on the other side of this. I mean, this is a totally different Danimal than what we saw on map number 2.
Yeah, the confidence is back, his preferred character, but King Su has worked his way onto B-side, but TW is privy to that. And TW sniffing him out like Sherlock Holmes. Does Dev have the same spidey senses? And he does.
Looking like a young Miles Morales right there, Dev. Just checks the corner, does the smart thing. Oh, and a Sneaky
Spike
snake bite
down,
from
B.
KW, somehow able to catch Puffy even though they had utilized.
Last
Snake
player
bite was
standing.
thrown. Dev's gonna make Frog rivet, and this is
Long.
all up to Keeb. Animal again though looks comfortable and able to secure KSU gold. Their 4th round of map number 3.
You know, Speezy, in the keyboard community, Keeb actually is a shorthand for just keyboard. So Keeb's name is actually just keyboard. You know, so I mean, if you invert that into a mouse, there's actually a lot more animals in this game than you'd think. That was a long stretch, and
That
I will
was
refrain
such a
from those from
reach.
now on. I apologize.
You reached like I forget who it was. Was it Dev who reached for that spike during map number 2 down middle and just got one tap by Ricky James Bond? That was pretty much the same reach we just made. As you can see, KW ripped the Viper's Pit out, immediately shutting down A site. Unless you're gonna push through their spawn and through middle, this is a difficult one. But MSU, they look like they're up to the challenge. Oh, KW just pushes
Spike
through.
down A.
Into gates. Animal gonna take down Keeb, or excuse me, mouse, keyboard, whatever you want to call him, depending on how Jonah's feeling today. Oh, and Danimal! Are you kidding me? Danimal's taking every fight they can over the Viper's Pit, through the Viper's Pit. Danimal is looking to... He must have heard us talking a little bit of smack on this cast and was not happy.
Yeah, he definitely couldn't have been happy with his own performance, too. I mean, as a player, right, you know the commentators will say what the commentators will say, but you gotta have that self-ownership of what it is you're doing, how you're playing, right? And Danimal definitely not a slouch, right? Definitely not a player without competitive drive, as he is in this Immortal Radiant Central group, too, so he definitely has a lot to show, and he's doing it now. Now that he's got back on his comfort pick of Reyna and Attach, man. I mean, they talk about battle sages, Speezy. They talk about, you know, like, jets that, like, lurk, right? But they don't talk about Attach, man. This guy on Sentinel, he's doing it all right now.
7-1-5. Attach can't miss. Back-to-back headshots. What skin is Attach using? Observers, can we go to Attach? I just want to see for, you know, for scientific purposes. I'm curious.
Oh, I gotta steal the loadout, right? He's got the Sovereign Knight,
Sovereign
okay.
Sword.
Here.
Yep.
Attach. Bring out the Reaver. That's what it is.
The
It's
Black
Halloween
Reaver,
time.
though.
The Black Reaver specifically. That's a dangerous one, and so is Danimal. Danimal must have that Black Reaver of their own. Dev's gonna take one out with the Hunter's Fury. Almost tags another 2 players, and KSU again two unanswered trades. Oh, Eigen and Attach holding down this site, or excuse me, Attach is in the middle. That's gonna be Danimal. Puts out the lead, takes the challenge.
Oh my.
That looks like some synchronized swimming. Daigen and Danimal just doing it together. Sheriffs aren't as hot as they were in last match for Puffy. Biggie, can't you see? Tay W's Viper hypnotizes me. Man, this is clean from KSU.
It's just so reminiscent of map 1 when all these players are on their respective roles again. It's not like MSU is doing anything differently from map 2 and 3, right? They won map 2 by playing a slow default offensive style. They're doing the slow defensive the slow offensive style again is MSU, but it's not paying the same dividends that it did. Maybe they need to invest in a more offensive strategy. Perhaps they could group up as 5. Oh, and it looks like they're doing that. They're going full 5, but they're already being answered by 2 duelists from the side of KSU. They do trade it out, though, so totally winnable for them here on the A site.
This is the frantic that I'd like to see. Not able to finalize a frag. Spikes being planted on default. That's ultimates available if either side wants to use it, and that's what I was looking for. The Viper's Pit. Kingsu gonna get popped. Ricky James Bond, and they line up for Daigen Alley, who gets a 4K. Jet Dip.
Yeah,
look
and
at
perhaps
feeling happy, giving the spray. Why not?
He's gonna pull out, you know, an Elder Wand after this. Perhaps the Operator will be in his hands the next round. Whichever the case is, they're steamrolling, Speezy. They're definitely feeling it.
I don't even know if feeling it's the word. They might need a word better. Like, look at that. 1 bullet, 2 kills, double headshots. I mean, just too clean. I think we've talked about every player from the side of KSU, right? We talked about Daigon going ballistic. We've highlighted Danimal starting to heat up. Attaches Battle Sage, Tay W. Have we talked too much about Dev other than the one time they used Hunter's Fury? Because I was very surprised that Dev is almost top frag.
Yeah, I mean, Dev is just like the utility guy, right? On Ascent, he did a lot to get those assists on Sova, getting the info for his team, and he's just being an all-around good support / role player for his team, filling holes, getting offensive information when need be, clutching out rounds with Tay W. I mean, definitely a great player to have on your team. Not necessarily the person that, you know, stands out the most, because if they're doing their job, they mostly go unnoticed.
But Attach not going to go unnoticed as they're able to res Danimal. That's down middle. So MSU does a good job, gets the spike plant down. And again, they can have some ultimates of their own. They have the 100 Fury. But we see them play off Sahib with a 1 burst finds 2. Frog and a 3K, and MSU answers back, says, hey, stop talking about KSU. We're still in this one.
Yeah, I mean, MSU, they ripped like 2 pages out of the playbook, right? They said, screw the slow, and then the next round, screw holding on site. Let's go offensive. This is his own arrow, by the way, that reveals these 2 players. What a great recon dart from him, and that's what you really want to see from the side of MSU, right? They did the slow play. It wasn't working. They didn't even take a timeout, but they simply adapted. And that's the name of the game. When the enemy team starts reading you, right? Starts understanding what it is that you're doing. That's the time to change up the pace. And wow.
You can change up the pace all you want. Tay W is just spraying through that toxic cloud, and I can't believe they hit that.
Yeah, the recon bolt from Dev actually spotted him. And that's what allowed TW to get that frag. That's why you see Dev go a little unnoticed, right?
What? Oh my gosh. I thought Frog definitely hit that shot onto TW. It looked good. 4 players now spotted by KSU. Oh, this is not going to look good. And Dev has the recon bolt again. Frog takes down Dev, and that's a huge find. That just opens up a decent portion of the map and gives MSU Green a 5v3 advantage. Looking to secure round number 3 here. Updraft comes up from Frog, and Viper's Wall comes up from Tay W. Animal on the other side of this wall looking to do some damage. No out of Leers. Interesting choice by Keeb there to use the Hunter's Fury, especially without the spike down just yet. It's usually a tool you want to use for retake, not one to initiate, but Danimal says, hey, I can initiate just as well. Gets 2, dismisses, and gets away. Danimal's still alive on site until Keeb shuts him down. KW.
Spike planted.
Just slightly decaying. Spots the head of Puffy and gets taken down through the wall. MSU takes their 3rd round, and it looks a little iffy at times, but they're able to get it done.
Yeah, it's so crucial that they're clutching out these rounds. It's coming down to these one-on-ones where every player's frag starts to count, right? Because it's not like they're trading perfectly. It's almost like if you hit your shot, you know, we're good for the round. If you don't, we're going to lose it. But crucially here, KSU has died more times than there are rounds. There's 10 rounds in this game, and he's died 12 times. Definitely a player that's getting in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, trying to create those openings for their team, but not able to do so just yet. And maybe they'll be able to do their best Danimal impression, but look how aggressive Danimal's already getting. This is a ton of information to start feeding through the team and combine. Ricky James Bond not able to connect, but Tay W answers right back in Frog. We have yet to see them play with the boomstick just yet. Can they make something work? Not going to spot anything on this peak just yet. Tay W on the other side of the site. So is Attach. Attach peaks with Util out, and Puffy makes them pay.
1 enemy remaining.
Spike's going to go down, and Danimal, this is up to you. 1v3, Reyna diff. KSU's able to get to that round, and starting to claw their way back into this one is MSU Green. If you can take a 7-5 7-5 going to the half if you're an MSU Green fan, not a terrible scoreline. That is certainly winnable.
Yeah, especially with how the map has started here, Speezy. All the players, though, from the last round, all the players that from KSU, they just had to live on site, right? Puffy getting a 2K is brilliant, but Danimal and Dev were flanking that previous round, so they could have just bided their time, and here comes a tactical pause. or
Did you just say
rather a
bited?
technical pause. Bided?
I'm not letting that
Bi-
one slide. Bited their time?
Is that a
Bit
word?
Their time? Bited?
Bided? I thought bided is a word. Let's.
Bi-
Yeah, bided. It
bought-
means to it means to remain or stay.
What?
Yeah,
Bided?
bided is a
What?
word.
Spell it
Yes,
out
it's
for me. And
Bide. And then there's a D at the end. Bided. It's
oh, look at that. I always thought it was buy in time. Like, you know, buy, B-U-I. You learn something new every day, Jonah. This is why you went to Rutgers. You're
Oh.
a smart lad. How many years were you in school? Too many?
too many years, but the thing was, all those years I was learning something, so that's what's important. Did change my major a few times from, you know, bioenvironmental engineering to psychology, back to electrical engineering, and then I had some a short stint with creative writing, and then graduated with a degree in management. So, you know, just
You.
taking a tour de France of different STEM and art majors, but the crucial thing is we're watching some Valorant. You know, no need to focus on the degrees of best student.
The only degrees I'm focusing on is how cold it is in Icebox, and it's about to get even colder with Frog with a Zoom banger, Puffy with a Zoom banger. There's no way you attack with double ops, right? Like, they have to sell this one back. As just to keep you folks up to date on what the issue is, it looks like we had a player disconnect, but we're getting them right back into lobby, so shouldn't be too much longer. But again, Jonah, do you really think we see double T-sided ops?
Nah, it's probably a little bit of troll, but honestly, if they want it, they could probably do it. Because I mean, this game is so new in the form of Valorant. I mean, it's a little bit over a year old, right? So you could really make anything work. And with the way MSU has been playing their offense, slow and steady, it very well could be a choice, right?
It looks like they kept it. And early Viper's Pit's going to lock down A site, and that's just jump peek, and Frog makes one op sing. Okay. Oh, and
Yep, they're committing to it.
Gets clipped by the wall bang on that second op. So already getting some value pushing players off sites. You can't go A with double ops. There's just no way, right? Like, trying to take A site with double ops.
You can.
Damn near. No, Jonah, you can't.
You can, but you shouldn't. And anyway, he's dropped the op, has Puffy, he's picked up a rifle. They had extra cash, and attached spots one, doesn't get the head, and there's Puffy with that Phantom that he's dropped the operator now. Now it's up to Danimal and Co to stop the offensive push. Danimal's good for one with that Empress out. He can't find more. Knows that KSU should be around that yellow box right there. Activates his own Empress, and here comes the retake. The wall coming down, making sure that he can't get tagged, but he gets tagged. And he's just a free kill for KSU.
Yeah, KSU finds two. Puffy able to find the kill on the TW, and a 7-5 half for MSU. A res for good measure, and maybe just it was one of the challenges that that Puffy had for the week. So very well done. And again, MSU green, not a bad half. Looking at this one, 7-5. You answered pretty well, and they were able to rattle off 4 straight at the end there. So they have the momentum running in. If they can win this pistol, they are right back in this game.
The daily and weekly challenges actually don't get counted during custom games. So
I know, but you gotta let me have some fun, Jonah. Come on.
I mean, you hit on the bided, you know, you hit on bide. So I mean, I gotta call you out for that one too.
I'll let it slide.
There is no mercy in this cast, so
there's no mercy on the scoreboard either. Both these teams looking pretty close. I mean, I can't. The only thing, taking a look at MSU green, right, is their fragging hasn't been the greatest. I think they maybe have one player going positive at the moment, but again, they are using teamwork. They're playing with a fantastic utility. They're making it work, and Daikin just arrest Ricky James Bond with that sheriff. KSU gets tagged up as well. That's a bold buy. The pistol right click from Keeb. Yeah, right. Don't nerf it. It's fine. Frog finds another headshot, and look at this lurk from Danimal. Danimal's in spot 2 here.
Yes!
One gets the second. That's a
Player standing.
huge flank from Danimal. As the spike's planted for Danimal. It's not planted for.
yeah, and he shut down the player with the wall.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he can't see. And they stick it. Danimal on the timing. Oh, cover is so close. A 4K from Danimal. That is a huge play. And the player we highlighted, like you said, Jonah, if KSU is going to get back in, if they're going to win this map and win the series, Danimal has to show up, and he went big.
Yeah, killing the Sage who had the wall out, meaning that he can deny the bomb plant. And look at this, full sprint towards Frog. There must be milliseconds on this, and Frog gets off because he knows Danimal is there. Getting off the spike, though, it doesn't matter what you do when their enemy Reyna is shooting like that. Danimal really showing up. I mean, he's pretty much quadrupled his kills from the last game, right? And Daigen chiming in with his own.
That's that scout we were talking, excuse me, the Marshal we were talking about during the break, you know, some people being me, attached, able to find one, Puppy with the right click, takes him down. Danimal cannot be stopped, of course, as soon as Daigen just has his teammates back. Danimal had maybe 10 HP when Daigen finds that shot.
Yeah, Ricky James Bond doing his best impersonation of Daniel Craig here, trying to be extremely slippery, get in unbeknownst, but the stealth work isn't quite there, perhaps, my man. You gotta go back and play some more Assassin's Creed. Couldn't sneak your way in there, perhaps take an alternate route, re-download the game, you know.
Wow.
Either way, it is going to be a bonus round here, Speezy, for KSU, and we know we love bonus rounds because even if you lose this round, it doesn't really matter, right? Your economy is still solid.
It certainly doesn't, and other things that I love are glass cannon operators, especially when it's in the hands of Frog. This is a bold choice, one that can have massive ramifications moving into the subsequent rounds. If they're not able to get this done, I mean, 4,700 credits, you might have to eco for 2 rounds. Granted, the loss bonus is semi-built up, but still, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, definitely not going to be pretty, but they can make it work. KSU has shown that from map 2 they've recovered spectacularly, and it's up to MSU to continue that form. Frog does have the operator here towards the B site, and it's that cross section of Viper smokes, Viper walls that we talked about, right? It makes it so annoying to play on this B site, and Ricky James Bond.
No charges left.
Gets the frag. What a find from Ricky James Bond. That's a huge one as it allows KSU to get this spike down. MSU on the retake. They do have almost all 5 players here. Devs looking to find, can they get one with the Spectre? Again, if KSU is able to win this this bonus round, this is huge ramifications for the next round. Dev, can you spray the smoke? No, as that was a firing squad on the opposite side of that wall. And it looks like MSU is going to hop on the spike already. There has to be a lineup coming in. There is not. Halfway, almost defused, attached. Not even worth it. Well, gets peeked, and Frog makes the glass cannon operator work as 9-6. MSU takes their first round of the second half.
Yeah, and Ricky James Bond, he has that Viper Molly, right? It did drop towards, or rather, TW does have that Viper Molly, right? And it drops towards the spike, the latter portion of that round. They could have played that time a little better. Nevertheless, though, it's 9-6 in the favor of KSU. I mean, looking at map 1, right, Speezy, we were like, yeah, this is pretty much the par for the course score line. And map 2, though, you definitely weren't expecting this, right? And Frog is still on that operator without any armor. He can definitely have huge impact here as him and his fellow duelist player are alone here on the A side before some quick rotates come in and a swing and a shot.
Frog is just super quick to react on that one. Made Daigen pay for just raw peeking. And, you know, as much as we like to highlight, this is going to be the res that comes through. So still 5-on-5. They know where at least one other player is because of that Sage res. And it looks like they're going to call off this A assault, possibly looking at the minimap. Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and use the space that's already been created on this B site. Or they're going to double back. No way. You don't want to double back. The rotations are there.
Not sure. I think they were getting scanned on the arrow on purpose so that Danimal could actually lurk up. He's spotted he spotted Ricky James Bond, and that was very well played there by KSU, using info against them. And look how far he's crept in. Danimal once again showing that he's the alpha mammal here on map 3,
30
taking down
seconds
2 single-handedly. And now the rotations are so hard to make, but Puffy cuts it off. But Danimal, good for 3, my man.
Danimal, Asu, can they get it? I wonder if they're going to hunt this one down. No, they're just going to fall back and play that position in Snowman as Frog is going to make their way up with Puffy into Tube and push through Kitchen. This is the one spot that KSU does not have anyone watching at the moment. And Frog, this is a difficult retake with this operator. Going to have to try and take a nice long-range engage, but with the amount of time left that they have, I don't think MSU is going to go for this one. I think they're just going to save the weapons and fall back.
Yeah, a wise decision by them. I mean, it's still 6-9 right for them. So it's better here for them to save the operator and the rifle than give away any unnecessary frags. KSU's economy is already looking pretty solid because they won this round, right? Even if you kill all 4, they could all rebuy comfortably. As you see, 2 players with 4K, 1 player with 3K there, so they would all be able to rebuy. And look, they're able to scrap a buy together now because they saved. Puffy could drop over a weapon for Keeb in the form of a Spectre or something, maybe give him a Sheriff. Whatever the case, though, they could definitely get a buy around this operator, right? And the operator is mainly what's going to be at the helm of this defense now.
Yeah, it has to be that anchor point as it is posted up on B long, looking to find an angle, and getting real aggressive down there, and Daigen's going to take down Kingsu to open up this round. A side is
it's just
completely
too
open.
predictable.
Should KSU want to commit? It really is predictable at this point. I mean, it seems like either side, whichever side you're not pushing, someone's getting aggressive on the opposite.
No charges left.
Yeah, both teams are kind of like jostling for space right here, and it's MSU that comes out worse for wear for the first frag, but it's still anyone's round. They have the operator. Playing retake with the operator is difficult, not impossible though. Definitely something that can be pulled off here by Frog, but they're playing lineups RKW and Co. Operator finding one, doesn't land the shot though, and he has to body block for his teammate. And he sticks the defuse the whole time because KW's molly misses ever so slightly. Perhaps that was because of the Sage wall that it forced the Molotov to actually be a little further away.
Here.
That clutch was so necessary if you're an MSU fan. It's back to back to back to back round switching. It means that both teams are taking turns winning the round, so the economy is just all over the place, and if one of the teams can stabilize here, it will mean that they have the momentum. So I'm really looking to KSU here. How will they respond?
Certainly wasn't. I guarantee if you show that clip of Puffy Sage Wall to Lothar, one of the EU casters, they will be super psyched about it, all about the body blocks and the Sage Wall blocks, and that was huge. And speaking of huge, Danimal with another first one. That's got to be at least 5, maybe 6. KSU plants the spike and gets off again immediately. Looks like they're trying to play play their lineups again. And Puffy's gonna turn the corner. Ooh, almost gets turned on by Danimal. They do have the res as well, and that's going to come up on the
There's a flank here from Dev, though.
Dev looking to do the same thing Danimal did earlier. Can they find 2? Pop the shot, hits one, finds a second. That's 2 huge kills from Dev. Gonna use the recon dart and Sage Wall again, causing the lineup to miss KW, but gets the shots with the Phantom and shuts it down. 11-7. KSU looking much stronger in the post plan on that one.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like their mollies are on point or the Sage Wall is doing a good job of blocking it. It doesn't matter though when you have a teammate that's flanking through the mid position. First, it was Danimal, now it's Dev. It seems like they're taking turns, right? Whoever's like last man in on the B-bomb site is the one that reflanks, and the reason you see Daigen here pick up that Spectre instead of actually buying a rifle is because he has access to those Blade Storms. So look for him to get aggressive on this A site, maybe farm some ecos out here with the Blade Storm. Here he comes onto that belt position. He should know that players are pushing up aggressively as they have been every round. The dart should confirm that they are there. Oh, it's slightly off, but okay.
Not able
Not
to
optimal, but
we'll take it with a classic, I guess. Unfortunate, can't get the on this blade. Animal gets the reset on the frog and gets an even frag. Opens up the site a bit more. KSU, again, they have position. They have the spike. And they're gonna plant? Oh,
They're
farming
giving him the orb
orbs.
and then getting him the plant so he gets more chances with the Blade Storm. I like it.
One enemy remaining.
That could come back to bite them, though. Let's see if Puffy able to get anything done. Probably not gonna save the weapon, get out of dodge, and there's Danimal again. Started the round, gonna close it out as well. 12-7. We have series point for
Match point.
KSU Gold. MSU, can they answer? Backs against the wall. We need 5 straight to take this one into overtime.
Yeah, and Ricky James Bond here, he's not necessarily getting completely Viper dipped, right, by Tate W. It's more that Tate W has more awareness of what to do with the Viper on defense. You saw him use that Viper ultimate towards A one round to completely deny A access, right? But Ricky James Bond has been holding on to this for a bit too long, and there, Caster Cursed, he finally uses it towards B, but Danimal, there's something you can do when you're Viper pitting, right? And your enemy rain is just shutting everyone down, and here comes that tag. Doesn't get the second confirmed, but does chunk down numbers.
It certainly does, and we are at even strength 4v4 for both sides. They know the Viper's pit is on B, does KSU, so they're going to rotate, throws the spike up in the air, and they're going to try and make this move quick. They have to destroy the Reyna wall, or excuse me, the Sage wall as that goes down. And the Cloudburst comes out. There's the opposing Toxic Viper's pit. Let's see. KSU pushes it, but gets punished by Dev. The Decay had a huge hand to play in that one, because that could have been an easy couple of frags right there for KSU as Puffy takes out Daigen. So 3v3, the Viper's pit still in play. Puffy looking to creep around, see if there's any kind of holes in this Viper's pit. Can't take the ultis home with you, so might as well. Daigen's gonna get res. Puffy's still continuing on that tear before being shut down. Ricky James Bond trying to go all
remaining.
Dev gets 1v1. Dev v Frog. If Frog sticks this, might be okay. Gonna check just in time. Dev with his 3K to shut it down. KSU Gold get their first win of the season, 13-7 over Michigan State. That's a quality win to put on the resume, Jonah.
Yeah, and I'm just glad they won because I predicted KSU to win. Honestly, I wasn't biased at all. I was totally rooting for KSU that whole time. What am I kidding? I'm glad KSU won. Good job, guys. You know, 2-1, keeping my analytical streak alive of predicting games. So self-pat to me, not to KSU at all, because MSU they did play well though. No, all jokes aside, they played very, very well. It just didn't seem like MSU came as prepared for Ascent and Icebox as they were for Split, right? You saw a great game from them on Split. They were doing a very good job of playing a patient offense and then switching it off to playing a very aggressive offense when the rounds weren't necessarily working out for them. But on Icebox, when you're losing those defensive rounds, right, where you're playing slowly and you're not really winning those, then it comes to the point where the change is kind of obvious, right? The pushes are kind of obvious. It becomes very readable what they're doing, especially with Icebox being such a large map, right, Speezy? And great series all around, and I, for one, am very excited for our next matchup.
Oh, I certainly am too. But before we get to that, I just want to highlight again, your mind coming to work. You said if KSU wants to win this series, Danimal has to pop off. And look at that scoreboard. A 356 ACS for Danimal, 95 econ reading, and for me, the biggest thing, 6 first bloods. I mean, that's the first time we saw Danimal do that all series long, and just completely unanswered by anyone on the side of Michigan State. So hopefully Michigan State hits back to the lab. These two teams, I believe, may meet up again somewhere down the line, probably like week 5 or 6 of the split. And maybe MSU looks to get some revenge. But like you said, coming up next, we're going to the West Coast, baby. West Coast might be the best coast, as we'll see University of Washington take on the University of Oklahoma. This should be a good game, so don't go anywhere. Stick around, because like we said, when we come back, it's time to find out if the West Coast is really the best coast. Stay tuned.
places that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing up our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach.
Nope. Gamers, welcome back, and a big welcome to our West Coast viewers as we kick off the West Group number 1, as we're going to see WGA Washington Valorant against Oklahoma Crimson. Now, Jonah, I know we talked about it a little bit. We have both of these teams at 1-1, so looking to try and gain a little bit of momentum moving into the coming weeks. But when you take a look at WGA's loss, right? They lost to SFU 2-1, so not super convincing. And when you look at Oklahoma's loss, they lost to a some might call powerhouse team, a team that you're kind of familiar with, Oregon State Black. Do you see maybe one team doing, one of those is, okay, it's Oregon State. We're not going to put too much into it. We know Oregon State's a top dog. Oklahoma, they're just trying to get into that middle ground, fighting for that middle pack. Or are you still saying, okay, but Washington's, they still got it? Because I remember them being pretty decent last year.
Yeah, Washington was definitely a favorite out of the West last year, especially as like one of the only schools from Washington State, to really show up. And for them, I'm thinking, yeah, you've made some roster changes, right? You brought in some new blood this year, and I'm wondering, is that enough to overcome, the loss of their former player Baj? And also, is that, going to be enough to do the same thing that they did last year, right? It's all about repeating past performances in collegiate, right? You got to do it with a new group, right? So that means that your leadership has to pretty much instill the same values into the next generation and pass it along so that next go around with new players that they'll have that same sort of competitive drive. And OSU's definitely done that, right? OSU's definitely done that with their new roster, and it's going to be up to Washington, UW, to see if they can do the same thing, because when they're going against Oklahoma here, Oklahoma had like a little bit of a bye week, right? When you play against guys that are like a lot better than you, you kind of just like wash it off, you throw it away, right? But now going against UW, they're both 1-1, and this may very well decide who comes out of the group, right, into playoffs. Because if you're not one of those top seeds, you're not making it out of groups, And if that's the case, then it's going to look rough for them. So this is going to be a battle for that, maybe perhaps third place playoffs position.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the standings here, we have SFU at 2-0, as well as OSU Black at 2-0. And then, like you said, it's WGA, the Washington Gamers Alliance, and Oklahoma right there. No disrespect to CU Boulder and Utah State, but they have a lot of work to do. You know, CU Boulder was a team, again, last semester. They had some ups, they had some downs, but they weren't necessarily the biggest threat coming out of the West. So I think it really is, like you said, between WGA and Oklahoma to claim that third spot. And this could, as it's early in the season, but this could be the difference maker as to whether you make playoffs or not. And they're going to have to put it all on the line here. We're going to need to see team comps on point. We are going to need to see aim on point, and we want to see some tech. Bring it out. If you got it, show it. Show us that you've been in the lab and taking a look at the map choices. Map number 1, we will be heading back to Ascent. That was picked by Oklahoma. Map number 2, going back to the frozen tundra known as my heart, I mean Icebox. And then number 3, we are going to head to Breeze with Washington on attack first. So Jonah, any surprises come into this map pool? Are you happy to see Breeze possibly squeeze its way in there, or what are your thoughts here? No Fracture, so I know you're upset about that one.
I mean, Fracture is just not there right now. Both games are just banning it. I don't understand why, though. There's just so much chaos to be had, so much enjoyment for viewers, so much confusion for commentators, and confusion also for the players too. As you know, there aren't solidified call-outs, solidified strategies on that map, so it'll be interesting to see if a team actually lets it go through and plays it. But that being said, Breeze as a map 3 instead of map 2 for Split from our previous series, that's the only difference, right? So expect the same thing from Ascent. A splits, B splits through mid. Icebox the same thing, right? Take A, take B, and then, you know, late lurk through mid like we saw. And Breeze is one of those maps where it's so easy just to full send. You know what I mean? Like, A and B on defense are so far apart. The rotation is so long. So we really look to just have full send compositions on Breeze with some late lurks mid perhaps, but more about taking, you know, control of that middle tube position more than mid itself, for the offense and defenses. That's a more crucial area that you can lock down. You have access to that Among Us tube, right? That little hatchet that goes down into mid, or you have access to that doorway that opens up. And whatever the case may be, these teams, when they come out with their compositions, I mean, I'm just looking to see some nice, good Valorant, some nice double kills, triple kills, preferably an ace or 2. That's what I'm looking forward to, Speezy.
Yeah, and you know, talking about those team comps, one thing that we haven't seen yet that's kind of been a surprise to me, she's almost been a permanent agent choice, and she's already locked in by Shiver. It's the Sky. You're right. Sky is able to give your team so much utility, whether it be the Trailblazer to gain a little bit of extra information, or the Guiding Light. I mean, even just hearing Blinded, you know, lets you know that there's at least 1 or 2 players on site. I think this, looking at the team comps, Oklahoma, to me right now, looks like they're set up for success.
Yeah, I mean, Sky is just such an annoying character. I mean, that's kind of why I played her, right? Just because it's easy to get away with cheeky plays. You can do a lot on that character by yourself. You gather info with those blinding lights. And she's one of the only characters that where you have like complete control over the flashbang, right? So you can get really creative with it. And I think that's why Sky is so popular in the pro meta right now. And meaning for Shiver, if he runs it on Ascent, it probably means he'll run it on Icebox and on Breeze too. So good things ahead for the side of Oklahoma. And it's gonna be up to WGA. Monkey Farts 88. That's quite a name, and he'll be on the Raze instead of the classic Reno that we've seen on Ascent. So perhaps this is a comp from WGA that's a little more pedal to the metal, right? As Raze is really able to explode, no pun intended, onto sites very quickly.
I'll give you that pun. That wasn't too bad. I actually didn't see that one coming. Usually I hate your puns. You and Kenny have awful puns, usually, but I'll let it slide. That was pretty good.
I feel like my puns are not too bad. I feel like Kenny's are a little bit cringe is the right word, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Beanies, I miss you, buddy. We got to put you in timeout next cast just for your terrible puns. So
yeah,
we'll see that somewhere down the line. Thankfully, Jonah, I haven't had to do that to you just yet, as we are looking to get into map number 1 of Ascent. Will we see the West Coast claim the best coast, as, again, WGA and Oklahoma looking to get a foothold in the standings? 2-1. This could tie you up with one of those two powerhouse teams, depending on their matchups tonight as well. And oh, baby, I'm excited. This is going to be a good one. This should be some back and forth valor, and I think both of these teams are pretty equally matched, and the walls are about to go down. The guns are about to come up. Let's get it on. Map number 1.
Yeah, and bold prediction going off of complete utter nonsense here is I think WGA is gonna take this. I mean, I've seen them more at the top, right, from last semester, so I do think that the school, the players, the pedigree of their teammates, what they expect from one another will end up shining through over Oklahoma's the Oklahoma State University team, and it is a man advantage for WGA here. And, all things going according to plan, Speezy.
Yeah, so far, I love how you wait until the first frag comes out and give your predictions as Zupu finds the kill on the Goop Chill. We won't talk about that. I'll let it slide. I didn't hear anything, but I'm gonna give this one to Oklahoma just solely based on the skins advantage. I mean, everybody in Oklahoma's got some pretty nice ones. I saw a Zed skin. I saw that new Katana blade. So now I'm going to give it to them at the moment. Mage Punk's not doing it for me, and Luke not able to connect those shots onto Sivir, but Punk is able to connect onto Matthias. Quack whiffs a couple, but finally able to find the frag, and Quack going to clean it up as WGA strike first blood.
Yeah, and Oklahoma Crimson, they've got another thing going for them, right? They got 3 players with the tag on their name, OU. And we did see KSU. They had more players with the KSU tag on. So perhaps the name tag is actually what gives them the power to win. You know, the synergy of the name.
Valid.
It shows real commitment, right, from your teammates if they change their gamer name to have the school acronym in it. And they're paying their riot points. They're doing their due diligence, and it's just gonna be eco though. So not expecting too much, as Goop Chill has to use that dash out from the Raze nade. I mean, that's really good use of the nade early on from Monkey Farts. It's a name I'm not gonna keep saying probably.
Yep, I was just gonna call him Monkey, but sure, worked for me.
You know, what about Farts 88?
I don't know if the higher ups will be too happy about that one. I'm just having a laugh. Call them what you want. Call them what you see. Call them what you like. I was trying to make a Montero, you know. Call me when you want. Call me when you.
Call me
not
when
gonna
you
get yeah, we can't get copyright struck either. So Shiver gonna easily get this orb. That's an interesting one because that could have been a free kill. Oh, over the top. They don't know there's a player in wine. They still don't know. Quack with a huge frag onto Goop Chill and Matthias. Luke seems to know that there's someone there, making a little bit of noise as Pumpkin makes massive noise. Bought a Phantom and makes it work.
30 seconds left.
Finds one. Duwu finds 2. Okay, Duwu finds himself a Spectre as well. Have to fight. They're still gonna have to fight to get this one down, as there's 2 players in heaven. One of them being Pumpkin with that Phantom. Oh, with Pumpkin Peak. Reload. Not able to find it. Spike plant down, and the kills come out quickly from WGA. They're going to retrieve those weapons, and they're going to get round number 2 off to a pretty decent start if you're a WGA fan.
You know, I'm really liking the color coordination from them, right? WGA, they're like a blue/purple school in Seattle, right? So they got Jet, Sova, Omen alive right now. Liking the color coordination, very on point, lads. Good job.
Well,
it
I got
was,
a question,
you know,
though,
just
Jonah.
yeah.
We talk about the power-ups and the coordination. We need someone to do some research, someone in chat, look up these players on Twitter and see who has an anime profile picture.
Oh, that's actually the definitive factor. If both, like, if the duelists have like anime profile pictures, I've been told it's a 1-for-1 translation to being cracked.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I have yet to change mine, obviously, because, you know, I'm not as cracked yet, but 100%, if you have an anime profile picture or your name is named after an anime character, i.e. Asuna from 100 Thieves. I think there's like 6 or 7 others that I can't think of at the top of my head. But yeah, if you have an anime profile picture, you haven't touched grass in a very long time, and you're very much probably cracked. As speaking of cracked, Oklahoma Crimson has cracked the site. They're going to get a spike plan down, and this is a 5v5. Almost jinxed it. A 5v5 post-plant situation. There we see these guys' usefulness with that heal coming out, and they are just going to stall if you're the Oklahoma Crimson. How does Pumpkin have Bladestorm already? Full util, Bladestorm comes out. They need to get something done with this one.
Give me those back. One enemy remaining.
Okay. I can't even commentate this. It's going way too fast. Monkey Fart's going to take down that recon bolt. And it's a 2v1. Both players have a semi-decent crossfire setup. They'll have to swing this as Monkey Farts makes Mel pay.
Did Monkey Farts think they were the last one alive and that was the final frag? But Duwoo
Able to get that one down, and the bonus round is no good for WGA.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of a mechanical flub right there, but I think he was just going for the defuse stick because he thought that Duwoo was playing the shock dart post plant. Either way, winning that round is very, very crucial for Oklahoma Crimson, right? If they lost it, it would have been a 1 bonus round. And I like this dash right here. It's a fake, right? It fakes out the sound, so they think he's in there, and then he comes out with the 2 knives. Great job by Pumpkin, but the thing is that even if they win that round, right, it's still so hard for them economically. They have less util on their squad, and also light armor for them as well. They do have the double initiator combo with the Sky Sova, so it allows them to have A main, and here comes the repeat with all the players, and they just run them over in just grouping together, and look how far they penetrated. Up the tree position is the Sky player from the Crimson already. Sivert, he's gonna get a free one because of this advanced positioning, and he has a flash for this corner. Gonna keep on going, and here's Zupu with the Marshall.
Zupu is just stuck with this gun. I think Goopchill, no, yeah, Goopchill spotted the barrel. Spotted the barrel, just gonna play patient. I heard the ping, oh, missed the shot, but so does Zupu. Allows them to get the reset here. We'll probably see a little bit, you might see a little bait switch. Gets blinded, finds the head, aim lock, word.exe. Oh my days, what a shot from Zupu, but Duwoo gonna shut it down. 2-2, Oklahoma Crimson answer right back. Those are two furious
Duwoo
rounds.
taking down Zupu means that Uwu is for Oklahoma OSU is winning versus.
I don't know
Never
where
mind.
you're going with that one.
That wasn't a good one. Back to the lab.
Kills Zupu for OU. Is that what you were trying to do?
Yeah, but I couldn't come up with one for WGA, so.
It happens. It happens. I was gonna make a monkey farce joke, but I got nothing.
Yeah,
OU's
monkey's too far.
Pumpkin just missed a shot onto the Silver drone, which not gonna say is a bit concerning, but a bit unexpected, I'll say. As it looks like Oklahoma is gearing up for a straight B push, and look at Pumpkin's position. This is gonna force Oklahoma to push onto the site. Luke's gonna take down Shiver, and Monkey Fart in market, looking to cause havoc. Already broken the door, almost. The door is now broken, and look at the pitch. Oh my days, just flying in. Zupu holding W. Quack right behind him as well, and all 7 players were within at least 10-meter radius right there, as WGA matched the tempo that Oklahoma was putting out and gets their 3rd round.
Yeah, you didn't even see a player from OU get onto the site, though, during the Killjoy lockdown. They weren't using the time of that effectively, and right now they're just juggling in the defuse between them, deciding who should get the ult, and they decided on Zupu. So he's got that from the shadows. Going to the next round, since he has his ultimate, I might be expecting him to go a little aggressive with it here. Perhaps popping at the beginning of the round, getting into the enemy team's spawn. Whatever the case may be. Pumpkin on that operator, man. He's had better showings than the previous round, but this go around, I mean, it is October, so he does have that special power up, and he's doing it dirty right now for Goopchill, who's sitting 1-5 right now. He does have those Bladestorms though, so it's going to be an operator versus Bladestorm battle on this A site.
Get out of my way!
Bet you we see the updraft. And a huge grab wall's gonna buy them a little bit of time. Mel with a nice one to save their teammates. That could have been a free kill on the Shivers without that grab well. And Zupu gonna use that dark cover for the one-way. Goop Chill just kind of hang back and allow his teammates to rotate. If you look at the minimap, WGA, they have sent both of their B players playing a bit more passively. They're gonna look to play retake, and if Killjoy moves too far, the alarm bot as well as the turret will become deactivated. So if they push now, it's a 4v1. Just make a play onto the Killjoy, and it's GG. But a good TP for some intel by Zupu. Signal to rotate back, but Pumpkin finds one on the opposite side of the map. Goop Chill finds another. Zupu shuts down Goop Chill, and Zupu might have just shut down this A push.
Yeah, that one-way smoke is so hard to deal with. They have to walk into Pumpkin, who has the operator here. Doesn't get the shot off because of the tag on the head. It actually forces his crosshair up. But there's Zupu here.
One enemy remaining.
They're to trade out.
Spike down mid.
Zupu with an ambitious fake teleport. Luckily, their teammate has their back. And Duo not going to try and challenge Zupu. Probably just going to hang on to the weapon here. You have full shields. You have a Phantom. That's 3,900 credits.
10 seconds left.
No need to push this.
Yeah,
and I think this is going to be the difference between the East and the West Coast. Is these teams, no offense to the former Rutgers alumni who was also on this cast, they tend to play a bit smarter, a bit less full sendy, I will say. Hey, who was in the finals last year? Last semester. I'm just gonna say it. Who was in the finals? It's a totally different play style when you look at East Coast.
Rutgers wasn't in the finals because I was casting the finals. So, I mean, that's the only reason they weren't there, right? It's because I was casting, not playing.
Those who can't play cast and those who can't cast coach. So I don't know about that one.
You know, you're silver and I'm immortal too right now, so you know.
I have I got a day job. I don't have time. You know, I
got a day job
stuff
too.
To do. Barely. As we move into round number 7, the Trailblazer goes out for a bit of information. Jonas still flabbergasted. And the Cosmic Divide's going to come out. OU are going to look to push this, and the Boombot's going to be the one that has to take contact, and they follow it into Zupu. Play. The Paranoia goes out, and that's going to find a couple players as well, but if you look at the map, Spike is still down on site. Zupu pushes it again, tries to break through the Cosmic Divide, but that doesn't work. Zupu going to find 3, and WGA, just like that, Bob's your uncle. Round number 5 is on the board.
Yeah, Oklahoma Crimson, they used that wall there to try to get the bomb plant down onto the corner of A, but they did such a great job, did WGA, to react. They used that Sova util to get information and pushed through the wall at like the same time, right? It must have been a 3-2-1 call coming out from their team. All of them go through the wall, all retreat the same time, and then go back out through it. It's looking like WGA very coordinated right now, and everyone seems to be landing their shots. So, I mean, that's a tilt dart right there, probably.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Pumpkin's holding this angle down. Pumpkin so far hasn't looked too bad on this operator. Let's see how aggro they're gonna get, because they could find a huge timing onto the Astra, and Pumpkin takes out Mel. That's a spike as well. So, Monkey, what was that? Great shot from Monkey. Teammates going to offer some cover with the cloud burst, but allow OU to pick up a free spike. Surprised Pumpkin didn't push that and just try to hold the angle, because again, the spike was down. They had all the information in the world.
Yeah, and it's going to be up to Shiver here to make a play towards the A site. Try to make sure he can walk out somehow, blind that turret or something, or break it early on. Because it doesn't seem like his teammates at B can really do anything right now. The Killjoy utility, it's paying so much dividend right now. It's so annoying, right? They can't really just walk into A site. They have to break it before going. But it looks like he won't break it. He'll start to activate some of that util now. And it looks like he spotted one. Broke one.
30
now
seconds
one
left.
coming out. Means the push will be delayed. The full rotate is coming in. It will be a 5v3 retake. And here's Pumpkin already.
And Pumpkin able to take that free shot on the Shiver. Do and Goop Chill able to find one, but Zupu has been such a rock for this WGA team, finding kills any chance they can. WGA commanding 6-2 lead, and I hate to say it, Jonah, but could we see another 10-2 half on this map?
I mean, hopefully, because I chose WGA to win this, so I mean, it would be good for me, bad for you, you know. But yeah, no one's really keeping score, right? We're not
except the
keeping score
entire
here at
league.
CF1.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
just for funsies.
okay.
We're just playing for some Valorant points. You know, nothing
Yeah,
crazy
just
on the line. There's not what a
only like
$7,000
$7,000 or
scholarship
so.
prize pool.
Yeah,
That's pretty decent money for someone in college. I was there once.
not too
We were there,
shabby.
like,
And
7
Pumpkin.
times, and Pumpkin's been there, taking a huge shot, but tailwinds into the wall. As Shiver gonna get that trade in. Shiver also, I think, may have recovered the operator. Not too sure if they were able to get that.
And here comes the Astra Stars. It will make sure that they can extend on the site. It doesn't look like he has it in his hands. Maybe not able to push out entirely through mid to grab that. And look at the B defense. It peaks a little bit too early, and that's the B side anchor in loot going down. It's going to make it very hard here for WGA to retake, but they do have weaker weaponry. Does the side of Oklahoma Crimson, so they're gonna make something happen, and Shiver is the one that does make that happen, but Black is responding. Duck, can't finish out Doo-woo, and now it is all up to Monkey Farts. He's got the gun, got full util, a low HP member on the other side, Speezy.
That's an unfortunate boombot, as you have to imagine they want that one to go back site. The headshot angles that OU are playing are fantastic, as Matthias able to get that final frag onto Monkey Farts. And OU, they heard you talking, Jonah. They said, he's not that right all the time. Let's try and answer back as they get their 3rd round.
Yeah, just right sometimes, but every time I'm wrong, it just means that I learn more about being right the next time. It's all good, though. Sometimes predictions don't go your way, but either way, so far, the ship is sailing in the right direction. Matthias, though, has that Killjoy lockdown because of a brilliant round he played previously, and this means that with that Killjoy lockdown, they can just full send it A or B. They can use this ultimate ability from Killjoy to take a site, but before that, they're going to take it slow. They're going to use Shiver's ability towards the A side, and Pumpkin, if he got that frag onto KJ, it would have been a totally different round.
Oh, I wonder if that's the actual teleport that Zupu wanted, or if they wanted to teleport into that little cubby back there. And one thing I have to say, if you're an Oklahoma fan, you have flashes. You cannot continue to ride peak Pumpkin like this. They will make you pay. Bladestorm comes out and Goop Chill shuts it down. That's a huge investment. But Goop Chill, looking like my stock portfolio, just completely annihilated.
I'm confused. Your stock portfolio is looking green or red?
No, it's annihilated. Like,
okay. Well, Quack is annihilating Matthias as well. He won't check the player close though, and Goopchill gets activated. He does know that another one is CT, and Goopchill pushing his own Cloudburst, taking down loot. A nice 3-piece from him. That's simply the skin differential we talked about before, right? He bought the katana. He spent the $87 to get that katana. It's easy, right? So he deserves to win that round.
That hurts. 87. Is that how much that katana is?
Well,
the whole pack,
bundle,
the whole
right?
bundle.
The katana itself costs 34 though, but
That's painful.
Who's really keeping track, right?
I mean, I know you are. I know you're Mr. Skins themselves.
We don't talk about the investment in skins. We simply
all
move
skins,
past
no
it.
skill.
But, whoa, all skill and some skins. Here comes Pumpkin though. He's been activated towards short. The dog does spot him out and gets concussed and taken down by Shiver. What a brilliant play from Sky. Look how annoying that character is, you know, with all of its utility. And Zupu has constantly been here to back up his teammate. Isn't able to do much though in terms of trading him. And it will be a 4v5 retake, but there is a player lurking in the middle. That is Mel on the Astra. Perhaps some insurance policy if things start to go wrong. Black, he's consistently found a frag every single round thus far.
Yeah, I want to highlight that shock dart from Voodoo did significant damage. Shiver holding down. They do have scissors as well. Just gets tagged by the
One
bulldog
enemy remaining.
of Monkey Farts and Matthias. Solo dolo, 63 HP. HP. The spike. Oh, are they pinging it? No, it doesn't look like it. As Zupu's gonna hold down the site for their teammates back and allow Monkey Parts to get the defuse 7-4. And again,
last round
if
in the
Oklahoma
half.
can get to a 7-5 half, not a terrible scoreline. That is pretty respectable on a map like Ascent.
Yeah, and what was so cool there was that the flank from Mel, it came at such a late moment in the round that no one was really expecting it, but Zupu was privy to it. He stayed in heaven and he checked his back just at the right timing, right when the enemy Astra could be flanking him, gets him, smokes off his teammate, and then covers him. That all happened off screen, right? And that's it's so great to see from a player like Zupu who is new to this roster. And wow, the turrets just... I mean, turrets beat Jet every time, right? Turrets, drones, dogs, they beat Jet every time.
Yeah, and again, going back to last round, that first blood that Oklahoma was able to get on the Pumpkin, right? That's because they didn't dry peek Pumpkin. They used the Trailblazer, they got him concussed, and then you can't go anywhere. So they just ran them down. So again, that's something that they continue to need to do if you're a fan of Oklahoma. And it looks like that's what they're continuing to do. Is the utility usage is great on the side of Oklahoma, but Pumpkin catches the lurk from Mel. The Hunter's Fury from Luke gonna take down Matthias. That's the spike carrier as well. So they know where the spike is. They know it's going down. And answer Hunter's Fury. Tags lost. Tags Luke gets the frag as well. So a 4v3 retake for Oklahoma. All coming in from the same side. Are they gonna check Goop Chill in this corner? How's your trigger discipline?
I don't think they are.
How's your trigger discipline? Gets one, gets two with the spray control. Not able to get three, but makes this a lot more winnable for their team. One player's out, one player's retained. Pumpkin gets dropped by Shiver. They have to know. They have to know. That could have been the free kill. Duo can absolutely clutch this one out. The noise, the footsteps, quack, duck, goose, gets the defuse. That what could have been a disastrous play works out in the end in an 8-4 half for WGA.
Switching sides.
They're feeling comfortable and they're feeling confident in that half.
Yeah, and Quack, who was on the spike, was very low with only 55 HP. The Vandal from Duo could have spammed that box, taking him out. It's all about what ifs that could have been a 7-5 half, but instead it is going to be 8-4, and 8-4 is just enough for WGA right now. On offense, on Ascent, 8-4 is going to look very pretty for them, especially if they win that pistol round 10-4, right? It's almost insurmountable mentally. Speezy, we were talking about how important the Sky was, how important of a character it was. I think Shiver's doing a great job just by the number of times we've mentioned his name, right? I really want to see the rest of his teammates, though, step up a little bit in the form of his KJ and Astra. I haven't really been saying their names that too much. Perhaps on this defensive side, though, they can do a better job, Matthias and Mel, to anchor their sights, to draw those rotates in.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, in that first half, the only real time we mentioned Mel was when she was on those late flanks through middle or looking to lurk. But I don't think we said Matthias' name at all. As what a shot in the body from Pumpkin allows Quack to get that frag. That was a
but look where the spike is, Speezy. It's so late.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see WGA full commit onto this A site, and then we see the player just double back and plan on B, because the B site is free right now. But it looks like they're going to commit to this, as they do have full site control and plenty of time left. They have 40 seconds. Mel here looking to get something done in tree, not able to do it as Quack carry with the right click. Oh, Quack! Quite quick, no flop. Yes, gets one. Puts down the sentry. Can they use this 1v4? 3 players in the hell position right now. Matthias, are you going to check it? Oh, and that's just a firing squad, right? There's nothing you can do there if you're Matthias. That's just GG. Go next.
The communication must be so fun in the WGA camp right there, right? Their Discord, their TeamSpeak, whatever they're using to communicate, they must all be like, okay, guys, let's all go at once now. Put the satchel down, everyone just jumps out. You know, jumping classics are very, very strong in this game, and I think when teams are playing like that, right, it reminds me so much of how Sentinels plays. They swing together, very, very disciplined. Every time you watch them play, there's always a player behind another one swinging, right? And that's the best in the world that we have right now, and the best in NA. And WGA doing a good job, as we saw from KSU and MSU. And Jesus, Zupu!
Last player standing.
What? Zupu
He just-
was on the. I think they shrouded step up to that little ledge, got the shot, and then the rest of the team was just like, yeah, I guess we can finish the round now. As cool as you like, WGA just secures that 10-4, and I don't know if it's the scoreline or those last two shots from Zupu that are going to make you kind of say, all right, maybe we take a timeout here and don't totally mental boom, or you're just going to be completely tilted after that one.
Yeah, there's so much to say about mentality in sports and esports, right, in competition. And one of the things I really, really liked is reading Tim Grover's book on how Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant really tackled these mental situations. And they said they just simply weren't going to lose and weren't going to get outworked. If you lose a round, you're going to come back the next round and hit even harder. Let's see if Oklahoma Crimson can actually do that. It looks like Group Chill chiming with one, but Mel gets taken out, and that's Monkey Parts with a rifle inside the market area. Comes out to a whole firing squad, though, from Oklahoma City. But the spike hasn't been planted yet. It's just sitting there in lane. And Group Chill and the rest of his team are simply swarming.
And look at Quack in this market position, able to find two and bring this one back up to even strength. They know where at least one player is. Duwu gonna take down Quack, and now it's all on to Duwu with this Marshall. Was about to teleport, but got spotted out by the recon dart. Oh, that's a significant amount of damage from that shock dart. Gonna TP back, tuck the tail between the legs, and this is not gonna be an easy retake. The turret could finish the job. We saw it last round.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't look like the turret has enough aimbot, though. Zupu gets out alive versus the robotics. But he's facing down two players in lane. He should know that they've doubled up. Cover going out. Think that they could potentially be doubled up, though. That Killjoy alarm box should give the play away.
10 seconds
The
left.
alarm bot is going to be the safe haven for OK.
How is he live?
I'm trying to figure that out as well. But nonetheless, Duwu gonna take down Zupu, and they got the job is done in the end, right? They got the kill, they got the round, but I don't know how you let them live that long. At what point do you the alarm bot goes off, just spam the smoke?
Yeah, I mean, they had Phantoms, right? And it was definitely spammable, but the result is still the same. It does end up falling in the end, and no operators out to play for the side of the offense. Pumpkin could have had his teammate purchase that for him, but they're choosing to be a little conservative here. Both teams have rifles bought up, but actually, Shiver has a Bucky. The post-nerf Bucky.
Ooh, that'll be interesting. Thoughts on the post-nerf Bucky real quick, Jonah, before we possibly see it in action?
It is the worst gun in the entire game.
Whoa, have you played with the Stinger post-nerf?
Yeah, the Stinger is better, I think. I think I could get two with the Stinger, but I don't think I could get one with the Bucky.
Oh, Mel gets one with the Spectre. Blast X, again, it's that skin dip that we talk about. Gets the Nebula, and Quack's gonna push the opposite side. The Smoke Criminal themselves gets another one. So we are evened again at 4. And if you talk about utility for Oklahoma, there's no more smokes for this defense. The only tools you really have to delay are the shock darts and the Killjoy util, the Nano Swarm, the turret. So not a whole lot. Meanwhile, on the side of WGA, they still have smokes to execute onto a site, and look at the position. Zupu has pushed all the way up into middle. Are they going to they can't. They have to collapse on a B site.
I think the play is to go for B, but they're playing to kill the A rotator because they knew players did go over there. They should know one is anchoring site. That's going to be Duwu. It's going to be Duwu versus Zupu, a matchup we have seen so often, and doesn't even get to Zupu because Quack takes him down.
And look at Raze. Look at the Raze from WGA. That's going to be Monkey Park. Just kind of holding it down in middle and looking
Placing
for this
swarm
late
grenade.
rotation. The timing on this could be massive if they can get one player. Oh, here it is. Wait for it. Count it down with me. Both players are back here. Monkey farts. Wait for
One
it.
enemy remaining.
Getting one. Getting the second. Oh, Quack. Why you gotta do that to me, Quack? I thought Monkey Farts was gonna have it. But nonetheless, gets the kills. Gets WGA that much closer to match point, and that late lurk was all the difference.
Yeah, Quack quietly at the top of the charts right now at 22-9. The closest person behind him, his own teammate Zupu. The third, Pumpkin, and the rest of Oklahoma Crimson. I mean, they're still fragging, right? It's just that the rounds are going into the favor of WGA. These crucial, end of round clutches are going into their favor, and it looks like they're going to be playing a retake. Is Oklahoma Crimson. No one's on the site right now. As I say that, Jet actually walks onto the site, but it is going to be somewhat of a half buy here with the Sheriff available for Goop Chili. Heard the word get tapped, and he
Spike down.
taps White
A.
Pumpkin.
Gets the kill. Blade
No
Storm
more
and Quack
silver.
on the other side answers right back. This could be the rotation if Quack is able to pull it. Nobody from Oklahoma moving those. Matthias takes down Quack, and that's going to shut down. What? They look to slow things down. It looks like they were going to rotate all the way back to the B site after their teammate died, which definitely would have been an interesting choice. But Oklahoma staying true, staying strong, and it looks like they're executing on their game plan right now.
Yeah, they should have an Omen Smoke regenerate soon, but an Astra Star in A main staunches the push, and with only 35 seconds left, they won't have time if they make this rotation over to B to rotate back towards A, unless Zupu has that from
30
the shadows
seconds left.
Omen ult. And look
They might make
Look
it.
what Matthias has done. He's abandoned the B site, playing barely in range of his turret. Could be out of range very shortly. The Omen Smoke does cover CT, but it doesn't cover the turret, so they should know that KJ is nearby.
10
They
seconds
do
left.
clear the site, though, and they now have an inkling of what's going on. It's going to be a 3 versus 5 full rotate.
Oh, where's
Zupu
this from
choosing-
the shadows going?
Oh, he's canceled it, so he's just chilling.
All right. And it looks like there was a weapon retrieved as Goop Chill opts to use the Blade Storm. So everybody on Oklahoma has full weaponry. Okay, they know one's back boat. That's going to be Monkey. That is information gained. The Sky Flash able to find another one. They know there's at least 2 players backside. Zupu takes down one. Loot takes another, and Matthias finds a trade.
Last player
B2,
standing.
the crossfire is
One
not
enemy
there, but
remaining.
Matthias is. That's one. Spots the gun barrel. Loot's just gonna jiggle peek playtime, and yeah, at that point, Matthias, not much you can do. Loot is there. Loot boxes are out, and
Match point.
for WGA.
All right, big question, Speezy. Did you play Overwatch?
Okay, the answer to that's a bit complicated because when you say did I play Overwatch, I mean who didn't play Overwatch? Did I play Overwatch well? Only during the GOAT
okay.
setup, but continue.
Yeah. Let's rephrase. Did you buy loot boxes?
Oh, of course. What? You know how
Oh
many
my!
times
You
I got
are
got by the-
insane. Who buys loot boxes? They're free.
20-something with too much disposable income.
They're free, Speezy. You just play the game and you get stuff.
I'm not gonna lie to you. There was a couple of skins. I think it was the Pharah. One of the Pharah skins had to have it, but it's the same thing as CS:GO. You know, you get CS:GO skins for
Spike
free. I'm still
planted.
buying those like it's nothing, and we have a 4v4 post plant situation. Oklahoma.
I
hoping
think
to creep
Sivert
this
might have
one.
DC'd.
Initiated.
He's just staring at the wall.
Maybe playing anti-flash. No, Shiver's still there.
Oh, never mind. He's back. Okay.
I mean, maybe they were trying to play anti-flash, but no one on WGA has a flash, so that's an interesting strategy there, as it looks like Oklahoma's going to be able to get
Last
this
player
one
standing.
secured in that odd round. WGA, all players will fall. Spike will go off, or excuse me, Spike will get defused, so it's still match point, and the economy for WGA, not terrible just yet. The only player that you really have to take a look out for is Monkey88. So curious to see what that buys. Probably going to be maybe a Sheriff and some Light Shield or a Spectre, but nonetheless, yeah, loot boxes in Overwatch, they got me good, man. Not going to lie.
Yeah, it would have put a dent in your wallet, but honestly, what will fill up your wallet again is playing some competitive Valorant, just like these guys are right now. As the blind comes in from Shiver onto Monkey Farts, he's got the Guardian available, a precarious weapon choice, not one you see every day as Loot here grabs that orb, getting access to that
multi.
Hunter's Fury. Now, I really want to see Shiver move here towards mid and use that Nature's Calling towards the mid so that he can actually get information about what WGA setup is. They don't really have too much information, do the Oklahoma Crimson. And so because of that, they desperately need to make a play because the information is there and Quack takes him out and they tag Duo, so they could potentially finish him. He's brought down to only 50 HP and Quack has his number. Quack is in.
Yeah, Quack is going to shut it down. Yeah, I was going to say Quack. I don't know that we need to use the lockdown just yet. Maybe wait for the plant to come out first. As Goop Chill is looking to take some contact here. He's going to find the player on stairs. That's loot. That's a massive frag because that's the Hunter's Fury. Lockdown's finally going to come out, and that has to be the go button for WGA. They can't wait this one out. Spike's been planted. Mel finds a huge frag. That's 2 down. And he puts the sight. Oh, Pumpkin takes out Mel. Nobody gets the chain. A blind comes out from Pumpkin in the jet battle. 1v1. Mano y mano. Pumpkin v Goop Chill. Oh, Goop Chill gets it halfway. Hops off. 6 bullets left. Oh, Pumpkin with the last bullet in the phantom. Makes Goop Chill an absolute ghost. Oh, and the Jet voice line for a bit of VM to end it off there. Map number 1. The Washington Gamers Alliance, they looked convincing on that one.
Yes, BZ, they looked very, very convincing. I mean, 13-6, not quite 13-3 what we saw between KSU and MSU, but still 13-6. Quack at the top of your scoreboard right there. Pumpkin following him. I mean, I really like the names we've been commentating today, right? Zupu, Duo, you got Pumpkin, Monkey, you got Mateus, Mel, Loot. I mean, these are all nice names. They really roll off the tongue, right? So, nothing too bad about this game, I could say. I mean, yeah, we didn't see much effectiveness from the Astra. The flanks weren't there on offense. The defense was there though. We did see Mel do quite a bit with the Spectre mid, use the smoke quite effectively to cover themselves. But you would have liked to see more from them, right? Especially since Zupu on that controller role. You really got to think about it in this term, right? The 1-for-1 duelist versus duelist, sentinel versus sentinel, right? Do you win your matchup basically for your team? And I really think that Zupu did a lot more on Omen than Mel was able to contribute on Astra. I mean, we saw the Marshall play, we saw the From the Shadows, we saw the blind paranoias, and overall, Zupu, very solid game from him and the rest of WGA.
Yeah, and a couple of things that I want to highlight. 6 first bloods from Pumpkin, doing their job. That's massive. But Mel played a very similar game to Frog from, I believe that was KSU in the first map, or in the first matchup of the day. They both kind of had a very lackluster game on Ascent. They were both on that Astra pick. We talked about it a number of times where they weren't controlling the map. The Nebulas weren't coming out. Grabwells weren't really getting anything. And slowly but surely, they started to turn it around. But we'll have to see if Oklahoma is able to turn it around in map number 2 as we are going to head to, what is it? Icebox. Nona.
Yes.
It's about to get real cold again up in here.
The frozen box that is Spencer's heart. It's been locked away inside the freezer. I mean, you got a freezer with Spencer. His heart's frozen. Someone please melt it because we really got to get him out of the snow and into some nice breeze weather. Perhaps what we could see is Oklahoma Crimson. They could perhaps take out WJ in that map, and then going map 3, they could have a nice, sunny time in the beach. I, for one, am a big fan of nice weather, so quickly, let's get over Icebox and go to Breeze.
Yeah, and I would love to see some Breeze gameplay. Best map in the game at the moment. But stick around. You're going to have to join us for map number 2 to see if we get to Icebox, which is map number 3. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Maybe if you go somewhere, grab some popcorn, maybe a little Red Bull. It's going to be a long night here, so stick around, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, as we move on to map number 2 of this Western Conference matchup between the Washington Gamers Alliance of University of Washington and Oklahoma University. Jonah, we know what map 2 is. It's the frozen icy tundra of Icebox. Are we expecting another Viper? I mean, we saw it in the East Coast matchup. We saw Vipers go to work. She was the shining star. I've said it to you just in passing a couple of times. You know, Viper Sky on Icebox, dangerous combination. Do we see the Astra come back out? What are your thoughts here?
I'm definitely not expecting the Astra. I think that collegiate teams are having a hard time running it because you spend so much time in the Astra form, it really throws off your timing, really throws off your gunplay in general. So you have to play more team-oriented, or you could dig it one step further and play it like the way Zoms does and play it super selfishly. I'm not expecting it on Icebox, though, because it honestly is not a great map for Astra. So I'm expecting the Viper and the Sky, perhaps, from Shiver. He had a great game on Ascent. So why not run it back, do it again? The solo duelist comp was working. I just think that if they had the Viper instead or an Omen, it could have been a different story for the side of Oklahoma Crimson. And going into this next map, I'm expecting them fully to run that Viper Jet, perhaps the Sky.
And we will see Oklahoma on defense first for this next map. So we will have to see if they can answer quickly. I mean, Icebox, we saw it last matchup again in the East Coast. Defense is having a pretty solid run at this. I swear, Jonah, if Shiver locks in a Yoru, I will lose my mind. There's no way.
Oh, looks like he's chosen Reyna here. Definitely a more classic pick, right? And both teams running very similar compositions. It looks like WGA, though, electing to not run the Sage if Monkey Farts does lock in this Reyna. I do think that Sage is one of the strongest characters on this map, though, next to Viper. So perhaps a little bit of a comp misjudgment from the side of WGA. I would have liked to see them run that character, but so much diversity, right, in the terms of people being able to play different agents. Quack was on that Killjoy. Now he's on Viper. And Zupu, who was on that Omen, is now on KJ. Definitely players capable of adapting and playing many different roles are these college students. I mean, they're putting in the work not only in midterms and finals in their classes, but they're also putting in the work in ranked and in scrims in Valorant.
And having been in a position similar, it's a tough thing to find that balance. But hopefully a lot of these schools that we've seen now, a lot of the schools within CF1 are starting to create these LAN centers and practice centers on campus. I know your alma mater has a gorgeous practice center in their new student center, if I'm not mistaken. Have you been over there to check it out just yet?
Yeah, shout out to Rutgers Esports. Myself is Scott Zachman and Alice Balashova. Scott, who runs league operations here at CF1, designed the LAN center at Rutgers, and it's got 67 PCs. It's a great place to be, just nice to hang out in, play some games. You got 20 A's in the PCs, the lounge area, the Super Smash Brothers area with the Wii's and the PS4s and the Xbox controllers, and it's definitely a great place for esports in general on college university campuses to have a LAN center.
Yeah, and the reason I bring that up, right, is as much as it's convenient and a lot of these players, you love the game, you want to play as much as you can. If you have a practice center like that, it can make all the difference, because when you get to your room, all right, I've done my practice for the day. I can kind of relax, sit down, maybe watch a VOD or two, but you're not just consistently burning yourself out playing, 12, 16-hour days, finish class. Maybe you don't get to sleep, you don't get enough sleep, and it's a thing that I definitely can see becoming a very good trend in collegiate esports, and hopefully we'll see that with a lot of these CF1 teams leading the way for that.
Yeah, exactly, Speezy. I think another core aspect is the community, right? The community that develops because of these LAN centers. It's like it becomes a home almost to these gamers who are, for the majority of them, they're engineers, computer science majors. They're towards those STEM majors, and what ends up happening is that this becomes the place where a lot of them go after classes and hang out. Towards dinner, they gather there before they go out to eat. I know the esports executive board, where Rutgers and a lot of schools, they are student-led organizations for esports, and that's where they gather. That's the place they call home, and honestly speaking, I think that the biggest component of the LAN Center is that community building. It really does add so much to a vibrant, vibrant university life. Instead of being stuck inside your dorm playing games, you're now in this brightly lit area where you're sitting next to 10, 15, 20 other people at one time, any given time of the day, all playing games that you love, and it just brings a nice atmosphere to what gaming truly is, and that's a shared experience between everyone.
Yeah, and I think that's the magic of CF1 as well, being able to bring these games to younger players, to family members. This is something that, having been a traditional collegiate athlete, having family members at the game was always a special time, and knowing that we can broadcast games to people all over the world and family members all across the country, it is a very special feeling. Hopefully we have some family members watching for these players today. We'll give you a special shout out. Thanks to all the esports parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, grandparents. We appreciate you. We see you in chat. We've seen a couple of you in there, and we love to see it. So keep it coming. Tell a friend to tell a friend. CF1 is just beginning, and we can't wait to keep this season rolling. We do also have something brand new this year for CF1, Jonah, and that is a second competition, right? This is the Radiant/Immortal division. We do have a second division. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's Diamond and below for some of the players that are still trying to hone those skills up and aren't necessarily at the same level as those upper echelon of players.
Yeah, it's really good to be inclusive of players who sometimes, you have the skill, but you don't have enough time to play ranked, or you simply really like competing, but you're not at that upper level. So having a lower division still with some nice prizes, right? Still with some good prestige, and that just speaks to the inclusivity of esports, making sure that everyone kind of gets their equal shot. And WGA and Oklahoma Crimson, they both have equal shots. It's 0-0 right now is the score. Even if WGA is up in map score, it's still 0-0.
Here.
It certainly is, and as we move ourselves into this pistol, Pumpkin fully invested into the Sheriff. The Sova drone's gonna spot out Shiver, so they know at least one player's here. Goop Chill makes that Sheriff sing. Gets a tag onto Monkey. Loot was able to grab that ultimate orb as well, so they're gonna maybe slow it down, back out. No lurks coming in just yet from either side, but I'd be very curious to see if this B player from Oklahoma Crimson is gonna push around and collapse the map. But speaking of collapsing, Pumpkin finds the head of Goop Chill. And a push from Loot, or excuse me, from Shiver is going to take down Loot, so bring this one back, and doo-doo-doo, gonna find Pumpkin. Shiver finds Monkey Parts, brain a tip right there. Gonna get the overheal. What was that? A right click from Quack. Doo-doo turns onto Quack, and it's a 1v2. Spike is not planted for Zuzu. This might be a stick. Can they find the kill quickly? No. Mel answers very quickly and gets that one done. Oklahoma Crimson get first blood.
Yeah, it's so difficult when you're playing without a Sage, right, on Icebox, because if you had a Sage there, you could imagine a wall separating off backside. You could imagine a wall on the left covering their entrance. You could imagine a wall there in Heaven, too. And without that, the retake is so quick, right, from Oklahoma Crimson. They're just able to walk in, just gallivanting around, just doing whatever they want, and just walk through, kill the members of WGA who weren't really ready for that response. But going to this next round, a key difference from the previous eco rounds is that WGA has invested into marshals and sheriffs. Everyone has a weapon of some kind so that they can make a pick happen, but Monkey Force doesn't get his, and Shiver takes down Zupu, so that's 2 guns dropped in the form of a sheriff and marshal.
Loot through the smoke with no regard for Shiver's life, able to get that frag. And those, so far, the Sheriffs have been doing a pretty decent amount of work. It's a big investment to force buy into round number 2 if you lost the pistol. But so far, looks like WGA are making it pay off, as they're going to get the spike plant down. Oh, if that shock dart landed, that's a dead Loot. Retake comes in,
are tagged up.
Barely gets away, and Mel on the flank with the Bulldog. Bark. Oh, Quack, Viper diff. Quack and Loot able to find one in the 2v2 post-plant situation. Duwu takes one down. And Chill gets the second to secure the round for Oklahoma. They're starting off pretty strong here. You nervous about your pick at all?
I'm just a fan of good Valorant, and I think that if it goes to Breeze, WGA will win. You know, Icebox is simply just for you. We're just gonna give you Icebox in my opinion, and just let it go, right?
No, nothing's free here. We're not.
Well,
we're not
what
taking.
is free?
We're not taking your charity. What is free is this win for Oklahoma, because it's 2-0 and they're gonna snowball 13-0. It's gonna be clean. It's gonna be fun. WGA, we want to see Breeze. Let's be honest here. Everybody wants to see it.
Yeah, it's a good map to look at. Very, very good. Very nice tropical. It reminds me of a nice summer day. And right now, Pumpkin reminding me that we are watching Valorant because Mel just got their head taken off very quickly.
That was a great shot. Oh, and a not so great recon dart as Luke takes some damage from the frenzy of Matthias. And that recon dart though from Oklahoma does a
look how
decent amount of
difficult
work.
it is.
Yeah, there's no real util for WGA to get out of this situation. There's 3 players back yellow, just kind of trapped at the moment. But look at the lurk in middle from Quack, able to find 2. This is a similar kind of what we saw in matchup number 1. Monkey Farts gets 2, but Quack with that lurk through through cutout was able to make the world of a difference.
Yeah, definitely a great play from WGA's Quack right there, and you really want to highlight the fact that going to this next round, right, there is going to be full buys from both sides, but the lack of heavy armor on Oklahoma Crimson is concerning, but so is the lack of the fact that WJ, without that Sage, right, they've gotten the spike down 3 times, but it's been dicey every single time. Whenever they've gotten close to the site, they've gotten spammed, they've gotten retakes from very quickly, and Goopchill with the operator gets a very aggressive position here on Pipes, buying a lot of space for his team. His teammate is watching that belt position, so this is completely taking the A side of the map, and they're going to have to peek into them.
Yeah, they certainly are. Goopchill still got this angle, and Pumpkin just bodies him off the headshot angle from Pipes. What was that? Recon Bolt gonna reveal Shiver's position, and I wonder if Pumpkin tries to retrieve this operator. They know Shiver is there again. The Hunter's Fury comes out. Not able to land a tag. Gets 1 tag onto Matthias. Brings it down to 45 HP, but the heal is there.
Look at the call.
Should get it back to the rotate. Yeah, the rotate is huge. Mel's going to be left alone on this site to hold it down.
Yeah, they're going to be there a little bit late. Pumpkin has already gotten so much space into the site, and look at Quack, he's fearless. But Mel making Quack fear a little bit and spams through the Viper wall for loot as well.
That decay with the Viper wall is massive. Mel has just stood on their head with 2 huge picks. Oklahoma is going to more than likely win this round. Snakebite's going to buy a bit more time. Oh, but the Nano Swarm, I don't know if that's going to take down to full HP. Yeah. Gonna wait out the Nano Swarm. Matthias gets the final frag of the round, and Mel went huge for Oklahoma right there. 2 kills through the smoke.
Gonna go get the operator. Try to make his way downtown all the way to A Pipes. 6 seconds. Let's see if he can sprint. Not possible. They're pinging it.
Nope.
I don't think he got it, and Duo doing his best Usain Bolt impression, trying to run cross country right there, but isn't able to pick up that operator. Nevertheless, though, Mel showing up huge. It seems like every single time we call it a player for not really showing up exactly. The next map, they just like have the cast open and they just go, yeah, we're just gonna play better now. Screw these commentators.
Yeah, I mean, we somewhat know what we're talking about, right? We have to talk about this game, and we talk about the players that need to step up. Mel's looking at the top of the leaderboard, and look at that, Oklahoma. They're starting to rack up some round wins.
Yeah, and
Hunter's Fury comes out from Guru. Oh, I don't know what.
The knives went through him?
Visual bug? I'd be tilted as Matthias was able to find a frag as well after the knife. seemingly ripped their head apart. The lurk from Zupu is going to get shut down by
Spike planted.
The spike gets planted. Matthias able to get the heal off. 4v3 situation. Pumpkin is lurking in this toxic screen. 36 HP. They know as soon as they peek out, they are going to get blasted. Oh, maybe not. Don't check the corners. Matthias gets the trade, though. 2v2 situation. Quack just rummaging around in this Viper's pit. They're trying to play Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Not spotted just yet. Loot is playing ever so slightly off site. Matthias finds Loot. They have to go now. Spike doesn't have much time left.
One enemy.
Still not able to spot one. And Quack goes huge with a 3K on the round with a Judge in the Viper's pit. Jonah, that's one of those things that, you know, you chalk it up to cheese, but that's just Quack knowing the character and knowing how to play the game.
Yeah, especially since they have the Viper's Pit available to them, right? So you choose the weapon for the situation you're in right there, and definitely a great decision. Sees the player highlighted in red, because usually when you are playing Viper in that pit, the players will pop up in red for you. Of course, you are hard to see, and that's what makes Viper's Pit so dangerous. Of course, Mel has access to their own Viper Pit as well, so anything that they can do, we could maybe do better. That being said, though, Shiver does land a shot, but it's Monkey Farts to win the Reyna duel before Goop Chill shows up big with a kill of his own.
Yeah, gets the frag, pops the Blade Storm. And there's a Viper's hit out as well. Where was that? Am I losing it?
Spike planted.
You see at the top of the screen, it says Viper's used an ultimate, but it doesn't matter because Quack gets one on the Duo, and it's Mel and Goop Chill to retake a 4v2. And now it's just Goop Chill. Loot shuts it down. 3-3 WGA. They heard us talking. They heard us say they need to find an answer, and they certainly do real quick. Tie this one up.
Yeah, it all really came down to the fact that the weaponry simply wasn't there for the side of Oklahoma Crimson that round, but 3-3 all tied up going into this next round. Still anyone's game, still too early to tell. The Sage pick from Matthias and Oklahoma Crimson has paid dividends, though. They are able to put up a little bit better of a defense, and this round they have access to that Sage res. This could be so crucial. See if they can maybe get away with a numbers advantage here. Goop Chill on a new position, the top of screens. He's been trusted to be alone on the A site. Something you rarely ever see from teams is a solo player, and the drone actually spots him out. Here comes Mateus on the retake with him, though. The rest of the team is dialed into this A site as Mel is solo alone on B with that Viper's Pit, and look where Pumpkin is!
Pumpkin with a massive flank through middle. Had to be, right?
It looked like he just straight up ran through the site, uncontested, just barreling his way in without any regard for anyone's safety, not even his own.
Hey, if it works, it works. We don't question. We do not question it. As Oklahoma 3v5, they have an ultimate in the Empress, but Shiver's gonna pop one, get the overheal, and get immediately dropped by Quack. Zupu finds two, and WGA has answered back again. So they now take a lead at 4-3, and one of the things you have to kind of question that with is who's watching the angle? I mean, Pumpkin just waltzed right through.
I think it was just the miscommunication, right? Because they were playing solo A with the retake with the operator, so anyone can pretty much walk up any avenue after Goop Chill drops that angle, and Matthias just not privy to the fact that, you know, it was a retake play. So when he jumps into the site really quickly, he's just not ready for the timing that Pumpkin has. And, you know, there is something to be said for the fact that you go so quickly that the enemy team can't react, right? Fast and Furious, movie franchise, made a whole living off of that.
Yeah, what are they up to? Fast 9, 10 at this point?
Yeah, I think it's like 10 or 11. It's so far, right?
Something like that. And Shiver tried to get a kill furiously and get out fast. Not able to do this. Monkey Farts trades. Do finds one. The spike has still yet to be planted as Luke pops off that for just a hot second. In Oklahoma, they do have the player advantage. 3v4. Look at the position from Quack. I love this elevated position because it's covered off by this Viper wall. No one's going to expect it, and Loot spots Goop Chill through the Cloudburst. Matthias, though, gets Quack. Wallbang?
Does have res, too.
One One enemy remaining.
Oh, yeah. Do you bait your teammate on this one? I think it's going to have to happen. Yes, baits the teammate, but keeps them alive. So we'll take an eco-res where we can. Oklahoma Crimson, there is no momentum being gained on either side at the moment.
Yeah, Spencer, just trades back and forth, right? It's like two heavyweights going at it. I mean, no one's really coming out as a clear favorite on top. You talk about Icebox, you think it's sometimes an offensive favorite map, it's sometimes a defensive favorite map, but right now, it's a series favorite map. This is just a micro-series within itself, right? No team has shown a clear advantage about who is taking over what. Unlike the previous matches we've seen, there's usually been a clear favorite for a side, right? A team has really been steamrolling, but this is one of those these halves where both teams, they're just not giving an inch.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't. No one wants to give it up, and this could be one of those rounds where it's gonna, or excuse me, one of those maps where it comes down to maybe 1 or 2 rounds. I don't think anyone's gonna get away with too much, and no tomfoolery in this one as Shiver's gonna be pushed out of their spot and gets taken down by Loot. That again, we talk about it. Almost the entirety. There were 4 players holding that one angle. There's no way Shiver can come out on top of that one.
Yeah, the only way you realistically get out is you land a quickest one tap of your life, and then you just E out right away. But a lot to ask, but Goop Chills here has a lot to ask of him, and he doesn't get a flag and has to dash away.
It does. They is trying to get a slow orb just barely. And Pumpkin, if that slow orb landed maybe 2 seconds earlier, Pumpkin would have got caught in the dash. Oh, Mel. She knows something's up. It's that Viper mind. The Spidey senses or the Snake senses are tingling, but the patience from Quack is perfect. Look at Quack. Oh, but Mel. New Quack was there.
Not ready for the second one, though.
Oh, Zupu, they doubled that up. That's a huge play. Great call out, Jonah. I didn't even see that there were 2 players lurking in cutout.
Yeah, this is the Radiant Rain talking, right? This is just like, they're privy to the fact that there's 1 there, so they send 2. You know, like it's like game theory, right? You do this, so we do this, so we do this because you did that. Anyway, I won't bore you with the the math behind it, but it is going to be Quack here with a commanding lead for WGA. 12 frags. Closest is 8 from Matthias. Definitely a player who stepped it up. Let's see what Pumpkin can do this round, though. Blade Storm is out, and there is players towards A. Spots a shoulder. Doesn't get them, though, so resorts to the Vandal.
And look at how quickly the map has already shrunk. All the players are on one half of the map. Monkey Fart finds pops on a shorty. Excuse me?
What? Hello?
Last player standing.
Matthias, do we need to have a chat about that one? I need to see the replay. Monkey Fart just doing something absolutely unheard of. Finds 2, gets the shorty out. Teammate saves their life. Somehow, some way, Quack's gonna clean up that round. That is a great round from WGA.
Yeah, Monkey Farts definitely has confidence, I would say. Definitely just, can't touch me. I got the Rain and Dismiss. I got I got the shorty out. You hit me, I hit you back. My teammates got me.
Different. We're 2 cracked. It's free low.
It's just so easy for me. I'm assembled alternatively. I'm built better. I'm created constructively. I'm developed differently. I'm established efficiently. I'm formed. What is it? I actually don't know. I don't have an F1.
Oh, is it a copy pasta, or are you just making this up as you
go?
No,
I just started
convincing.
Alliteration.
Assembled differently. Mel takes down 1 but gets traded away, and it's gonna be a race to see who can control the B site first as the rotation comes out. Goop Chill's there, and Quack is. Oh, Quack. I don't know if they know that Goop Chill is there. The cursor's there. Just have a shot. Have one.
Luke. Oh!
All they had to do was pull the trigger once. Able to get Monkey Farts, so that's a huge frag. Monkey Farts been having a great game so far, and look at this.
Oh, they're gonna push.
They're gonna push right out of the Viper smoke. Callouts come, but I don't know if they saw both players. Okay, Viper. This all comes down to Quack.
Oh.
Oh, you naughty armadillo outside of the Viper's pit. You slippery pickle spots the barrel, gets the 4K and Quack shutting it down. That was a clean play from Quack.
Last round before the switch.
This player right here in the form of Quack is they must have drank a lot of coffee before this, because this is just 2 million IQ right here, relocating to a top position, not inside your own Viper's pit. You know, you have the Viper pit out, so you would expect to play in that, but expect the unexpected is what we're seeing from WGA. And 17-5, top in the charts of the scoreboard right now, playing controller for his team. And right here is what we've come to expect, an A hit from WGA. Look at all the members already in sight, pretty much.
Quack? How have we not made that
I
joke
think
yet?
that works. I think that works.
I think the Phantom works as well, because Quack finds one. Shiver, though, able to get that trade back, and Goopchill on 32 HP. The Killjoy ulti does go down, and not able to be broken by the shock darts of Oklahoma. So a decent amount of util invested there that they're not going to have for the retake. WGA, though, they do have some utility out. Loot privy to this. Loot gets the kill, and that's going to allow Loot to play retake if they know the lineups. Don't need to. Monkey farts. Just going to squirt all over the enemy team. Oh, but Duo answers back quickly.
Yeah, and it's going to be up to Duo to clutch it out for his team. Got an almost impossible task. Has to break a turret first, and he's swarmed. He's surrounded. 180s for the first. Flicks up for the second, but gets taken out by the shock dart. I think Loot was trying to knife him right there, and the rest of his team does get taken out. But, I mean, it looks like WJ has a firm control of this series right now. It's really going to be up to the Oklahoma Crimson, and specifically Goopchill, because he is playing that Jet, right, that we highlighted, and he wasn't able to really bring out the operator on the defense to full effect. He didn't really get an impact frag with it. We saw him one time on the top of screens with it, and it didn't pay off, right, because the Sova droned him out, but he's just not able to find a footing in this game. And when your only job really as the Jet player is to find those frags and find those picks, and you're not doing it, it feels bad, right? And there isn't anything you can really say to this guy at this point if you're in the team comms, but you just got to keep playing it out, hope that they come back and really start showing up again, and this is the half to do it.
Pumpkin gonna open the fighting with first blood onto Matthias. That's a big frag as the Sage is now down. Goopchill can't get any heals from that teammate. Ooh, Monkey. Cheeky little position. The headshot angle from Duo, able to find the killing blow onto Monkey. But Shiver gets the one on the Pumpkin, and so far, Oklahoma looks pretty clean on this pistol round. This could be the momentum they need. Get the pistol, get the second round, and then if they win the bonus, they're right back in this one. A lot to ask, but so far they're on the right track.
Yeah, Duo with 2, Goopchill with 2, Shiver gets the 1, and that's 5 total. They win the round, 5 on the scoreboard as well. It's looking all good for the side of Oklahoma Crimson, as they've decided that we don't really want the Spectres in this bonus round. We're going to get Vandals and Light Armor here. We saw WGA on the previous Eco round. They bought Marshals and Sheriffs, and it looks like they're keeping with that tradition, right? They're buying the Marshals and Sheriffs again. They got a shorty on Quack, though. And perhaps we could see some action here with the Marshals.
We certainly could. And, you know, you highlight the weaponry that Oklahoma decided to take with those rifles and light shields. This could be a very bad situation if something like that happens. They're able to get weapons. Ooh, they're able to get shot. WGA. Those are free rifles handed over. 2,900 credits, but Shiver getting aggressive. Takes down Luke.
Spike planted.
The rifles so far of Oklahoma are paying off. This is a huge gamble.
Last player standing.
They just don't have the weaponry for the situation, and
you got the shorty in hand. You might as well try and use it. But all right, hey, if you're Oklahoma, you take that. You get the next round, and like we said, you're right back in it. 7-8 scoreline. That's very doable.
yeah, it's definitely doable for them right now. The only question is if Goopchill and the rest of them can keep performing at this level, because WGA, those first 2 rounds, you can write them off the book now, right? Those were the pistol and the anti-eco round. This is the real round where they all have guns on their side, and it's gonna be the onus, rather, is gonna be on Oklahoma Crimson to make something happen.
What is Goopchill boosted up on right now?
Oh, there's a little wooden box right there in the corner. Oh!
They're both very low. Kobe with the shock dart. Ooh, just barely missed the Mel. Able to get the first frag in the middle of the map. Quack is going to be down. That's the top fragger for WGA. So up to a hot start. Matthias gets one thing, Hector go to work. Not able to get themselves a Vandal just yet. Shiver continuing to destroy with that Vandal. And taking a look at the mini-map. Look at where Mel is coming in from the side.
Spike planted.
See the difference maker. Goopchill and Mel with the team shot. Clean as you like. 7-8. We're right back in this one. We have ourselves a game.
Yeah, I really liked what Mel did there in the middle of the map. As Viper on offense, your job is so often to lurk through the mid, right? Because you're throwing the smoke mid to make sure that the other team can't read the rotation properly. That Viper cloud, and you're using the wall to either take A or take B, and it's really easy to throw the wall from mid. So doing a great job. We saw Quack do a lot of this exact play on offense, so it's simply Mel's turn to play the situation correctly, and they're doing a great job of it. But look, WGA has decided that if we group up and go through the mid cloud burst, the mid cloud, we can get a fast flank or a free frag here, and it's going to be a 4-man push behind them. Let's see if Oklahoma Crimson are aware of it.
No way they expect it. Oh, well, there's going to be the that's going to be the trigger. Is Duo and Shiver able to get traded out? Matthias finds another one. The res comes up.
Last player standing.
Shiver just shut
the 5th
down
flanker.
that push. I mean, you don't expect it, right, if you're the side of Oklahoma, but you'll certainly welcome it as soon as one person gets shot, because you're like, oh, hey, there's 3 people here. If we win this fight, pretty much round over, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Zupu could get a gun. Maybe, you know, Mel challenges a little too far, walks in the crosshair for free, and does have an inkling, does have the shot. Take another one.
Not too much economic damage done, as just able to find Mel. So if you're Oklahoma, you'll take that. You'll also take the scoreboard. Folks, we are tied up at 8 apiece. 4 straight rounds for the Oklahoma Crimson. And I don't know about you, Jonah, but this one is about to get real dicey. We want to see Breeze, but we also want to see this operator in the hands of Pumpkin. You've highlighted it before. They need to go to work if WGA wants to get right back in this game. Or excuse me, wants to take control of this game.
Yeah, and it's going to be really difficult because Oklahoma, they have so much money right now. As he spotted Pumpkin here, and the dart confirms it. So they do know that the operator is here as it reveals the weapon highlights. So Shiver should flash right here to peek. Goes with the drone, very well timed, and tags him down.
They heard that operator and decided to absolutely chase Pumpkin right down. Monkey Farts shuts down Shiver. Do they know there's a player back here? Old timing not there just yet. As Matthias is trying to get this frag in the Monkey Farts. That's a dink. Yeah, I think they do have the Sage heal though, so that will get semi-negated. Not fully healed up is Matthias, but we're getting there. I'll be at about 72 HP when it's all said and done.
Yeah, they should know where these 3 players are. They have them boxed in, but it's so difficult to get onto this site when that Sage wall comes down. They can't really fight them back site, right? So now WJ has regrouped. They're coming in from the same angle while the Sova watches the flank. So now it's going to be a 2-on-2 on site. No, actually, they're switching spots. No, they're just running themselves in a little bit of circle real quick to match up their timing, I guess. And here comes Mateus. Sees Monkey Farts. Doesn't go for the fight, though. And here's Goopchill in a very nice spot. Could get both of them.
Do have shock darts.
Player standing.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to need them. He Matias going for the KSU. No good. Monkey Fart shuts it down with a 3K. And that's going to be the save call. Backing out. Both players going to get out of dodge, keep the weaponry. And it looked like Duo was trying to play for the shock darts, but it got a little too close for comfort, so decided to pull out the weapon in Oklahoma. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is their first... Sorry, nope, it's their second lead of the game.
Yeah, it's looking like it's a little more winnable now, right, Speezy? There's not too much hampering them. If you look at the scoreboard, their economy, that's looking great. That's looking
Booming.
like, you know, post-COVID economic boom right now. You know, you got it's
Like
looking like the
Bitcoin.
rise of Dogecoin.
Dogecoin is down 4% today. I don't want to talk about it. Bitcoin, on the other hand, up 2%. And Oklahoma also up 1 round. Ooh, unfortunate shock dart, as I know Loot was trying to hit that one a little bit further down the lane there. Pumpkin popped the Blade Storm. So we do have a Blade Storm in use. There's also a Viper's Pit available for WGA. Oh, and Pumpkin doesn't hit it. Do they have 1 or 2 left, or was that all of them? Because I didn't see the reset.
I think they
hit a
have like
single
1 left. No, they got 0 left.
Oof. That's a
This
tough
is a
one.
rough spot to be in for Jet.
Jet, Dip, and Group still gonna take it down and are in the Blade Storm of their own. Mel? Okay. What a shot that was. Monkey Farts. Another frag. That overkill did absolutely nothing. Their teammate gonna watch their back, and WGA again, they are just, there has to be something that Oklahoma has found, because they've hit this A site numerous times with no answer.
Yeah, maybe they should start playing more players here. Whatever the case is, doesn't look like Oklahoma Crimson will stop abusing it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Here comes the double swing with a pistol drop. Fake and Monkey Farts isn't really buying it. 6 HP though will eventually drop. And that Shiver, I mean, this guy was playing the Sky last map, right? Did a great job on it. But this go around, on the Reyna, having a little bit more impact, freeing up his team just a little bit more. And even if WGA wins this next round, they're going against consecutive full buy rounds from Oklahoma Crimson. It's an uphill battle, and if they want to do it, they're going to have to start using these ultimates more effectively. They're going to have to start using that Viper's Pit maybe towards A or B to lock down that site and get aggressive somewhere else on the map, because A isn't working right now.
No, it certainly is not. As Hunter's Fury is going to come out, going to tag one. Okay, that's a great opening pick onto Matias. Again, that's your Sage down. No more heals. Lockdown gets popped early to try and force a rotate. Monkey Park's in a great position, but misses everything.
Spike
Mel
down
and
A.
Gulu able to get dragged back 3-3. And that's that Viper's Pit that you're talking about. Still allows for plenty of time, though. There's 1 minute and 5 seconds left. I mean, the map is still wide open. Players are split. And this is still anybody's round.
Yeah, we're looking at Zupu right now to get a crucial pick, but they're under so much pressure right now.
Target destroyed.
Doing a little bit of dirty dancing, little Havana Nights. Shiver, though, gonna shut that one down, take the frag, and that's gonna allow for the spike plant. Early shock dart, no good. Just a little bit off the angle. Shock dart, no good, but Goop Chill's operator. Oh boy, that's a good one. Finds the frag on the Loot and Quack. This is a tough one. Look at the angles that all of Oklahoma have. That recon dart doesn't spot Quack just yet. Goop Chill doesn't want to keep this. That's the one. Just waited for one more bullet. Got the shot. 11-8. WGA Valorant. May be time for the tack pause, but are they going to try and force their way through this? Jonah, being someone who's been in a position similar to this before, I'm sure. What's the advice here? If you're the side of WGA, what are we looking to do?
I mean, honestly, it's always like better late than never, right? Calling the tack pause. Right now, you're already down 7 rounds in a row. You really would have liked to VOD review this game and say, hey guys, like, we should have called a timeout probably after the 4-round losses in a row, right? But, you know, that's all hindsight. You can only really gain that knowledge. You can only really gain that knowledge by VOD reviewing with your team. I mean, it's so difficult during the game to talk about these kind of things, and Goopchill taking down the enemy jet means that there is a lot more spaces. You already see Shiver deep inside this site already, and although they don't get the frags because Loot's there on the flank, Matthias will use that Sage's Resurrection, and like we were saying, Speezy, it's just so difficult, right, to play out these rounds. In hindsight, you're like, yeah, we should have called a timeout, right? But you can't really just focus on hindsight. You have to play the situation, and Zupu's playing the situation well.
That was a massive shot by Zupu. How's your timing?
Spot
one gets the frag. Mel stuck in a 1v3. They do have the Viper's pick. Gets one. They know they have an idea as to where Mel is. Gets spotted out and gets no scoped by Monkey Farts. That's a huge pickup. We are going to see the first WGA Valorant round in the half as they pick up this Thrifty round. And there was a lot of utility invested in that last round for the side of Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, you had to throw the book there, right? You had to throw the kitchen sink. You had to throw the bed, you know, and although you invest all that and you don't get away with it, honestly, it's not too bad because look at your economy. You can still rebuy. You could rebuy after this too.
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, you know, nothing too bad, right? You got to keep the mental up. There's only one round that they lost on offense, so you're just chilling right now if you're on the side of OSU, Oklahoma Crimson.
Is this a double op setup from WGA? It looks like it. Zupu and Loot. Okay, Word.exe. They flipped the switch and they have started hitting shots again. Pumpkin's got the A site on lockdown. And it looks like 3 players from Oklahoma. They're just chilling in B lane, waiting for something to happen. Loot's going to spot one. Can they spot a second? Yes, they will. That's to make the call. Hey, guys, we got 2 here, but stay put. We are in great spots. And if we have a great shape for this moment.
Yeah, they've got the 2-1-2 setup. Player watching mid, 2 on B and 2 on A. This is a really tough defensive setup to break. You gotta wait for a mistake from your opponent or group up and make a good play. It looks like they have some semblance of an idea of what to do. They know players behind there. They ping him out. Matthias could stage boost and kill this player, and he is just aware of it. And here comes the play. The free pick is there, and that nanoswarm is very well timed.
Yeah, and it's very well equipped to also destroy the Sage Wall. Look at this delay from WGA. They still have a snake bite as well. They have to call the save. There's no way they get to the A site in time, right? There's no shot. Quack has got the rotation locked down. Oh, but turned away.
Here.
There's no way.
10 seconds
They
left.
can't, surely.
It's snipe out, run 5, 4.
Oh,
Got it?
no.
He got.
And it takes no.
No.
Not the wall.
No.
Huge stall, and Quack punishes them. That, again, it's not a huge economic disadvantage, but that could come back to bite them in the butt. There was
Yeah, there was so much delay there from WJ. Very well played by them, and yes, the economy is starting to break from the side of OU. If they lose this one, they can scrap together another bye, but it won't be very, very healthy. I mean, Goopcha will have those knives, but 10-11. Trading blows. WGA coming back into this Spencer. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Some great Valorant, and oh my god, Pumpkin almost hit that.
Almost did, and one of the things we didn't really highlight during that quick little bit was the ultimate economy. It seems like everybody on WGA either has their ultimate or is 1 point away, but no one cares when the gun skill is just immaculate from Oklahoma. They said, all right, game's over. Let's stop messing around with our food. They're trying to bring this one to breeze. They're tied to the ice. They want to make
One enemy remaining.
Goopchill going to take down Loot. Zupu stuck in one spot. 1v5 Zupu. If you can pull this one off, oh baby, I smell a Twitch clip coming, but it's a tough one. Oh, doesn't land the shots, but Matthias runs and guns their way to map point for Oklahoma. 12-10. Jonah, like we said, it's not too late to still call timeout and sort out what we're gonna do, because look at the bye.
Yeah, the buy is looking a little precarious. It's definitely not the best buy I've ever seen. That being said, WGA, I mean, maybe just playing for Breeze, right?
Nah, knowing WGA, they're still very much, they're still very much in this game. They think they can win it. That's a Blade Storm from Pumpkin. That also takes an orb away from the side of the Crimson. I think there was a couple, maybe 1 or 2 players who are away from that. Here's the 100 Fury though from Loot. This is a huge one. Gets a tag, gets a frag. Group Chill is down. Group Chill had an opposite from not mistaken that last round. Working out the resurrection. The Blade Storm from Pumpkin wasn't able to get anything done. But Matthias maybe pushed off the angle by that Nano Swarm. Zupu still looking to try and hit a pop shot. Not finding anything just on a Shiver yet. There's one. That's a body shot. Shiver's only got about 50-something HP left. I'd be pretty curious to see. Maybe 49. Again, stalling out. The name of the game. All 5 players left. No one has died in a huge ultimate right there from WGA. That is a massive play from Quack to slow the pace of this game down even more. She's taken so much space.
Loot isn't aware.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Mel. Mel. That's a disaster, but look at Goop Chill's got 2.
Quack able to take down Goop Chill very quickly, but the damage may have already been done. 3v3 on site. Utility isn't looking fantastic. Only 1 snake bite for WGA. Let's see what the attack plan is. They're just going to clear every corner in a huge... That's the snake bite that we want to see, but Shiver... It misses everything. Monkey Farts finds one on the flank. If Monkey Farts can find the second one on Duo, no good.
One enemy remaining.
Playing games, gets the second frag. Duo may have just secured this round for Oklahoma and brought us to map number 3. Oklahoma, take a bow. We will see you on Breeze. What a comeback from Oklahoma. See, I never doubted the skin game. It's too clean. 13-10. That's the kind of Valorant we wanted to see tonight, Jonah.
Yeah, it was definitely all about the skim game. There was no difference in gameplay whatsoever. No difference in tactics. It simply came down to the fact that the players from Oklahoma Crimson, they went back to the collection in the main menu and they changed their skins app. That was the only reason.
That's all it was. And taking a look here at the scoreboard, Quack popping off 25 and 15, but the difference makers, Duo and Matthias, came alive in that game. You know, you talked about it during after the last map. Matthias, we didn't call their name too much, as well as Mel, and Mel answered the call as well. 15 and 17, not a fantastic game, but they did have those 8 assists, and the utility usage was fantastic. So, Jonah,
yeah,
it's a long night here on the East Coast, about 12 o'clock, but you get another map, baby. It's the one we all wanted to see. I've been waiting all night for this. It's Breeze time.
We love map 3s. I'm so excited for map 3 because Breeze, it's just so nice to look at. Like it's just like the beach, you know, and you're just chilling out, watching the vibes. You know, I personally love Breeze. I know you called it the best map in Valorant currently. I think it's definitely the most aesthetic map. And it lends itself to a lot of great duelist gameplay too, because there's just so much area to take, so much long-range fighting to be had. It plays a lot more like a CSGO map, and you can really get tactical when a map is like that. The rotations are going to be so key. The aim duels matter so much more too, the initial ones in A main and B main, and I'm looking at Duo right now. I think I've said Duo at least like 40 times in the last like hour, and I know why now, because the guy is simply just putting out numbers, right? Like map 1 he put up numbers, map 2 he put up numbers, and he's been very consistent for his team.
Yeah, and that's something that you want to have as a player that you can always fall back on. 2013 and 12 is nothing to shake a stick at. But hey, here we go. Jonah, map number 3, but we gotta take a quick little commercial break first. Gotta feed the fish, walk the dog real quick. We'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes with map number 3 between WGA and Oklahoma University.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Gamers, it's that time of night. We don't get to say goodbye just yet. What is map number 3? WGA in Oklahoma. Go the distance. We're going to be hopping onto Breeze. Jonah, we've talked about it a couple of times. We've talked about the agents that we want to see. One agent that I think has immense potential on a map like Breeze is Sage. She's got those slow orbs. She can stall. She can delay. We've seen it a couple times. Do you think they bring it out? Either team brings it out on this map?
Yeah, I think both teams should bring it out. My like ideal composition for a map like Breeze would probably be Sage with Sky, and then have a solo duelist Jet, and then run the Viper and the Sova. I think that'll lend itself to a lot of initiating power with a double initiator. You've got the Viper to kind of take over that Sentinel role, and both Sage and Viper can be A and B anchors. And in offense, it just makes the execution easier, right? If you layer down that Viper wall with the Sage wall, you can also flash and drone. You could even use the dog too. And Jet, honestly, on that map becomes more of an operator player. using the blade storms as well. So you're not really necessarily living with a rifle that much, but you can make plays still as a solo duelist on Breeze because, frankly, there's a lot of people helping you, right? You got the drone, the dog, you got all this utility coming in to support you. So it's a little easier, I think, to run that on Breeze, and that's why I like it so much as a map. That being said, I don't expect either team to necessarily play that exact composition. So, you know, we could see some slight variations of that.
Whoa. Hold on.
That
Yeah,
if
you wanna
that's
look up
real?
It's locked in. Do you want to look up his abilities real quick? Because I know we talked real quick before the cast started.
I mean, I know the abilities, but like,
this is
but
gonna
like
be a fun one.
it's
A triple duelist comp is not what I was expecting on a map like Breeze, where there's so many long sight lines, there's so much space to control. This, to me, and Jonah, please correct me if I'm wrong, this shows they are going to play like the FaZe clan of, you know, what was it? The first Masters tournament or the first Challengers tournament, where they're just going to try and smeeg, hold W, turn the brains off, and try to rush into sites and overwhelm Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would expect too. I don't know if I like this, but I mean, I could be proven wrong by some quality gameplay. We'll have to see though. It just simply comes down to whether or not it works at the end of the day, right? Results speak volumes, and right now, I mean, WGA, they've gotten the first map. They lost the second pretty closely, and their strategy going to the third map is pretty much to just full run it down on Breeze and win that way. Then, you know, hats off to them. But I, for one, have not ever seen this composition run on this map. I don't even think Phoenix is a viable pick on this map, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yoru, I can see, right? Yoru makes sense. Long range teleport. You can flash. Maybe the fake outs in the tube. I can theory craft around it. My issue, however, if Duowu gets popped here, or excuse me, not Duowu, they don't have any smokes. WGA has no smokes other than the Viper's smoke. Okay. Don't need smokes when you can entry frag like that, clearly. I'm just gonna I don't even know what to say. Shiver blind 4, Shiver find 2. Oh, and that's a massive pickup from Shiver there to answer back extremely quick. Zuku's gonna find another frag. So G2 advantage Oklahoma. Flash is stuck on site, and the interesting thing about Breeze, the water surrounding
Last player standing.
you are going to
enemy
every
remaining.
single time.
Spike
Zuku.
down A.
That's the second one. KSU in the pistol to start us off? Surely not. Yeah. That would have been too clean of a story to start us off. And Matthias, he'll take a 3K, and he'll also take Zupu's pistol.
okay.
That was...
You know, Spencer, I think it's one of those rounds that just showcases that Shiver, his blind lasted so long that he was able to shoot like 5 to 6 bullets, right? And get 2 frags off his one guiding light. And Zupu, I don't think he used a flash that round because he bought the Sheriff, right? And I mean, if Zupu was on Sky, they probably win that round. If Monkey Farts was on,
Joke's
you know,
over.
Reyna, they
You're
probably win that
dead.
round. But you know, to each their own. So, but he has to run it back already, and they 4-spot into this round.
Headshot.
And doesn't find one. The trades are coming in fast and furious. WGA has the advantage. Goopchill on the other side of the left here.
Spike planted.
2 players there. It looked like there was a shock dart that was about to land. Don't know that it did any damage. Mel trying to farm up with these shock darts, see if they can tag anything. They know there's a player on the other side of this wall. They're in caverns. Oh, will he spot it? Yup, spots one. Doesn't land the frag though. The bait and switch might come out, but he's got a teammate there for coverage. Zupu on this massive flank. No, you don't is right. The Phoenix able to find one. Mel's going to tap the spike play in behind. They have to find Zupu, and they have to find Cliff. Not able to get it done, and just being a pain in the behind is Zupu. What the heck? has gotten into them already. I mean, what's that? 7, maybe 8 kills? 7-1-1 in round 2, Jonah.
He has 4 out of 6 on his second run it back on
like
round 3. I don't really know how to analyze this beside the fact that this guy is playing very well, let's say.
You know what this strat is? This is a very Cloud9 with 10 strat, and it's the one that goes, hey 10, go kill. Like, they have given Zupu free reign to do whatever they want. If Matthias finds the opening frag, Zupu's already got one super low, gonna back off. The help comes in, and that's the frag that you need. Matthias went down Zupu. Ooh, and Mel almost able to double up there. His Spike's gonna get planted on the B site, so there's a long rotation to here to come from Oklahoma. This is gonna allow WGA to get set up. Sky should have the heals available. No one needs it just yet, so they can be a bit more aggressive knowing that Sky's heals are available. Pumpkin playing super far back off site, so you better have a lineup for this Pumpkin, because if Quack dares, well, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's one. Doesn't need the lineup, got the gun skill, does significant damage. Sky needs to heal up, and that's exactly what she's doing. 2v1, Quack sees one dash in, Blind's gonna hit nothing. Guiding Light doesn't find a thing. They're gonna dash right into the hands, and it takes a hot second to pull out the weapon, but did they buy enough time? I think Quack might have done it. Ooh, ever so close. Oklahoma's gonna take their second round of map number 3.
You know, I like what I'm seeing here. You know, it's like do you know the phrase Clown Fiesta?
Oh, of course, very familiar. It's like play-ins in Worlds League of Legends, right?
Yeah, it's like NA at Worlds. We're seeing NA at Worlds right now in the form of this matchup, and I'm really liking it right now because you know there's not much to like gather right in terms of like intelligent play right now, but there's a lot of entertainment value to be had right now because. I mean, Zupo's on his second, you know, ulti already, and he's about to go, you know, he's about to go in. He's just gonna run it in.
Again, like we talked about, right? This is a very similar playstyle to how we saw FaZe play during that Challengers 2 run that they made a couple months ago. They just had Baby Bay go in, go dumb, and do whatever you want. Pumpkin on the flank, though, got a big task to do. Duo shuts it down, and sure, the smooth brain gameplay, as I like to call it, it looks good. Some of the plays are very flashy, but when it comes to winning the rounds, Oklahoma shows us it's not all about just hold W, hit the cool shots. They stay composed, they stay calm, and they're really just letting the Matthias show pop off as well. It's really just Matthias versus Zupu. Whoever's the first to win this fight, it's GG.
Yeah, I kind of like it, you know. It's just like, you know, it's like they both decided like hold my beer, right? Like I think both teams have bought into every single round thus far. I've seen a rifle pretty much every round since round 2, and that's nice to see, right? Because both teams have the potential to win it. I think Zupu might have like a class or something he needs to go to tomorrow because he's just full sending it. Quack is there to back him up, and here comes the rest of the team, right? A flash through, blinds the player, takes him out. That's Matthias down, and look, it's 5v3. The retake is very difficult. Mel gets the tag onto 1, but even with the drone, it's gonna have to be some heroics from Goopchill. Gets down
and
1.
Shiver has Seekers. The cabbages go out. Says, I can fix that. Trying to get some onions like Holes back in the day. Loot walks right back into Mel. Goopchill has a blue one out. Shiver's gonna make the call, and Goopchill's gonna finish the job. And Goopchill must have heard us talking about Matthias right there, because that was what, 3 kills, putting them on 6 for this map.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely showing up. They're having an easier time this go around. Like, it's like they have more space, but you know that's probably because there's no like Sky or Reyna or
you know, they've got the Yoru and the Phoenix. I mean,
of
they
course.
do things, right? So
Sure, I guess so.
they're definitely in there. And
I
but the flashes would be easier if they were on Sky, right? To blind that
Right.
jet, and it would probably buy them more space. I mean, Shiver's showing us a textbook example of how that's working, and now it's a B hit with Zupu lurking onto A as Phoenix. I am not. They're just planning right away.
What
Spike
is
planted.
this?
Zupu is still lurking on A.
Matthias able to get one with that. Was the Empress popped? Yes, it was. But I think it's run out already. Snakebite is already out. Zupu.
Yeah, it does get.
Mel.
Oh,
That's
you got
a free kill on the
frag
Mel.
right here.
Oh my! Zupu has hit every shot except for when Mel is standing still. Someone make it make sense. And Monkey Parts gets traded out extremely quickly.
The dart misses.
Still just. This is literally a clown
Last
fiesta.
player
Matthias gets a
standing.
third. Pumpkin able to take down Matthias. Goop Chill's gonna have to run and hide. Grabs the operator. Gets out of dodge. Pumpkin's
Thirsty.
gonna get one shot. Doesn't get it. Dies to the spike. I'm so confused right now, Jonah. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, I just don't know. This is just the most smooth brain gameplay I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I am definitely here for it though.
I'm here for it as well. My question.
I have insider information. A Monkey Fart said that he's playing Yoru for his club Valorant president, who is a Yoru main. So he's playing Yoru for his club president, the Valorant club president of WGA. So perhaps, you know, definitely some homage to be paid.
All right, respect it. As the Hunter's Fury comes out, doesn't find a tag on anyone, unfortunately. Mel, though. Mel and Shiver able to get a frag. Zupu on the opposite site, though. That lurking Phoenix finds another. And with the way Zupu's playing, I don't know that I want them lurking, but Matthias, you smooth brain son of a gun. How's your trigger discipline? It's not
enemy
great, but he
remaining.
finds both, and that's the
Spike
spike.
down,
Zupu.
attacker spawn.
Your lurk is nullified because Matthias is there. How's the timing spot? Wait. Spotted Matthias. This could be huge. I don't think they heard him yet. Oh, gets another one. The operator from Goop Chill doesn't get the frag, but they at least know now where Zupu is. Think somebody's going to be watching middle. Probably not. You have 40 seconds to hide, my friend. This is going to be an interesting one. Zupu, I know you're not going to go for this. Surely you're not. If anything, maybe try and farm the ulti orb so that next round you have run it back.
30
But in the
seconds
meantime,
left.
Jonah, I do want to ask you a question.
All
When it comes to the second half of this map, right? Taking a look at WGA's comp, as Matthias is, if they swing, is going to find this frag. Nope. Decides not to. So if
10
WGA
seconds
make
left.
it, well, they're going to make it to halftime. It's just a matter of how close they're going to be.
Triple baby.
Nothing doing. How difficult is it going to be for them to control a single site, right? No smokes. I mean, no smokes. You really have just the toxic screen, no sentinel, so no cipher cam, no killjoy turret, no way to gain information other than a recon dart, which could get you nothing, and granted, no information is still information. How do you shut down a team like Oklahoma, who's playing so well right now, with no smokes, no decoys, there's nothing to help you out?
You know, I think on defense they'll stick to the same old strategy of running it down. On offense, it seems to be working thus far for getting some crucial frags. So I do think that this will continue. That being said, this is a beat.
The bait? Are you
It's a
kidding
bait,
me?
yeah. All 5 members have rotated over. They've sold it.
Hook, line, and sinker. They have bought this bait. That's a lovely play, but Goop Chill able to find one. They see Quack. They're going to swing on the Quack to see if they can find a frag. Mel knows there's one on the other side of the card. Ooh, and just barely gets out of dodge. Shorties from Monkey Park? Are you kidding me? Duo was going to get onto the site. rest of Oklahoma to follow. Matthias gets another. Gonna walk right into
Player
Quack's
standing.
waiting arms, but hey, gun diff. You got a Sheriff, I got a Vandal Spike. Not planted, but Pumpkin kind of playing a post plant. But again, in the end, it's great to get on site. It's great to get the spike planted. Oklahoma, though, is securing round after round. And that's a lot. You invested what? You invested the run it back. You invested the dimensional drift on that round. All Oklahoma invested was a Hunter's Fury.
That being said, they are getting a lot of frags, right? And they are converting those into very low-cost ultis. So the frags make it so that, 6 out of 6 is all you need for the dimensional drift. It's all you need for the run it back, right? So every single round they've just bought up into. And that's because of how how easy it is for these characters to be efficient. I mean, yes, it's kind of working in terms of their compositional goal is to use these ultis a lot, sell fakes, but it's not working in terms of results right now, right? And honestly, if they don't start turning this around, I mean, I would say this would be a throw then.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. As we see Goop Chill tailwind out, leaves himself a nice little gap in the smoke. Matthias on the lurk finds one. Oh, but gets tagged up, so the heal is nullified. Only 20 HP. Quack is going to make them pay for that one. So still in a 4v4 situation. Look at the middle of the map. It's pretty much open. Other than that toxic screen, Quack's going to take advantage and take down Mel. So WGA, they do have the Blade Storm, and they do have now they have B-site control. Goop Chill, though, takes down the lurking Zupu again. And it's the off on the retake. It's a situation that we hate to see. Quack on a 4K. KSU, question mark, Omegalo. Can they do it?
Yeah.
No, Goop Chill's not going to want to give it away for free. And smart
We
players
haven't
switch out for the Vandal.
seen an ace yet today, but Quack is definitely on for one as he heard the player. His teammates are probably calling, oh, we're going to let you have it, let you have it. And there it is. Quack gets the first ace of the night, coming into our second best of 3 map 3 finally. An ace is there. It was an anticlimactic one.
Here.
But
Oh,
still,
yeah. They
nevertheless.
gifted that one.
Yeah, they definitely gifted that one. But Matthias, man, what is this? What is this guy? Where was he map 1? Because map 2 and 3, he's definitely shown up. Especially this one, 17 and 6 on the Ranet. I mean,
It
has to be said, though,
on map
that
1.
yeah, it's definitely a lot of role swaps for these guys, and I'm enjoying it. They're showing off their versatility, and here comes Quack and the rest of the team. They're splitting into A, and look at that, he just pushes the Viper wall so quickly into the back of B site. Doesn't get a shot onto Mel though, and that's gonna be a 4v4. And there is again the lurking Phoenix on the A site. I mean, Zupu's out here,
Gonna find this Sova stuck in the drone if he hits the timing. Yep, there it is. That's an easy one. But Shiver with a massive shot. Post plants. What kind of lineups you got for me? The decay is in. What?
Player standing.
Didn't.
I don't even see a snake bite on the spike. Did they get body? Jonah, what am I watching? There was no body block. The snake bites just never came through.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely, the spike wasn't probably planted for the snake bite. And
no, there's a snake. There's lineups you can hit on Breeze. Trust me. The Viper one trick knows the lineup. There's
oh no, I mean, I think they planted the spike in the wrong spot.
I mean, with B site being predominantly open, at least from the skybox, like you can hit a lineup to majority of that site.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just gonna, throw away the analysis. I mean, originally I had WGA winning this, but things are quickly turning in my mind. Things are quickly turning.
You don't trust the skins. You were trying to be all analytical and
did this guy just walk into B site alone with the spike? I think he just walked into B site alone with the spike while the rest of his team's in middle.
Yeah. Again, smooth brained gameplay. They are just running it down. They're trying to catch. I get what they're trying to do. You know, they're trying to change the pace and do something that's a bit unexpected. But man, it has not worked out so well just this far.
Yeah, I'm a little lost for words, but I mean, it is what it is. And right now, it looks like OU is going to be 2-1 in this group unless something
30
major
seconds
happens. Yoru picking up the spike, baiting out the Reyna. And here comes the Phoenix.
They can
though. I
still
mean,
clutch.
these ultis are so low
No
cost.
charges left. Going up.
Oh my god, he's
They could.
selling a fake?
Are you
Last
kidding?
player
Oh, look
standing.
at Goop Chill. Goop Chill's like, nah, I know this one. You guys have
10
faked like
seconds left.
6 times already. Sitting on the back of balcony. Oh, yep, and absolutely heard the water. That's one of the best parts of Breeze. Denies the spike plant, whips out the katana, and looking like Ronin in Avengers.
Last
Just
round in the half.
slicing anybody that comes in their way as Goop Chill 10-5. Look at Matthias though, 19-8. Sure, we can talk about Zupu having great rounds, but Matthias has just gone ballistic. And my question is, at what point do you, if you're an Oklahoma fan, do you say, hey guys, let's just maybe keep Matthias on Duelists and not make them play Killjoy or Sage ever again?
Yeah, it seems like both teams just had an agreement that they're just gonna, you know, have fun this game. And I mean, look, here's Goop Chill at an aggressive angle with the operator. This is the spot he was in early on in round 1 of the half when he was taken out, but the drone spots him. Doesn't get the tag on the drone, gets him in the second go around, and here comes the rest of the team, and Shiver's ready to blast through this.
Oh, didn't check his back.
Nailed them.
Bladestorm comes out, still gets another. Not able to finalize that frag onto Loot, but brings out the operator and holds a very tight angle if they stay crouched. Certainly manageable. Oh, 82 damage, or takes Loot down to 82 damage, does that shock dart. And where is Zupu? Surprisingly, not on the lurk this time. Bang!
Oh,
You can't slow peek Goop Chill like that. Gonna have to reload. Says, nah, I'll just keep my daggers out. Zupu's gonna make a play for it.
Caught spike.
Pops the flash, grabs the spike, and repositions. Gets tagged up by one of the kunais. Pushed off the backside by Duo. And again,
30 seconds left.
oh, gets one. Could have had a double right there. You know, Jonah, earlier before this map 3 started, you said if Oklahoma wants to play well,
Switching
Duo
sides.
was going to have a consistent game. That's the first time I've said Duo's name in map number 3. This is, again,
Yeah.
Matthias, Goop Chill, and
Yeah.
Shiver just having themselves a day.
yeah, I think this map definitely lends itself to a lot of duelist gameplay. I mean, it does have that long range where if you are as self-efficient as a fragger, you can get away with a lot. I mean, Shiver's had some brilliant blinds. Maybe he hasn't exactly checked his corners, but dude, I mean, he's playing Viper, right? He's doing his job, you know, getting the walls down, and you know, usually it should be Mel playing the Viper on this map is what I was expecting originally when I made that call, but you know, they just threw all the rules at the playbook. You know, they just threw them out the window. The playbook's out. The rules are out. The roles are out. You know, we just want to see some nice action here. And now that we switched halves, it's up to WGA here on the defense. They've Campbell stacks towards the B site, and even if they're stacked here, it doesn't look like they'll get the frags, but Loot actually gets one onto Mel. There's a 2v4,
Spike planted.
totally winnable because both players do have those sheriffs, and Matthias, he's gonna be watching for the lurk in mid, and Quack doesn't necessarily see Matthias. They pass one another, and here comes the tag. Though Zupu shoots him through the wall, and it's a 2v1. It's definitely winnable, especially since Shiver's on low HP. He shouldn't expect this positioning though. Look how deep in CT he is.
Yeah, this should be an easy little pincer movement. This is some bronze 3. Hey, just don't peek until he taps it. I'll go and you go. Call it out at the same time. I think even if they leave this, yeah, he doesn't have it. They can just play time from here on out. Don't even need to grab the frag. But they're going to gift one over to Zupu anyways. Oh, still going to die to the spike. Mel's going to make it out. Or excuse me, Duo is going to make it out alive. Beautiful knife. Again, Jonah, you didn't trust me. They went back into the collection, pulled out the ruined dagger, and that's been all the difference.
Yeah, and it looks like they're finally taking a time out, perhaps going over some semblance of strategy here so that they can add some structure, then take back the momentum. Doesn't seem like WGA came to play map 3.
Not at all.
It's gone Oklahoma Crimson's way. I mean, that being said, this is a nice de-stressor of a game if you're a player, right? You do get to chill a little bit. Perhaps you could, play with one leg up on the chair. Maybe
Have you ever watched JDM back in the day from Team Liquid?
The lounging,
JD
yes.
It's all
Yeah.
about the lounging. I know these gamer chairs are all the way back, feet up, shoes off. They're just having a grand old time. They might even have a second tab open on YouTube, maybe playing the new Adele music. Who knows? Because
Yeah,
this is
easy
just
on
a walk in
I
the
think it's called
park.
Easy on Me or something.
Yeah, I mean, it looks easy for Oklahoma. It should be easy for OU. That should be the name of this song.
Yeah,
because they are just killing WGA right now.
Yeah, it's definitely looking easy for them right now, and that's what I'm liking so far. It's breaking some predictions I had, but
Yeah, it
you
is.
never want to stick to your predictions too hard because things can happen, and it is going to be a 3-man push in through the tube.
Surely not, right? Surely not. Oh yeah, Mel knows. Mel knows.
Gone.
Well done, Mel. She heard the drop. Figured, why not? Someone's bound to push this. Pumpkin gonna try and buy some time with these snake bites. Gets a huge one. Both players were decayed, so that's gonna be an easy one body shot. Oh, and a snap from
down,
Pumpkin. Marshall diff. Here we're gonna see the first Marshall battle. Monkey farts. You are way too close with that shorty. Makes it work again. Does have the teleport. Not gonna
One
use it as
enemy
Gucho's
remaining.
able to retrieve the Bulldog and get one. This is not the way I saw this round going, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, it wasn't looking too hot for WGA, but the 3-man push
30
down
seconds
forces
left.
the mistake from Oklahoma Crimson. They push into B site a little too quickly, and the monkey farts, they're doing their thing with the Yoru, right? They're getting the impact, and their teammates are peeking off them. So definitely still something to be had as he gets barrel stuffed right there. I mean, not much to say when you don't check your corners and there's a shorty behind there. He's pulled out the operator. So Monkey Farts on
baby.
the Yoru has the operator now.
And that's an interesting choice when they have a Jet, right? Jet, obviously, get out of jail free card. You missed the shot. You tailwind out. Sure, Yoru has a teleport. Okay, never mind. Don't miss your shot is clearly the answer to my question.
Yeah, I mean, he took a nice wide angle right there and then jumped back into the safety of the box to TP out. Kind of mimicking Jet dismiss, and when you're hitting shots like that,
Almost
on the side of
one
Shiver, when you're hitting shots like that, it's the round's winnable.
Yeah, it certainly is winnable. Oh, we got some spicy talk going in chat. Also, this was just brought to my attention. I'll tell you after this, as we're getting into a spicy one. 2v2. Zupu's still alive. Zupu's been hot. No pun intended. Are they gonna let Loot stick this? I think they are.
Player standing.
Zupu finds one. Duo, you waited way too long, my
Player
friend. That
standing.
snake bite not in time as the defenders stick the spike, and it looks like WGA are starting to pull this one back. And Jonah, as casters, we're supposed to stay unbiased, right? We're not supposed to root for a team. But I was just made aware of a screenshot that a good friend of ours, viewers may know him as CF1 Scotty, always in the chat moderating, one of our league operators, one of our league officials. He said, if WGA loses, I bleach my hair.
I've got you.
Yeah, I mean, I would see Scotty with some bleached hair. That'd be nice to see, I'm totally down for this. And Monkey Farts back in spawn though. It looks like all of WGA is getting out of dodge, but Goop Chill is still spraying through Oklahoma Crimson. They've had enough. They just went on site. Full 5-man took that, and the retake is looking very difficult here. Only 4 people. Zupo is very low, and Monkey Farts, here he goes with the shorty.
Into sight, gets past Shiver, just absolutely annihilates him. Zupo finds another. Shiver's gonna turn and get the final frag of the round. 11-5. Oklahoma resumes their winning ways, and there's no loss bonus built up for the side of OU since they won the last 2 rounds. They're going to be stuck on 2,400 credits. They are going to force buy into this round, it looks like.
I like what I'm seeing. The constant force buys, it's really driving home the point that they're, you know, they're trying. They're definitely in the server right now, as both teams are fighting for that 2 and 1 section. It looks like it's a stack from WGA though towards the B site, and Oklahoma Crimson, they decided to just go A again. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And that's what they've done. They're getting on the A site now. It's going to be a really arduous retake though, as they only have sheriffs to their name, and oh my.
Okay, Quack gonna get themselves an upgrade to a Phantom, and this is a little bit more doable, but it does look like Quack has about maybe 10-15 HP. As loot is starting to pop off with the Marshall. If they can find this frag on the Shiver, that could do it, and Quack with that Sheriff. WGA starting to come alive. Scotty, maybe your hair's safe after all.
Yeah, I mean, 6'11", their hair might very well be safe. They're funneling this Phoenix ultimate orbs. I think if we could get a statistic on the number of times Phoenix has used Run It Back, I'm pretty sure he's bordering on like 8 or 9 right now.
Oh,
he's gotten quite a few off, and I've seen it's definitely been doing the work, you know. I might just hop into ranked and play Phoenix after this and breeze.
It is midnight, almost 1 a.m.
I mean, it's midnight, but I mean, like, you know, it's Zupu cosplay.
Well, we are about to see.
Get out of my way!
Like the strat is going to continue for the side of WGA, is just running down this A site because there are no smokes to stop you, but Loot Hunter's Fury finds 2. Loot finds a 3rd in this round. Loot might be on for the ace here if they can find Matthias, who's stuck in the corner, but no, Matthias gets one, and Matthias has started to slow down kind of in this second half. We haven't said the name just as much. Oh, that snake bites. Oh, just barely gets out of dodge, does Matthias. They do have the Empress, so this is certainly a winnable round. Fake Out's gonna send some footsteps in close, and that's something you have to take into consideration if you are Oklahoma's. Hey, there's a Yoru. He can TP, he can try and throw any kind of fake that he wants, but at what point do they start to maybe rotate off of this site?
Yeah, and there's still 45 seconds left to play with, so they can very well hit the site, but they can also rotate towards
Jonah.
B, and Pumpkin, he's hard anchoring on this site, not moving a muscle. Clears out the
30
Breeze
seconds left.
doesn't spot the player, he does, and gets the 2K. WGA with 7 on the board, 7-11, very convenient for them. You know, perhaps they might make it 11-11 if all things go according to plan. And it seems as though they just flipped a switch, right, when they entered the defensive half. I mean, it doesn't seem like Oklahoma Crimson have a solid offensive strategy except for just rushing A. So if they're able to counter that, I mean, it's anyone's game from there.
Yeah, and one of the things that I really want to see Oklahoma do is slow the pace down. They're trying to match what WGA is doing, and it hasn't worked. I mean, look at this. All 5 players over towards this B site. We are 10 seconds into the round, and they're already trying to take contact.
The hunt begins.
I mean, Pumpkin
Zupu
finds
softens
2.
them up.
Yeah, Pumpkin finds 2 easy ones. Monkey Farts finds another. TP's out.
Last player standing.
Like, they are being
Spike
absolutely
down.
baited. Oh, what a shot from Mel into playing the game that WGA wants them to play.
Yeah, they're playing a very scrappy game, and it's getting a little predictable, right? And because Quack has the operator there, there's never really any danger of losing that round. Curious to see, does Zupo have another run it back? 4 out of 6, not bad. I mean, they're funneling him all right, and it's paying its dividend. You know, they're round and go, like you said before. They're building those hotels, so if you ever stop in their neighborhood, you'll collect a hefty fee from them. And that being said, it looks as though Oklahoma Crimson are starting to go for a slightly different play. Matthias is lurking towards that B side of the map, whereas the rest of the team is moving towards A. They're using that Sky ultimate in combination with a lot of other utility to spot out the defensive setup here from WGA. This wall from Zubo is actually great to cover on. He blinds through it with monkey farts, and definitely a good play, but Pumpkin, will he expect Matthias in this corner towards B?
And look at the spot that Matthias has already rotated to. Matthias is on this long lurk. This could be the separator. Knife out. Pumpkin's running. You can hear it. And that's a free one. That could open up the world of a hurt. But look at the rotation already there from WGA. 3 players. Well, 1 player, Monkey Fart's already on site. Do they know they're going to have to clear this? Because Monkey can just pop a TP. Yes, Goop Chill's going to clear Monkey Farts out. Now it is the Blade Storm from Quack and Luke all by themselves. This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them use some utility, slow it down, throw a fake or two. They don't check this corner and Shiver. This is your world. The ground lies on Shiver right now. How's the timing? Right click. Matthias gets one. Doesn't get the reset because it is the new Blade Storm. But able to pick up a Vandal. Duo staying hidden in the smoke, playing a little ring around the Rosie. Teammate's going to cover. You got to get this one. You got to get it quick. Able to get both is Duo as match point for Oklahoma. They invested quite a bit in the last 2 rounds. They invested the Seekers from Sky. They invested the Viper's Pit from Duo. Now they have Hunter's Fury with Mel, so if they can get the spike down and play off of it, that could be all she wrote. But look at the buy coming in from WGA. Everybody, full rifles, full operator, full shields, and Matthias, your #1 fragger for Oklahoma. Light shields. This could be a tough one, and this could be a reset for Oklahoma.
Yeah, they could very well hold them down, especially if Monkey Farts gets a kill onto Matthias. Quack peeking out a little bit behind that, and it doesn't matter because Monkey Farts has their number. Flashes through, gets the player. Monkey Farts is on for a 4-piece, and he does collect that. Does 88, gets 4 kills for his Valorant president. And there we are.
The dimensional drift.
Yeah, Spencer, I mean, he's definitely farming it, and Mel did invest that Hunter's Fury, so Ultimate's accounted for. The Dimensional Drift is out to play, and with this score being 9-12, and Oklahoma Crimson being on an eco round, I dare say WGA could very well win this.
Oh, they certainly could. I mean, again, this change of pace that Oklahoma, they dealt with it so well in the first half. Granted, you don't have to attack. You're just sitting back. You're waiting for them to come to you.
He jumped!
Okay. Shiver, don't try to pick this up, Shiver. You're gonna get taken down by Zupu. Trying to do as much economic damage as they can, but run it back is here, and Zupu's gonna use it yet again.
Knife out.
Choice to use it on an eco. Okay. Dude is gonna get popped from behind here. Viper coming out. Oh yeah, Pumpkin gonna catch you. They heard that, and great information relayed back from the team. Quack's gonna take down Mel, and a team ace for WGA. They still have dimensional drift. They did use run it back, but knowing Zupu, I'm pretty sure he'll have one for the 12th round, or excuse me, for the 24th round. I would not be shocked. And yeah, Oklahoma gonna call that timeout. Jonah, give me the talk. What is it looking like in that Oklahoma team speak?
I mean, honestly, I would just be saying, okay, that we're 12-10 right now, and they have a pretty crappy composition. I mean, from speaking from Oklahoma's perspective, not that I'm
Right.
saying that, right? I'd be like, oh, they have a crappy composition. We got this, guys. I mean, it's just one more round. If we win this one, we're clear 13-10. If we lose, we can still win in overtime, right? Making sure that you have that plan B. And really, the strategy probably should just be to slow things down a tiny bit, use the drone and the flash in separate parts of the map towards A and B, right? And then make sure that either the blind or the drone finds Quack or the operators, and then just regroup towards the site that he's not on. So if they can use those two initiators, find the operator, then regroup towards the site he's not on, I'm anticipating an easy site take, and then, retaking the op is just too difficult. So that's the name of the game, but Goop Chill has decided unceremoniously to not buy a weapon yet. Will he?
I wonder if
Oh,
they're
there
gonna
we
try
go.
and farm the orbs. Okay, bought a weapon. I was gonna say you could farm orbs, but you're gonna need to hit both sites pretty quick.
And they're all grouped up again. Dimensional Drift comes out. That is going to be a ton of information for WGA, and you can't slow peek Pumpkin when they've got the op. Drops it to pick up a Phantom. Okay, they have sequestered Pumpkin back site. They get the kill. They have an operator because Pumpkin dropped it.
Oh, and Zuko flanked already.
Fight planner? Are you what?
Going up.
And now they have to commit to site. They're already locked in. There's nothing that they can do. Shiver's blind. Goop Chill's gonna take down Monkey Farts. 3v2 situation. It's Goop Chill and Matthias. Quack trying to do some damage.
enemy
Oh,
remaining.
and baited! Because they thought they had the op, Matthias thought that he could take on Quack. Zupu has no flashbangs though. Quack, I don't think has a cloudburst or
The timing.
oh, maybe they do. Oh, unfortunate timing. 12-11. They full bought this round. This is gonna be an eco for
Yeah, I
them
mean,
to
they
go to
still have the
overtime.
knives, and he could drop a gun, so it's somewhat salvageable in terms of economy. And they do have the ultimate advantage, right? They've got the Empress and that Sky's ultimate
look at the stack.
available as well. So it's
at the
definitely
stack.
looking winnable, but it's
I
just
I bet you WGA plays to get the Hunter's Fury onto loot. They're gonna try and fight for this orb at A. Oh, and they are just playing complete retake. They know that's the call. The orb still hasn't been grabbed yet. And this is what we've wanted to see. We've wanted to see them use the utility, use the Viper Wall, slow it down. Look at the retake. Oh, and I love the position already. Look at the Viper on the minimap from Oklahoma, just sitting off the site. Gonna A, cut off any lurkers, Duo, and B, play for those post-plant volleys. Oh, and Goop Chill not able to get anything done. You have to make the Sheriff sing now, just buying a whole lot of time. Oh, and what a shot. I think that was an accident. Able to take down one. There is a player already on site. That's Zupu. Doesn't check the corners, though. Oh, a big guiding light, but Hunter's Fury, that's the orb that they fought for at this A site. It all comes down to Duo and Mel. Duo's lineups. Mel's gonna find one. Pops the first snake bite goes off.
Player
Mel has to
standing.
get there. There's no time. They just threw. We're going to overtime. What did I just see, Jonah? That's the second time we've seen Duo
Switching sides.
miss
Overtime.
post-plant Molly. I don't have words.
Classic
don't.
Valorant gameplay. You love to see this, and they're just trying to make it so that people on the East Coast can sleep later and later, right? Giving us as much content as we want. 27-13 is Zupu too. And honestly, he had a good game on the Phoenix, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. So, it's making me eat my words. But on the flip side, you could also say Oklahoma Crimson playing a little poorly, but it's still anyone's game. Here comes the execute onto A as quick as you like, and look, Quack is in there, but the rest of the team hasn't following, and Matthias gets two, and they cancel the take.
Yeah, an advantage right now. It's in the favor of Oklahoma. Player advantage, util advantage. I mean, look at the sight lines that they all have. Mel's clearing out. B main. Pumpkin's still sitting in window, though, so no one's going to cross just yet. And again, WGA, we don't have questions on your defense. We know it's strong. They have to come to you, but can they continue to play this way and continue their pace on the offensive side? That's where the question marks are. As oh boy, Matthias is going to be solo holding B site, possibly the double back from Mel. Playing close contact. Matthias gets one, dismisses away. He has Empress. Mel's going to be able to clean that up, and Empress should be popped because you can't take it into the next round. Down, it's Zupu left. If anyone could do it, Zupu can, but no. The defenders win that one, and we are on match point. Series point again. Oh, baby. Oklahoma just needs one. Timeout coming in. They're going to talk this one over, WGA. What do you think the game plan? All right, we heard from Oklahoma what their game plan should be during the timeout. Jonah, we're role playing again. WGA, what's going on in this timeout?
Hey guys, let's just buy 5 operators. Like, let's just try 5 operators.
Stop.
Screw it.
Stop.
Like, I mean, I could see that mentality being, you know, definitely there for WGA, right? I could see 5. I could see them doing 5. They bought the Yoru route. I could see the commitment to the bit, you know.
2 and an Odin, maybe. Just throw up a big toxic screen and spray through it, hoping they get decayed. That I can definitely see.
2 Odins, 2 operators, and a Vandal.
Yeah, and put the Vandal in the hands of Zupu.
And let him lurk too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Gotta let the Phoenix lurk. Makes so much sense.
Yes.
I mean, it has so far almost a 30 bomb from them and Matthias, but we are getting back into it. I want to see what the buys are gonna be so far on the side of Oklahoma. We're gonna see a full buy, and Quack's gonna get that operator. So this is going to be an anchor operator on this A site behind the right pyramid. If this operator can sing, it's going to be the difference maker. Let's see what we got. We got the double
but they
drone.
have double initiator. It's going to be really difficult to get the info here.
Oh, and Matthias entries onto the site beautifully. Oh, a tailwind out away for group chill. But Zupu with the classic right click gets the kill. Zupu though able to find 2, and look at Zupu again, just maneuvering behind everyone.
Yes, run it back.
Spike. WGA's in control of the spike. It's all on Duowu right now in a 1v2. Run it back is popped. They're gonna know where he is. Both players are extremely close. Pumpkin. Oh, Duowu one shot. One bullet away. Gets the reload off. Gonna emit that poison orb. Gets this. Wait, that's a dink. Right onto Duowu from Pumpkin.
Zupu is flanking too.
Yep.
Oh, of course he is. It's Zupu. I expect nothing less.
Just give up the spike. We got this. We'll flank.
Yeah, you have to know Zupu's on the flank, and Zupu gets it done. A 4K on this round. When WGA need the most, Zupu is there. That's a 30 bomb. And it looked so good when Matthias found that entry frag. There's the Odin. Did that just get sold?
I wish they would just keep it, honestly. Either way, I mean, going into the second go round of overtime, it seems like Group Chill's sticking with his operator, right? Like Quack had on the defensive side as well. Let's see if Matthias this go around can also get his 30 bomb, as he is only 1 off on that Reyna. He's pushing down middle, so perhaps we'll be activating him. He's going to come head to head with Zupu, maybe. But nope, they pass like ships in the night, and Monkey Farts is in!
Oh, Zupu on the lurk, of course. Matthias and Duowu able to get one, and they know exactly where Zupu is, so they're going to try and lock them in here. Gonna get leered, nearsighted by that Reyna leer. No, drone gonna come up and over there. Definitely know where Zupu is now. Flame Wall's gonna come up just to try and buy a little bit of time, play a different angle. They don't know. They don't know, but Mel takes down Zupu, and loot is on their way. Certainly going to meet their demise relatively quickly.
Standing ahead.
Oh, just barely gets behind the wall. And their recon bolt able to find one, so they know where Duwu is, but this op from Goop Chill, yeah, you know it's there. It's gotta be. Oklahoma, again, takes the advantage. This is what, their
Switching sides.
4th, 5th map point?
Yeah, I mean,
I think this is their
they've
fifth map
had
point.
quite a few map points so far. They haven't converted on any
There it
thus
is.
far, and
There it is, Jonah. I hate to cut you off again, but oh, Quack, you son of a gun. I saw the double ops. I thought it was going to stay. It makes sense.
He's just playing with the idea.
Yeah, maybe in the 3rd overtime or 4th overtime. But look at the gamble stack. WGA has gamble stacked every time on defense, and it seems to be paying off. Zupu's already in. Straight down tunnels. This is a free 2-piece for Zupu.
Careful now.
Zupu finds 2. Pumpkin finds another with some util. Duwu's got the spike on site. They should be able to plant. Oh, and a missed.
He could pick it up. He could pick it up. No problem.
So like,
no one saw it.
and you can pick it up.
Player
Oh, and that's a terrible fight to lose if you're Matthias. You leave Duwu 1v3. Certainly going to get collapsed on. All 3 players from WGA are just staring down their sight lines. I mean, you have Monkey Farts is just hard scoping in with this operator. Right in window. You're not getting out. Zupu's posted up right outside of middle. Yeah, this is very difficult. We go to overtime number 3 unless Duwu can pull off something absolutely magisterial.
Yeah, it has to be absolutely magical. It has to be a wizard
30 seconds
pulling
left.
a rabbit out of the hat. He's got to land this one tap, doesn't get it, and that's Monkey Farts right there on the Yoru. I mean, Speezy, it's going to the 3rd overtime, right?
Overtime.
And now that both duelists in the form of Phoenix and Reyna have gotten their 30 bombs, who do you reckon
Now
is
they
up
can go to
for the
sleep
next
halfway.
one?
The next 30 bomb? Nobody. It's probably
Yeah,
the
like,
viewers
if you had
because we're gonna see 30 at least 30 rounds. Decoy.
Yeah.
If I had to pick, though,
I mean, I think Quack or Goop Chill, right? But my money's on
think
Goop
Monkey
Chill
Farts.
right now, getting the 30 bomb. Monkey Farts?
I really think it might
I
be
could see
Monkey
that.
Farts. Monkey Farts just flying around here doing whatever they want. This is going to be another fake from WGA. If they take contact on this, Goop Chill, you have to hit this shot. All right, so gets baited out. Oh, just spotted
saw
the
the
hand.
shoulder.
And whiffed. Not able to get one. Doesn't have the cloudburst either, so can't get it up in time. Oh, this is not good. This is the first time we've really seen WGA get onto site. Quack opens up with 2. This could be it.
Going for more?
Doesn't get tagged by the recon dart. This is the first time we've seen WGA get the spike plant in overtime. Matthias, though, able to get one. Pumpkin on the lurk. Can you find Duwu? No, that's a huge win from Duwu. And no one from Oklahoma on the flank. 64 HP left on Monkey, and Matthias spots it out. But Luke gonna take down Mel.
One enemy
Matthias
remaining.
1v1. Loot via Duwu, both low HP. They have the recon dart, and Duwu, what? How does he win that with 30 HP? I'm so confused. Oklahoma is now on their 6th match point, series point. Someone has to close this out.
Switching sides. Match point.
I'm utterly confused right now. If you
told me
this was going to 15-14 in quadruple overtime, map 3 WGA versus Oklahoma Crimson, I would have just laughed. But
if you would
now
have told me
that
at
it's happening,
halftime,
you
I
know,
would have laughed in your face. Let alone
yeah, at halftime I would have been like, "Oh, this is an Oklahoma Crimson game," and
easily.
now it's getting a little closer. I mean, the Yoru play and the Phoenix play have definitely paid off thus far. A flash very aggressively
Finally
gets
able to shut down
tagged, but-
Zupu.
Oh, Pumpkin.
What
Spike
is
down,
this
B.
game? The flanks have not been watched by a single person from Oklahoma. If they can see, this is where you want a killjoy turret, maybe an alarm bot to just watch your back. Oh my days. Quack is gonna sneak their way into window. He's gonna shoot Shiver in the back of the head. Oh, Shiver looks
One
like they're
enemy
watching this
remaining.
though.
Spike
No,
down
no.
B.
Oh my.
I told you.
We're
WGA has given
Switching
up
sides.
6 match
Overtime.
points. 6. That's a whole half of Valorant. They could have a quarter of Valorant, of a full Valorant match that they could have won just one round to close out.
Here.
I
Here.
I need to get a seatbelt for my chair right now because I
Here.
need to buckle in for this ride. And
I need to get a Red Bull. I think we're going another 20 rounds.
yeah, we might be here well past 1 a.m. at this rate. I mean, it's looking like the second best of 3 is really doing us justice. And Matthias gets blinded, doesn't spot the players go through, and Shiver doesn't convert on the frag. There is still Matthias in mid though, but Monkey Falls answers that and takes out the site defender, but it
Spike down
activates
A.
Mel on that stairs location. They are very
What?
aware, and look at the
She's dead.
Shockdog could confirm it.
She's dead. Gotta be.
There it is.
What?
Spike planted.
That tickled a little bit. Mel's got about 2 HP. A strong gust of wind will take her down. Just one bullet from the Vandal. Duo in a 1v3 situation. They've got a player sneaking up behind them. I don't think they know. He's going to have to check their corner. Doesn't do it. And WGA is on their first match point. Are you
Switching
kidding me?
sides. Match point.
I mean, they might only need 1 match point at this
I
rate.
honestly think, because this is going to be a full send, I guarantee 4 stack A, gamble it, play retake, and just full send. They have to know it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if they'll really leave anyone on at B. They've been it looks like Zupu will play there, but no, a timeout. Very wise of Oklahoma Crimson right here. I mean, they're really making use of the timeouts, and to be fair, I mean, it is a pivotal part of the game, and yeah, they're just trying to figure things out slowly but surely.
Jonah, it was 9-3 at the half. 9-3. Just 4 rounds.
That was all WGA needed. They won the pistol. That makes it 10-3. You just need to win 3 rounds against a team while you're attacking, while a team that's defending has no smokes, very little recon or information gathering abilities. You couldn't win 3 rounds. But nonetheless, we are going into WGA's first map point. Monkey Farts 88 on the operator. And we have some long sightlines being taken here. One charge gets off. Oh, Quack, you can wallbang this. I don't know if they know that. Gonna peek this right side, and Goop Chill wins the first battle. That's a huge one. Puts a little bit less pressure. The off. Goop Chill is not expecting it. And look at, they're trying to sell this fake as hard as they can. Matthias has started to climb their way up here. Pumpkin's gonna get aggro, and Matthias takes contact. That's a free sight. They need to find a way to shut down Monkey Farts, who's gonna be playing in back sight. Viper has ultimate?
Should not
planted.
have ultimate unless he
Top
gets
of the
another frag.
Scoreboard? Right. What is revealing area? That may just be a UI issue, because I don't know that that's right. Recon Dart's gonna tag one. Shivers in the lurk. Can they get something done? That's a great snake bite to push him off. Duo's not gonna make the same mistake again. Matthias takes down Loot 4v2. Shivers coming through middle, and Monkey Farts can't hit the shot just yet. Matthias sitting back sight, holding it down.
Last player standing.
And Duo takes out Monkey Farts. Zupu flashes out. Gets one. Time is not on their side as they run directly into Shiver. We go again, Jonah. Overtime number, what is this? I lost count.
Switching
4?
sides.
5?
Overtime.
It's overtime 5. Yep, we're going into overtime 5, and Matthias, he's on for the 40.
Oh my days, a 40 bomb. Have we seen a 40 bomb in CF1 before? I think we might have seen one last year.
I think we saw one on Bind last year.
Was it Nazi? No, it wasn't Nazi. Was it Nazi?
No. Maybe?
It might have been. I remember somebody from SJSU absolutely popping off. But then we also had that ridiculous... Oh. We had that ridiculous like 40, 50 round game. Do you remember that one where the lobby
Yeah,
actually
that was
crashed?
on Bind. I thought that was where the 40 bomb was, but
I think it was.
maybe not.
Oh, Goop Chill. I don't know if he
Monkey
knows
Farts?
Monkey Farts is around the corner. Oh, Matthias also looking to creep up. I think they spotted the lurk a little bit, so they're going to start to hold off. And this is the slower pace that we expected. Nobody wants to blink first. The rotation starts to come out from WGA. Monkey Farts knows that he has at least one player trapped in a Goop Chill. Hasn't heard them move yet. Hasn't heard the tailwind. Nobody wants to make the first mistake. Goop Chill has his angle hard covered, and what? Excuse me? Monkey Farts just raw peek an operator that was standing still and had the angle and lost the fight. What?
And that's such a great use of the fake out.
Oh my
And
god.
what is this?
30 seconds left.
Matthias?
Oh my god. Matthias just pushed through double smokes in a blaze wall. That could be huge. Monkey Farts takes down Mel 3v3. Matthias finds another one from the back lines. Zulu's gonna spot down one. Matthias takes down Zupu, and Monkey Farts has to find this flank. Zulu gets Oklahoma their 7th match point. Can we talk about what Matthias just did?
Because if you told me Matthias transferred schools and now plays for WGA, I'd believe it. Who
Switching
pushes
sides.
a Blaze
Match
Wall,
point.
a Viper Snakebite, and a Viper Poison Cloud? Who pushes that? Look at this. And a Cloudburst. I left one out. I mean, again,
I mean, there was a
smooth brain
slight
gameplay.
gap there from the flame wallet, but Matthias, I mean, he's playing out of his mind, right? There's just so much confidence. Every time he presses tab, he's like, "Oh, I got 40 already," and this is the 7th match point now for the Oklahoma Crimson. If Matthias can just drag his team over the extra mile, but I mean, WGA Quack on this operator is so hard to take out of this position in the A boxes, and look at Oklahoma Crimson. They're staying very disciplined, very far back, letting Shiver gather information in mid. Now they're using the drone as well, so they will find the operator if the drone goes that way, but nope, they find Monkey Farts instead. He was previously using the operator, so that's good information gathered. They could surmise that there isn't an operator, but they don't arrive at the right conclusion, and Quack takes out Mel.
we're going again. I guarantee it. We're going to see another overtime, Jonah.
3v5. This is an uphill battle. But oh wait, Matthias creeping through ever so slowly, creeping through mid, and Monkey Farts knows something is up. He knows he has no teammates watching mid, gets the jump peek and spots him. The flashbang comes out, but so does the Raynaleer. Monkey Farts able to reposition off of that. Zulu's gonna take this challenge raw.
Spike
Gets it,
down
no
A.
problem. Look at Monkey Farts repositioning. Goop Chill tries to cut off the rotations, but nothing doing on that one as he's gonna get. Oh, Matthias is gonna take one down. Quack misses a shot. Goop Chill gets the shot onto Quack. So Jet Dip. No way. 5 HP. If you
10
get this
seconds
frag,
left. I
I
have
will
the spike.
start to call you dad, Goop Chill. Oh my days. Have to get the spike planted just in time. Playing
Player
contact.
standing.
Goop Chill not able to get it. Spike will go down in a matter of time. And Zupu gonna shut it down. We go again. Jonah, overtime number 8, is it?
Yeah, I do believe it is. I think it's overtime 12 plus 5 equals 17. Overtime 6.
Okay. I'm just,
Not
I'm
too bad. We're
putting
not
it-
quite at 8 yet.
Spencer Damas is
If we-
speaking. I was just, predicting the future a little bit.
Switching sides.
Yeah, if we get to 8
Overtime.
though, I mean that would be a
We could
miracle
see-
if we get to 8.
We could theoretically see a 50 bomb.
I would be down to see a 50 bomb. But think about how many clips Matthias will have after this 50 bomb.
Can we think about this though? How upset would you be if you get a 50 bomb and your team loses the game? How tilted are you at that point?
Yeah.
Revealing area.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I would definitely be a little tilted, but
A little.
just a little tilted,
furious.
you know.
Matthias opens this up again. That's 43 for Matthias. And that's a huge one on the Quack. I don't believe Quack invested in the operator just in this round because they are on the attack side. But we'll see. Goop Chill also already low on HP. Gonna have to try and retreat to a teammate to find a little bit of healing if possible. Goop Chill just blasts that Silver drone out of the air. And the slow pace continues. Monkey Farts is on the opposite side of this door that Mel is on. They are so close. They have to hear this.
Okay.
Surely Mel hears this.
Through this.
Surely Mel has to hear this.
Time to jump.
Okay, definitely heard that.
Oh, contact almost taken. Oh, I think he knows. No. Props to Mel. Stays patient. Lets their teammate handle the job. Shiver's going to find one loot with a huge recon dart. Takes down 2, and that's a Hunter's Fury. If they can get the spike, they can just sit off of this and play post plant. Look at Zupu on the lurk. Charge goes off on their recon bolt. Finds nothing. Duo stuck on B site. The wrap comes through now, and he's going to run into
help loot.
which direction they go. Yeah, play time. Just play time. Can't do it. Zupu, you have to find this frag. Knife out. There's no time. Can't get to the spike in time and plant. This is another round for Oklahoma. This is another match point. Oh, that went disastrously. WGA did it all right. They had the Hunter's Fury. They just had to get the spike planted, but the Phoenix flank, the Phoenix lurk comes through and actually harms them this time.
Yeah, the Phoenix lurk not paying off dividends right there. And Matisse 44. If WGA win this, then Matthias can get the 50 bomb. I believe.
Do you want to see the 50 bomb or do you want to get the win? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
I'd rather just see the 50 bomb.
They were trying to make CF1 history. Oh, from a caster's
I would
perspective,
rather see the 50
absolutely.
bomb.
Oklahoma gets a free site. No contest
Spike
whatsoever.
planted.
This is the first time we've seen this situation.
Don't know how this is going to work out. It's 45 retake. Defense has a lot of work to do, and it's a late flank here from Pumpkin. And Luke gets taken down. Matthias lives, and there goes Quack. It's all going to be up to Pumpkin. He cancels the late flank, drops the wall down. A 1v5 situation. Nay, unwinnable. Gets blinded, gets triple P, gets taken down. And that is the final score, 19-17, Speezy. A win for Oklahoma Crimson means that Scotty has to dye his hair, has to bleach it. I'm Jonah, that's Speezy. We've both been confused this whole time, and it's been a tough game.
It certainly has. I mean, if we can pull up the scoreboard real quick, 3 kills away from that 50 bomb and making CF1 history, I think. Don't quote me on that. We'll have to get the stats team on that one and post it on the Twitter to find out. But, I mean, even then, I still think Matthias is the most kills I've ever seen in a single Valorant lobby, right? 19. Yeah. I thought at the beginning of the map, I definitely thought if you said Zupu finishes with most kills in the lobby, yeah, sounds about right. He had, what, 4 run-it-backs within the first 7 rounds? Just farming heads, playing like Baby Shroud, honestly. But we saw a huge display from both teams on this map. No one wanted to give an inch. Both teams put up a heck of a performance, and I want to give hats off to both of them. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we are going to have an interview coming up. So if you want to see the interview and get to know what was going on in the minds of some of the players, because I'm sure the majority of our questions will range around that overtime game. Stick around, stay tuned, because we'll be right back with a player interview. Don't go anywhere.
Gamers, welcome back. We just saw an absolute CF1 instant classic between Oklahoma University and the Washington Gamers Alliance. Joining us, Justin Lombardo, the head coach of Oklahoma. Justin, how are we doing tonight?
Man, I'm doing great. Stressful watching that match, but hard fought one. It was a great match to watch.
Absolutely, and this is your team's first year within CF1. I have to ask, looking at your group, you have some pretty strong names, right? You have OSU and Oregon State. You guys weren't necessarily favored to get out of the group, but having just pulled off the upset against WGA, you guys are in a prime spot now to claim that third seed. How does that feel, and what do you guys have to work on to continue this performance?
Yeah, I think we're in a prime position. I think the team's growing. We have 3 freshmen on the team, so a lot of new faces coming into OU this year. So I think they're just getting warmed up. So I'm excited where we're at after week 3, and I'm excited for us to make it out of groups.
So at the break, we actually talked about you telling the team that you're going to have to buy them canes. I'm just wondering, are you going to be able to make good on that promise tonight for the team? Just curious for the players.
Yeah, no, I bribed them into winning that map 3 of keeping mentally tough for Canes. I'll be Venmoing money tonight. I think Canes is close, so maybe tomorrow night they have an off night, so they'll be able to go have a team dinner tomorrow, hopefully.
That sounds great. And as a coach for you, what is it that you do during the middle of the game for the team? Are you talking strategy for them? Are you hyping them back up, or what are you doing for them during the game?
I think it's a lot of mental. We go through our practices. Everyone knows what to do, but sometimes some of those 1v1 losses or maybe thrifties kind of can get the team down. So just making sure their mental stuff and know that they're the better team out there, and all they have to do is play to their strengths, and they'll come out on top.
Absolutely. And I kind of have two questions really for you. One, when you saw the team comp come out from WGA in that third map, were you guys kind of like, oh, this is free? There's no smokes. There's no real information gathering abilities on the side of WGA. And after those first couple of rounds, you're like, oh, this is pretty smooth sailing. But then turning around, you get into overtime. What was the kind of the thought process of that? Because you guys seem to match the tempo and play very quickly on your attacking side.
Yeah, I think it was all that first pistol. Their Phoenix got 4 kills, had ult after the first round, but we still came out and they ulted off second. So I think getting through those first couple rounds was big for us. I think we got 9 on defense. We had to break the 9-3 curse that we almost had tonight. But yep. We just knew we just had to be cognizant of the Yoru and make sure there wasn't any funny business that can maybe throw us on tilt. So just playing to our strengths.
Absolutely. Well, again, you guys showed off. You have the resilience. You have the skills. You have the W, moving to 2-1 in CF1. So want to give this time to you. Any thank yous, any shout outs you want to give? Justin, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to give a shout out to the team. Like I said, they're a young team. They kept mentally tough after losing their map pick pretty bad. And then we're down 4-8 on Icebox. So just shout out to them for staying in it. It's a late night. It's midnight here in Oklahoma. So hopefully they get some well rest and make it to class tomorrow. And just thanks for all the fans. I know we had, I think, close to 100 viewers, so it was really sweet to see everyone in chat kind of supporting us. And shout out to the opposing team. WGA had a hard fought match. I'm sure we'll play them in some other leagues and tournaments later. So good luck to them for the rest of the season.
Absolutely, and we love to hear that. Justin, I don't know if you're aware of this as well, but one of our league officials, Scotty, now has to dye his hair blonde because your team won. So I want to personally, from myself, the entire CF1 community and company, want to say thank you, because I can't wait to see Scotty's hair go blonde. So thank you for that. Much appreciated.
Yeah, anytime. Scotty's a great guy. I didn't know that was a thing, but I'll be excited to see it on Twitter or something later this week.
Absolutely. And speaking of things that we'll see later in the week and later next week is next Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. We will be back with another CF1 broadcast. I think I'm on that one as well, so I'll be here. Jonah, you joining me for that one, or do I have someone else?
You have someone else. I'll be back next Tuesday, I believe, the one after that one, November 2nd, for another CF1 broadcast. But thank you, Speezy. That was great, you know?
It's always fun casting with you, Jonah. So thank you to all the viewers, all the fans that stayed and watched with us. We had, again, an instant classic. Check the VODs out if you can. If you saw the match and your friends didn't, tell a friend to tell a friend that, hey, CF1 is the place to be every night. You guys have a great evening. Take care, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing the turtles. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.